Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NADPC as we are moving into our final day, the swan song, perhaps, of the NADPC Division 2. My name is Damon. I'm joined by Johnny. Are you ready for this swan song, John?
Yeah, I'm ready. I can't believe it's all coming to a close now. You know, the Tour 2 for Div 2 is kind of coming to its end. The last day for NA. We've got a couple of tiebreakers today, which should be pretty exciting. One for placement and $4,000 in prize pool difference, which is significant at this tier. And another one, which is a three-way tie for relegation. So a lot in the line for a lot of the teams playing here today. Should be a bit of a bloodbath, no matter. I'm keen to see what happens.
Yeah, you said it, John. And as we were mentioning about this first series, it is just money on the line. There is no positioning available. The slots for Division 1 have already been decided. But of course, how did we get here is a question. And to figure out where we are now, we need to look back into the past. So let's have a look at what's been going on in the NADPC thus far and what happened on our last day of gameplay. Because it was, of course, San King Gomez versus The Cut in a critical best-of-3 series. The Cut were trying to secure their position for next season in Division 2. Meanwhile, San King Gomez, they just didn't want to play a tiebreaker against Alpha, basically.
Yeah, just wanted to have a nice, clean, dominant continuation of their run here in Div 2. And they tied off that last series in strong fashion. Both games relatively quick, even managing to get a quick game out with the Warlock on hand, which I always find entertaining. And I'm always keen on seeing.
Well, I'm sure that was a really good point he was about to say, but I think we might have lost John. That's a shame. But nevertheless, this was a serious. I hope it's just not mine. This has happened before. I'm nervous every time this happens now, because in the past, I started talking loads when I couldn't hear my co-cast. It turned out to be a problem with Discord. And then I ended up in a situation where it was just Discord, so we're both still live, and then we're both just talking over each other the entire time. And we both just, I think it was 1437 and I. And yeah, we both just started blasting off 1,000 words per minute during a team fight. He tried to play the team fight because he thought I was disconnected. I thought he was disconnected. We're both still live. It was very funny. But yeah, I think John is just gone. So sorry, folks, just stuck with me. But yeah, this series looked like it got pretty messy, honestly. These Cut did put up a reasonable fight, at least in game 1, dragging it to the line. But San King Gomez playing their San King nonetheless, by the way. Were ready to bring everything to the fight. And yeah, they were able to take this first game. As you can see here, this team wipe was pretty much the final nail in the coffin as the GGs 2 come out in the next clip. So pretty brutal. But, you know, these teams which are very aggressive, which San King Gomez always has been, are definitely thriving in this patch right now. And unfortunately, game number 2, not quite as close as game number 1. Teams got smacked down just a little bit. Not really very fun to be the poor old Cut in this situation. It's a shame, because the Cut are now having to play in a 3-way tiebreaker for relegation. You know, the Cut was one of the teams which I'm pretty sure at the start of the season, most of us were expecting to go through. And now they just got beat up by San King Gomez, which have been the strongest team in the region. As it turns out, these guys have got their playing caps on, and they're looking to take a fight to Div 1 next season. But yeah, very disappointed in the Cut, has to be said. But, you know, again, you know, it's just constant switching, constant changing. There's a patch. You got to be quick to innovate and come up with something new. If you're not, you're going to get left behind. So, yeah, they'll be playing up later on today in that 3-way tiebreak. It'll be the Cut. It'll be the Oversight, which is probably one of the best team names we've had in a while. And it'll also be the Tilted Boys as well. A very, very NA-inspired team, I'm sure. So those will be the coming down. But yeah, the winners of the NADPC are of course, the Central Americans, Peru, Mexico, and Brazil. That's the nationalities of the San King Gomez team. As you can see by their logo, of course, you know, they got the San King with the lovely, what do you call that, sombrero. So yeah, they love it. Sombrero and a mustache. I love that logo so much. A lot of these logos are phenomenal. Is that the dulcet tones of John Expire trying to subtly sneak back in?
Yes.
Hi, John.
Yes, I am sneaking back in. I had a power outage at this point. I do not know why. It happens. No, I was getting so excited to talk about teams using Warlock. And I guess the world just recognized, all right, we got to shut John down. Because he's going to babble on about Warlock. But again, taking a look at that leaderboard, as you mentioned, San King Gomez coming on top.
I took
for
out your
NA.
internet.
Yes, I knew it.
I knew it again.
My Warlock rants, you know.
Unlucky. Yeah, what's your favorite logo here in the NA Div 2 DPC?
You know, it's funny. We were just having a chat about that, right? Alpha and Ant both
Which is
use
your
the
favorite
A's.
A?
That's what we're gonna figure out today. Well, not between these two.
Really.
It's between Ant and C-Dub. But you know, that will help me figure out if I like Alpha more or Ant. I honestly think the Ant one's a little bit sicker, just because it actually has an actual ant. It's always nice to see some creativity in the logos. But yeah, the two A's next to each other as well. Feels good.
Yeah, and of course, there's Fart Studio. You can't see their full logo here, but the Fart Studios logo is phenomenal as well. It's a guy farting surrounded by the three things, which I'm assuming make them fart. Burritos, broccoli, cheese, and milk. It's pretty next level. I already mentioned, San King Gomez is my favorite. The cut is always a pretty terrible logo for being fair. It's very bad.
I like the consistency from the cut, just because they've had that logo for pretty much ever since the DPC started. I think that was BTS that made that logo for them as well coming in. So always interesting to see. However, we will see them once more later on in our second tiebreaker series. First up, of course, we've got C-Dub up against Ant, but then you get the cut versus Oversight. And then Tilted Boys up against either the cut or Oversight, and then Tilted Boys against the remaining team. So that three-way tie later on.
And if anybody said that the Oversight is their favorite logo, then get help. Go and get help. Therapy is expensive but necessary. But yes, indeed, we do have C-Dub versus Ant as our first series of the day. This one is very important indeed, because these teams, you know, it's a lot of money. $4,000 for an NADPC Div 2 team. You know, it's no joke. It is absolutely no joke. So especially when you consider like the percentage, right? When you get up to the top, when you get up to Div 1, the percentage difference between like $20,000 and $22,000 is you know, what, 5%? Am I mathsing correctly here? Maybe, I don't know. When you get to this point, though, it is the difference between 11,000 and 15,000. It's a huge percentage of what you're going to win. So, you know, it really is a big difference. So both these teams will be playing to win, I'm sure. It's a lot of money on the line for these guys, and I'm excited to see what each of them are going to bring to the table. And of course, the reason we're in this position in the first place is because pretty much we're looking back to the very start where the Cut was able to get a win over C-Dub Esports at the beginning of the season. That was turns out was a pretty substantial win. It knocked the Cut up a little bit, and it really put down C-Dub Esports, who could have maybe been contesting Alpha if not for that loss, but they start off on the wrong foot, and then since then they have recovered a little bit, but yeah, they were unfortunately unable to get that to number 2's position, and meanwhile, another NA team, they were able to beat the Cut. So now they're in this tiebreaker. Meanwhile, previously in their matchup as well, C-Dub got a pretty convincing win over Ant as well, John.
Yeah, they got a straight 2-0. I'm keen to see if that happens here again. You can see in our comparison for teams as well, C-Dub has been a little bit more aggressive overall. They've been finding more kills. They've been getting more assists across the board, which I feel like that just gives them a better time in this new patch as well. Early aggression just feels so important. Aggression overall feels like the way to take control in the game, not just kind of utilizing the map efficiently. It's really down to getting some kills. And I think that bodes well for C-Dub, just staring at this comparison, these margins they have on kills and on assists and less deaths. It just feels better for a team. Not
dying is very pog, John, both in game and in real life. So try not to do it if you can. I gonna really favor them in this patch, as you say. Like C-Dub, I think they're in a good position. They're definitely my favorite team here in this best of 3. But another NA team, you know, they've shown they can be creative. They can bring in some big stuff, but not a ton of time to play on the new patch. I mean, Ant were able to beat up Tilted Boys pretty thoroughly when they were playing, so at least they got that going for them. But there was that second game which actually went for 74 minutes as well, so yeah, maybe you can't say thoroughly, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see how our head-to-head goes here. I believe we're going to be looking at Argius and Double King. These two players they've got really different hero pools, which I think reflects in their different stats here as well. Like the hero damage being a little bit lower in Double King, a little bit more net worth coming out to Argius, but slightly more kills coming out for Double King. Like, it's interesting because Double King, I think, stands out across all the cores in NA in that he still loves his Raid King. And he was also picking PA early on when not as many people were going into that PA as well. So he just has a very different pool. Argius, I mean, he has the standard chorus, you know, Luna, NP before the nerf, Terrorblade, Drow, Slark, like nothing too different for Argius. It's really Double King's pool that just kind of makes this matchup really interesting, right? Because it does feel like a core that can be more active now tends to have a better time. So I'm keen to see if Double King stays on that path, has that same read, or whether or not Argus kind of takes a more aggressive position as well in this one, like something that doesn't need too much farm early on to join his team.
Yeah, that's a question. Would really like to see him kind of open up his gameplay more, like be open to picking something which is going to go on the map, play as 5. I feel like the team which plays together more and is able to do more early on is probably going to be the winner. Not a very bold statement at the moment, John, has to be said. It's pretty much how the game's played on this patch. You can kind of do a bit of AFK farming, but most of the time we see kind of carries joining the fights literally around like 15 to 18 minutes, because it's so important to try and get control of pretty much the entire map as quickly as possible. That's really what it comes down to, is being able to just lock the other team out. You can get really, really early wins as well, as we've seen. It is kind of a bit of a slower patch, but I think that's just because people are getting used to it. And when a team gets an early advantage, it's so suffocating. If you don't get your wisdom runes, if you don't get your tormentor, you can close out the game super early as well. So that's always got to be a big threat. And of course, a big shout out to our partners for this event, which is ESB esportsbet.io. If you want to earn some tokens, then head over to esportsbet.io and you can check out their brand new watch to earn feature, which is an innovative new platform which allows you to earn tokens just by watching games across the NA and Western EU and Chinese regions. So all you need to do is head over to esportsbet.io and make an account, and you can start earning tokens whilst you watch the games right now. You can then use those tokens to go and bet on your favorite teams across the regions, and it's up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is great. You can essentially just earn free tokens by watching your favorite teams play on their platform. So head over there, check it out, and get involved as we get into this first series of the day. Truly is a swan song for both these guys. We won't be seeing them for a pretty long time afterwards. I do like that term. I don't know if you noticed. I love that term, John. Do you know what it's about?
Yeah. I don't think I do. Enlighten me, Novak.
Oh, well, you see, here in England, we're big fans of the swans, royally protected birds. But the thing about swans is that they don't really make any noise. They're very, very quiet birds compared to other birds. So there's like a kind of rumor, a fable, if you like, back in the day, that a song, when it's about to die, it finally lets out a song. It finally starts singing because they're quiet throughout their whole lives. And then right before they die, they sing their loudest, and then they die. But these teams aren't dying; they're both staying in Div 2. So maybe that would be more important for the next season. We can take a look at the next season. At the heroes picked between these two teams. Any similarities here? Not really. I think they're very different in the style, right?
Yeah, it's very, very different. Again, maybe going down a little bit into what Double King likes, you can see how high they prioritize that Raid King, despite the hero, again, not being in meta for the most part. I don't know if this patch really changes that. I feel like there is a playstyle for Raid King to come back in. Yeah, the early Deso still feels good, like just early aggression, would say a Blink Deso feels pretty impactful from Raid King to join in these early fights. So I think that is something that C-Dub could lean into more. For Ant, it's not too far off from what we see from other teams. TA is there, Lash, Tusk, Snap Undying. Like, this is pretty much among the most popular heroes in the meta, maybe just discounting something like Disruptor not showing up in their pop fix. So I think C-Dub, again, has a different style, a different approach, which can benefit off of this patch, can benefit off of this new map that we have. And I want to see if there's any major changes for them playing in this patch. Because it's like you mentioned, like, the patch can feel like games go longer. I think that's in a circumstance where both teams are even and both teams are not finding kills. So if both teams just kind of devolve into this farming war, it will drag on. Like, the resources on the map are multiplied. Jungle is so much more valuable, and you have a lot of jungle to play with. So you can kind of reach the scenario where you're just waiting for someone to make an opening. But I don't think that's where the patch is optimized. Like, that is certainly a style that we have seen come out in some of our games in the DPC and in the major right now. But I feel like the optimal way is just aggression. Like, it's finding that early advantage, playing fast, getting tempo. And a few teams have recognized that. A few other teams have not. And I think TSM, unfortunately, from NA kind of fell victim to playing a longer game. First phase picking a Terrorblade, going to do so, stuff like that.
The fools.
So for both of these teams now, Yeah. I mean, they've got to
How
play
dare
fast,
they.
and I want to see these two teams play like aggressive Dota. Just go for
Yeah.
kills.
I mean, that's the
run
thing, though,
around,
like,
and go crazy.
I don't think anybody's going to be kind of like experimenting in their first game of like the group stages, you know, right? Like, I'm pretty sure these guys have been scrimming and they figured out something which works, but then like it just happens like it didn't work in this certain situation, or what they thought worked didn't actually end up working, or maybe they draft lanes, you know. I don't think anybody's going to be going for late game draft unless they have like a really solid idea behind it. But I could be wrong. I know TSM, you know, they're a team which likes to kind of follow their own reads and try to make things work for themselves, which I think is the makings of a great team. I think they just have to get more experience, which is exactly what they're doing right now, because they are the secondary hope and pride of NA. You know, we got two teams now carrying the flag at the major. We'll see what they can do as we jump into the draft for game number 1 between CW Sports and another NA team. Sign things out. We're just going to get that Dying, that Chen, that Doom out of the way. Still options for an Enchantress here for another NA team if they want, but CW probably going to get rid of that.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, more than likely. Just really strong here right now with how the neutrals work. They kind of scale up as well as time goes on. And Enchantress just really hard to deal with in lane for the most part. Impetus build-up still feels great. So I wouldn't mind C-Dub kind of banning that out. There are a lot of great options left though. Beastmaster is still there. Rubik's been fairly popular. I think aggressive 5s, like say a Clockwork, is pretty strong right now just because Twin Gate potential is huge. It does feel like you want the 5 that can actually use the gate really well, right? Like have impact on the rotation down to the opposing safe lane. I think here like Clockwork kind of fits in. We've seen that a lot in the NADPC. We see a player just coming in, saying, "Oh, the draft's on. All right.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah."
Oh, the defocus backgrounds. For shame. For shame. You know, nothing can be as bad as what my imagination's going to think of when you use a blurred background, guys. I just want people to know that. I want that to go on record. If you've got a blurred background, I'm immediately thinking there's like waifu pillows back there. There's like tissues. I'm thinking the worst. So just unblur your backgrounds. We don't care about a messy room. But see, look at this guy. Look at this Sanctified. He doesn't give a damn. That's ridiculous over there. It's just a total mess. But he's owning it.
Oh
He's a
my
Chad.
god. Yeah, he's
Wow.
a Chad, and you know what? This opening from C-Dub is pretty Chad-like as well. First phase, Alchemist just feels so obnoxious to deal with. Just with a change to Grievel's Greed being passive, you can go for the hyper-aggressive Alchemist build and going like something like a 3-2 start, like Acid Spray and Unstable, a positive feedback loop of minus armor with a physical output spell with a good stun. So I like this solution coming out from C-Dub. I think the techies is obnoxious to deal with as well, especially as the game scales on. Like this hero with the Ags, it's almost like old techies is back. It's not quite, but you know, the PTSD, the memory starts streaming back in of dealing with old techies, and you see that mind sign and he has the Ags, and you know you're in for a bad game.
Do you think we'll be seeing that?
If the game goes long enough, for sure. In any normal duration game, probably not, to be fair, unless you really pop off on the techies. And that is something that C-Dub can try to do. It is a hero that just kind of goes out really fast. This is something Sanctified has played a few times. So he's very familiar, and I'm pretty sure most techies players have talked to. Like the change in blast off from silence to stun, it's a readjustment period. But all of them just got so giddy at the thought of the Ags. Like all of them were so happy. All of the techies players who talked to are like, yeah, Ags, yeah, I want that every game. I'm betting you right now, Sanctified is just yelling at whoever's going to pick the Alk to buy him Ags first.
Get me Ags.
Nothing else. Ags first on techies. Like that doesn't sound good. At the same time, it sounds pretty damn funny.
Yeah, I've seen a techies kind of do that and then buy a 4-staff and just be like, ha, and then run over and 4-staff, and you're just like, all right. It took like 400 damage from your combo that cost you like 6k to build. Well done.
Worth it. 100% worth it.
I don't think that's the definition of worth it, John.
It's worth it. Especially if the Alchemist is giving you the Ags anyway. You didn't even spend that money and say, yeah, it's worth it.
It's only a carries that money then.
Yeah, exactly it. Another NA team, they've got the Enchantress. We talked about the merits of it and why we expected it to be banned in that first phase. The Slark coming out, it's a pretty stable solution to something like the Alk. Like you can generally build a Scotty down the line to reduce some of the healing, although not an early priority. But you do enjoy matchups against these cores that survive pretty long. So you'll always get some good amount of essence shift stacks in the middle of these fights. And as that levels up, as you inch closer to your talents where the duration increases, the Slark just feels stronger and stronger unless it's completely shut out in lane. So I like this pick from Ant. I think they're also expecting Alchemist offlane, which is fair. I think the Slark matchup against Alch offlane, it's actually not that bad for the Alchemist. Like by level 3, level 4, with your tactics set 2 to 3, that can be pretty aggressive onto the Slark if he's not careful. Like going up to the creep wave is not comfy for a Slark.
Yeah, that's true. But you have the Enchantress to like kind of balance this lane out, right? She's very, very strong in the laning phase. So you have the Slark who can be strong, can be weak, depending on his matchups, and Enchantress to back him up. The Legion coming out for C-Dub here as their third pick. I find that very interesting because typically you don't really want to melee, but I think Legion can maybe trade with Slark. I'm not sure, but probably not Slark and Ench. This pick is interesting to me. I wonder what their thoughts are behind it. Are there thoughts behind it?
Yeah.
Did someone just say I want Legion? That's a question.
I'm wondering what they combined with. It doesn't feel like you have that many things to combine off of the duel just yet. I'm not sure. Like, I don't see a direct reason to pick the LC just yet. It does feel a little bit better, I have to say, with the reworks to the skills, like press the attack, giving you the most move speed, is actually pretty nice, since sometimes you just kind of use that as a dispel to disengage. So having the move speed tied into press the attack is pretty big.
Yeah.
And then having the attack speed tied to your overwhelming odds, it makes sense. That's when you kind of want to go offensive in, and you don't need to hit heroes now as well. So it does feel like the LC is easier to play, but I think the response from Ant is pretty strong. Like Sand King lane into the Alchemist is decent, although I do feel like the first few levels for Alch are actually strong. Like again, first 2-3 levels might be where Sand King kind of struggles, depending on his skill build. You always have the Inkswell combination in hand, at the least, to try to be aggressive. So as you hit 3-4 on your Sand King Grimstroke, that can start to stabilize.
Yeah, those are the kind of key times you need to be looking towards to kind of secure things out. Meanwhile, they're going to go for the Ancient Apparition for the side of C-Dubs. This is something they did before in their series against Tilted Boys, I believe it was. A little bit different draft, but they did have the AA, so this is clearly a lane or kind of pairing, which I think is very strong. Does make sense, you know, you've got the AA Blast into the duel, you know, it kind of checks out. Is it strong enough to kind of worth drafting here? I'm not sure, but I'm excited to find out. I'm not sure how amazing it is versus Sand King and Grimstroke, but it's certainly very, very good versus Enchantress and Slark for the healing stoppage. The hero's just been considered weak for a very long time, though, so let's see if the patch has made it more playable and if this is something which is going to work out for C-Dub. Meanwhile, Grimstroke comes out for Not Another... every time I see them, I say this. Have you ever heard of Not Another teen movie?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think I have.
Every time I see this
get
team name, I always think in my head, Not Another NA team, you know? I always think about that movie and it just gets confused in my head. It's very weird. But anyway, another NA team. We'll see what they're able to do with this Slark. It's definitely still the cornerstone of their draft, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's like a lot of that momentum's tied into your Slark, having a pretty good game. I did just witness a Slark recover after dying in 3 lanes in the Berlin Major. That was 23 Savage on Talon, kind of getting completely shafted in lane. I don't expect that to happen for the Slark in this lane. I think this up against the LC, it's pretty manageable. The combination for C-Dub takes like level 6 to really feel good.
I think we should just explain what the Berlin Major is, people watching as well. It's this little small little event going on right now. It's kind of, you know, taking a backseat, of course, to the NA Div 2. But it is going on, so if you want to support some grassroots stuff, then head over to those channels and check out the Major. But obviously, most of you are going to be, most Dota fans are going to be watching the NA Div 2 tiebreakers. So, yeah, well, stay with us if you want the real Dota rather than some small league stuff, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where the real Dota's played. This is where champions are born.
Yeah, that's it.
The best Dota is bred. NA Div 2. You never know what you're going to get. You know, as Forrest Gump says in his famous film, Forrest Gump.
I love
that's
that
exactly
film.
What he says.
Yeah. Oh, I always wonder why they called it that. That's why? Because that's the guy's name.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know, but apparently Tom Hanks is not
10
Tom Hanks. He's
seconds
actually just
remaining.
Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump.
Just he's been hiding this ever since Forrest Gump.
5 seconds remaining.
It's eponymous.
Forrest Gump. All right. Another NA team. Final pick coming out for them. What is it going to be? I think both teams need mid laners here, actually. Pretty similar across the board, which of course means that most mid laners have been banned out at this point. We're looking at, what are we looking at? Void Spirit's gone.
Storms in the pool. I think a Leshrac for C-Dub is pretty big. So I'm wondering if Ant is considering picking the Lesh just to prevent C-Dub from having some more AoE damage to deal with a Slark and Sand King. I think that's a fairly straightforward solution for C-Dub to just kind of run down and take these team fights early, get that momentum going their way. For Ant, I think the Lesh does fit in fine. I think if you go into a Storm, it's also pretty decent just because you don't have the best lockdown in C-Dub when you look at this. Like, Techies and Ancient Apparition aren't the best stuns. Unstable Concoction is also not reliable against high mobility heroes like that. So I wouldn't mind something like a Storm coming out here
Give
for
me a
RRL if you wanted it.
Zeus. Oh, that's for C-Dub.
There you are. Yeah.
All right, you can
I think
have
for
a big
C-Dub, the
Zeus.
Lesh is still great. Lesh is still great here. Like, AoE damage against Slark. Matchup against Storm's pretty good.
I want to see Puck.
Puck works as well. I think it ties into the
10
team fight
seconds
aspect more. Provides really solid setup for your AA Ice Blast.
That's it. Gives you a nice big target.
Okay,
All
they
right.
go with something else entirely. The Abaddon. What are you running mid?
All right.
What is
so
our hero here?
We're gonna have Isla
For Mark.
playing the Alchemist, which
A
means it's an
mid-elf.
offlane Alchemist. Yep. Mid Legion Commander and the Carrier Baden, and then pause for Techies. So pretty wild coming out from C-Dub here. Pretty interesting. A couple of curveballs being thrown out in the final stage of the draft for these guys. Yeah, not what I expected. Mid Legion versus Storm, though. That can work, right?
I don't think it's that bad a lane. I think the Storm can still poke you hard, but you poke back even harder if the
Yeah.
Storm stays in range when he walks up for the Remnant. Level 3 for Storm's pretty big. Still a double Overlord with Vortex is still pretty nice, but you can kind of sustain through as an LC at the same level. I do like the shift just because you do get the Alchemist offlane to deal with Slark. I think that lane's a lot better in forcing the Slark away from farming and, just threatening with, again, your level 3. Level 4 on Alchemist plus Techies is pretty good. Acid Spray at 2, Unstable at 2. It's a lot of damage for Slark to have to sit there and cop that physical output. So I like the shift overall from C-Dub. It's a little bit more unconventional, but I think it can work. The big question mark for me is how well the Abaddon lane against Sand King is going to be, because I feel like that is still something that you can work out pretty well for Ant to have a good foundation here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure on the matchup, honestly. It's not one I've seen an awful lot. I would imagine theoretically that, I don't know, I think Abaddon should be okay in it. I know melee heroes versus Sand King is typically bad. That said, I haven't really seen much Sand King yet. So, yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, why do you think it goes well for the Sand King?
It's just you can kind of bully down. Like, again, you get your Sandstorm up, you get a Caustic. I think the issue with Sand King is really just his level spikes are weird. Like, by 3 you go 1-1-1. Ideally, just have a little bit more play with a Burst Strike, depending. If you can kind of get away with leaving your Burst Strike value point at 5, it's a little bit better. But sometimes you're just not allowed to. So sometimes the level 3 tends to feel like your spike if you can get like Sandstorm at 2 and then Caustic Finale at 1 level. Like, if you can get away with that no stun build, it's a decent lane. If you don't, then you get some detection lane. Double King can start running down with a curse. You do have some gap placement, at least with feeling on the edge. Like, you can kind of force away. Well, no, actually, you are running with a Grimstroke here for Warden. You do have that threat of Burst Strike and Inkswell. So there is some aggression, but I feel like the Abaddon might be a little bit tanky. But again, it's a little bit back and forth depending on how Ant skills up in lane and how well they manage at least the first 2 waves to get their level 2s here.
All right, we'll see what they are able to do with this lineup. I think overall, when it comes to like the 5-man lineup versus 5-man lineups, I'm kind of favoring I think I do favor C-Dub just a little bit. I don't know. I think this mid Legion is going to thrive. I really like the matchup versus Storm. I don't think Storm's going to suffer, but I don't think the Legion's going to suffer at all. And she could kind of take over this game. You know, we talked about the Ancient Apparition, giving her that global presence. You know, that could just seem pretty sick. And techies as well. If that target's sitting still, then you're going to easily land off your blast off, plus remote mines, or sorry, proximity mines. And that's a lot of DPS. So we'll see what they do. I think this looks pretty good for C-Dub, but either team can really take it. I just think that Ant need to command the lanes quite strong, because if they don't, if you've got an underfarmed Slark and an underfarmed Storm, I'm not really sure they can play the game around a Sand King alone, so we'll see.
Yeah. I do have to say, like, the retune values and overwhelming odds, it makes it so much easier to trade with your moment of courage. And that is maybe a scary proposition here. Once level 2, level 3 comes out for the LC. Like, again, Storm still can go for his 1-1-1 build, but the possibility of Mark tracking you back and healing back to full, it's not a comfy time for the Storm to fully go that aggressive in lane.
Yeah. No, the changes to Legion have been very, very interesting, and I think a lot of people have been viewing her more as a core. I've seen a lot of Legion carries being attempted, so seeing it mid is actually no big surprise to me, to be honest. I think this can work.
Yeah, I think it fits into how you kind of want your mids to go anyway. You kind of want to be more active from that mid position. Are seeing a lot of trades right now up top as everyone kind of dropping low. Sanctified and Argus just already low. Good harassment coming out from Feeling onto our techies early on. Level 1 again for the Alk and techies lane. Probably not the best. Level 2 is when it gets a little bit scarier. Trees your big spike. But they're doing a great job of just mitigating that output from Feeling.
He's got to be careful. He might be going down. Yeah,
okay.
There it is.
All right.
You got to respect the -3 armor there, plus the damage from the acid spray doing enough to finish it off. And Sanctified, he's looking for another. I guess he's sitting and trading for this, but there's a stun now available to level 2 Alk. Jump in. They've got another kill up here at the top of the lane. Oh no, it's so bad. Techies gets a double kill this early on in the game. And that is not how you wanted this top lane to go, that's for sure. But you get that kill, you hit your level 2s, all of a sudden you've got 2 more cooldowns to work with, and things just go horribly, horribly wrong for Ant.
And that's the full ring of health coming out for Isla already. Sure, you're very low HP up top here, but you can just kind of try to... They're trying to greed out and regen through. Sanctified is going to drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find a trade in the end, but a full reset for the techies at that point, you're pretty happy with that. And... I mean, techies is such a weird hero now that he's universal as well. Like, his right-click harass in lane, his base damage is not a joke. His range is still that insanely high range as well for trading. So you do have to watch yourself with just the circlet and a couple of branches. He hits hard.
Damn, yeah, he really does. And that range and attack speed is no joke, as you say. I think, yeah, this was not something which the Enchantress was ready for. And I think they paid a big price for that. But meanwhile, down at bottom, they do get the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. But now Ash could be in some trouble as well. Dub King trying to chase him down. The Warden going in with the blocks, but it's not going to work out. Can he do the damage to finish the kill? Double King trying to run him down, immediately taking off the slope, but realizing that Sand King has just gone a little bit too far away. So it will just be a case of zoning out Ush and Warden for now.
Forces Ush all the way back home. We had a really good lane coming out here for Double King. I expected a little bit more presence coming out from Ush, but he is, again, forced to go Burrow Strike. You've got the Inkswell combination with your Grimstroke. You kind of want to have a way of just chain stunning. At the same time, it impacts how well he can be trying to control that lane, and it hurts quite a fair bit. You are seeing a little bit more coming out from RRL mid, though. Like, Mark isn't able to be as aggressive as I think both of you and I expected, but he's also not completely shoved out of lane. He is behind by a fair amount of creeps, though. It's a decent left start for RL.
Slark stunned up. They can't quite finish the job, though. Sanctified, meanwhile, very low. Can't actually run away from the feeling here, but just guns him down. The Techies gets a kill. The Blood Grenade does finish the job onto the Techies in the end, but definitely feeling not too bad about that on Sanctified. You get yourself a lot of XP, but now I just left in the one-on-one with Isla. Isla, happy to just drop down the acid spray and trade with the Slark. Slark, I think he's overestimating this essence shift there. Needs to pay respect to the acid spray, but now blinks himself away. Maybe he was just baiting the concoction the whole time. Isla turning around, trying to fight with Argius, but the acid spray ends at Argius. He's going to get the kill onto the Alchemist. Man, this game is, this top lane is just going absolutely crazy right now as it does not stop. Techie's trying to finish the job, can't find the right click
Oh my
onto the
God.
Slark. Goes for the A click there just to try and find him through the trees, but that's when the feeling showed, so he just turns around for the auto attack, and that means the kill onto the Slark is gone. And wow, crazy shit. You are down upon him.
They've traded. Oh.
Yep, Frozen on the Sand King. Right clicks coming through from Duster, from Double King. One more hit from each should be required. Yep, Double King's going to take him down with that big old sword of his. That's going to be a kill going their way. And all right, maybe we get a chance. Maybe you get a chance to speak here, John. Use it wisely.
It's just it's too much aggression. I think the one thing for both sides is the side of C-Dub, I still feel like you're happy overall with these trades. Like, it's still enormous amounts of pressure onto Argus, enormous amounts of regen coming out from Feeling to try to sustain that lane. Like that little move coming out from Sanctified earlier, not this move that he tried onto Feeling, but the move he had on Argus. If he waited a second for that Dark Pack to go off first, the self-damage might have been enough for him to find that kill.
Yeah.
Drop him low enough to melt the nuke. Just unfortunate timing on the edge, but Isla's still getting everything he wants in this lane. And you've got the full Vanguard up in your Alk, so you can't even harass him out anymore. Should just be free to just keep farming and again hit those level spikes to further try to run down the Slark. Feeling he's just not been able to really maximize his enchant creeps. Like he's dragging up the mana burn creep now, but just kind of melts. They can't really play off the back of it.
No, they cannot. Yeah, very interesting game so far from both these teams. And we got a little glance in the mid lane of how this has been going. I mean, the problem with Legion is that she does need someone to be attacking her for these moments of courage to be proccing. So she pops the overwhelming odds, then just starts whacking away at the Storm. Storm, though, he just drops a couple of static remnants down. Doesn't need to right-click the Legion is the thing, or doesn't need to right-click it very much. And the creep waves die as well, so they stop kind of focusing.
No.
Bottom lane, that's going to be another kill onto Double King. Great rotation down from the Storm. He hits level 6 from a jungle camp and then TP's bottom. Very nicely done.
That's something I feel like a lot of mids have started to get into a lot more. They're the ones to rotate out of their lane just because the side lanes are way more impactful than the mid right now. So you try to get the action going if no one's
Top
coming down to
lane,
you.
that's going to be a kill onto the Alchemist, but they will also lose the Slark as well, so the support's just going to take over a little bit in the top lane for now.
Yeah. A little bit of a swing around from Warden here, but no one to really play off of with. So you're kind of stable. A 5-6 start, lots of back and forths early on. You can see every time Osh is left alone, though, he just gets run down by Double King.
The Warden?
Going for the 0-2-2.
Oh, he is going to be able to just about catch the AA inside that Inkswell. Now just TPing himself away. Very nicely done from the Grimstroke. That's going to get him back to the fountain and let himself heal up.
Just trying to get some aggression on, get some spacing going. Double King still farming fairly well, despite that earlier death here. So going to be able to hit that timing for the Radiants in a pretty good point. Not quite number one in that word, though. Still lagging a little bit behind, but not under complete pressure. You're still having this great start from Mark and Isla, although given that is an Alchemist, so you do expect that strong start. I think the launching point for Ant is really going to be RRL. Like, his rotation was big. He doesn't have rune control, which feels pretty bad in the Storm. But as long as he keeps finding these openings for his team, starts punishing C-Dub for maybe having a little bit less in terms of jump themselves early on, and then they can just keep finding these opportunities for themselves. Because when it comes to C-Dub, like, how do you start fights with C-Dub right now? It's gonna be Mark's Blink, and that's still a ways off.
Yeah, that's a long time coming, and I'm not sure they can wait that long, but they're gonna have to, really. Especially in the top lane. Oh, mid, they're going to RRL. He managed to get the illusion rune. They're gonna get it out. No, it's not. The techie still blows him up regardless. The sticky bomb does the work and kills off the Storm. Huge kill in the middle lane. Sure, no duel, but who really cares when you get the Storm kill regardless?
Yeah, you're more than happy. Again, kind of equalizing after that strong start we've seen from RRL. You do leave top alone, but look at the damage onto Argus.
Yeah.
Has to pop Shadow Dance.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I was questioning about Sanctified getting the Wisdom Rune, to be honest. I kind of felt like they maybe need to give it to the A, because that level 6 is so important, but They get the kill, which makes it all worthwhile. Meanwhile, RGS are trying to go on him once his ulti is down, but RRL's made the rotation in again. Isla's getting kind of low here. Do they finish him off? There was a question. Mark comes in from the sidelines, trying to help out. Let's look at the Enchanter just going for the kill onto the Alchemist. Not going to find it, though, as RRL jumps Duster on the backlines. Is going to find that kill. Moves across towards Isla as well. Isla, is he going to die? Sacrifice jumps in, trying to save the day. The rocket's upon him once again, and that's going to blow him up and get the kill into the Storm. He bites off more than he can chew. Meanwhile, on the front lines, they did lose the Legion Commander, so both mid laners will drop. But overall, a slight win there for the side of Ant.
Yeah, you trade a little bit better coming out. You managed to protect Argus from this aggression coming up top. At the same time for C-Dub, Isla's still farming. Even with that aggression down there, you're getting some free space for Double King as well to just kind of harass. And again, the moment the Sand King kind of shows its vulnerability, very easy for Double King to run down with a curse. He does have the Vanguard of his own now in Ush, so killing the Sand King's a little bit tougher. At the same time, you're not going to be stopping Double King. Like, this is still a pretty free lane for the Abaddon in comparison to our lane here for the Slark. Argus is, again, up there in net worth, but the pressure is stopping him from realizing his full potential just yet.
Big jump in on the Legion Commander. That's going to be Mark dead once again. Warden going to claim that kill. That is a pretty big lack of momentum. And now top lane, Isla's going to fall as well. Oh dear. And suddenly just hit a ridiculous timing. I mean, this Legion Commander's just fallen off the face of the earth now. She really wanted to get a blink up around like the 11, 12 minute. That's ideal for the Legion. And now, well, yeah, not looking at it until like 13, 14. If she stops dying, that is. Those deaths are so impactful to their entire game plan. You were talking about it before.
Yeah. And they need that blink. Like, that's their jump. Like, I don't know if you'd consider Blast Off as jump, really. I mean, it can count, but your follow-through's still not there, so you still need a blink anyway.
I mean, look at the calls they're playing against. Like, it's not going to cut it, is it?
No. It's certainly not. Like, the Slark's super slippery, the Storm's super slippery, which is why this was a great last pick for Ant. Like, your supports really don't do much to stop these highly mobile heroes until you get blinks. So it's going to be Mark's blink. Secondary blink's probably just going to be Isla's on this Alchemist, so you can just kind of jump up, Unstable Concoction, follow up. Can feel pretty nice, and he is farming a lot faster by nature of being an Alchemist, so you will have his blink up soon. Whether or not he goes for these early fights is another question, because I don't think he has the output to do enough by himself or even with a couple of supports just yet.
You were talking about slippery fish on this Slark. Another cool animal fact is that some fish do cover themselves in mucus, but Argus is covering someone else in mucus. He spits all over Duster here in the top lane. Very, very rude. Now look towards Isla as well. Oh, look at this. The Centaur coming in. He's got the stomp available as well. The follow-up stun is there. Man stunned for a decade and a half. Now the Slark jumps in as well. RL going to join him for this fight. 4 heroes just converge on the Alchemist location. And a tip as well. Oh, they're really rubbing it in right now.
Yeah, they're making the pain happen for Isla. He's just not cut a break. So much aggression up top. And they're doing a great job of just stalling this Alc from being really uncontrollable. And he does still get his blink out before dying. So again, you have some form of jump. The LC blink is a bigger thing, but Mark is also inching towards that timing fairly well. So you have some play coming out here for the side of C-Dub. I think the hurting point is still Duster being stuck at level 4. He'll hit 5 soon and please to creep, but yeah, that Ice Blast feels so pivotal for the side of C-Dub. This is just something that happens when you don't win your lanes that hard. When you don't get your Wisdom Runes, supports do suffer. They get suffocated quite hard.
Yeah. Let's see. It's going to be C-Dub's turn to try and make an aggressive rotation. Ush does sense something's wrong, but maybe a little bit too late. Stunned up, locked down. He does get the burst strike off. Can they close the gap on him, though? The cold feet does land, and this should be the death of Ush. But he's lasting a surprisingly long time, but they won't be able to come in and save him. And the tip comes back the other way. Was that why they ganked him, I wonder? Oh, RRL immediately targeting the A in the backlines, going for the easy target. The shield will not be enough to save the Ancient Apparition. They'll turn over, stun up the Storm Spirit. Storm, still plenty of mana to work with, though, so he can get himself away. Mark trying to hop himself in for a duel. I'm amazed he's going for this play, though, at the moment, considering he's just about got his Blink Dagger on the way. Could have just waited just a little biggity bit, but alas, he'll back himself out. Get the Blink Dagger, maybe look for some counter initiation, but they're kind of low on resources. I mean, the Techies doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank, so would really like to just see C-Dub make the reset happen here. You got the kill, you didn't get punished. But this is too tempting. This is
RL?
way too tempting coming out from them. The overwhelming odds is in and the damage is there. What was that? I mean, they weren't ready for the blink. What a reveal. And now the tips are coming out thick and fast onto Ush. you gotta expect it, man. You draw the first stone, you know, they're gonna come back 100 the way off you.
They give the tips out. You have to dish them back. And if you can't take the tips, don't dish them out. Ush. He's feeling the full brunt of it now, and this does feel like a good swing back from C-Dub, right? We were talking about these double blinks being really impactful. Mark already showing it off in a massive way. RRL just re-engaging. I'm pretty confident in that storm, but doesn't respect that potential. And now the side of C-Dub, they're going again, going for a smoke play. They've got that Ice Blast ready on Duster. So if they do get the hold, the burst play, it shouldn't take too long.
No, you should not. Mark with the Invis rune as well, so let's see what setup they can make. Oh, okay. Pigeon just tells to be seen. Thank you very much. Enchantress. Oh, Enchantress has 2 creeps because of the shovel. Nice. Is asking for it here a little bit. Oh, uses the Wild Wing Ripper to get herself back. Not enough to get her to safety though, and yeah, Mark was still able to deal the damage. So. Gotta be honest, you know, the blink was slow, but Mark, he regains his momentum. He gets a blink dagger, spends a few minutes farming, gets it at the 13 minutes mark, like I said, and now is able to come out with a blink and find some big plays.
Yeah, he's got the room to grow into that BKB now. It's going to be hard to just pin down at LC in the middle of these fights, and I like the aggressive farming position Isla's taking, just finding these opposite side stacks, although...
Yeah, a little bit of a play here, RL. Nice little dodge. Still actually does get caught by the frostbite, so not that nice of a dodge. And they just want to protect their triangle for the time being, or their biangle, or their right side high ground, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Still think it's a decent enough, almost triangular shape.
No, it's not a triangle.
Oh, mid?
Yeah, Sand King. I mean, there's no duel coming out as a Sand King because of that Inkswell coming through. They knew he wouldn't get the kill, so didn't bother to go for it, which I do find a little surprising. Might have been able to secure the kill. Maybe not, though. Mark made the judgment call, and we just have to live with that. Meanwhile, Abaddon's got a Radiance.
Yeah, he's up and running. The Abaddon core is ready to go. Radiance Burn going to feel pretty damn good up against that Slark. Even up against something like the Sand King, if he wants to kind of blink out, it's going to be a lot tougher for him. So I like this. You've gotten free reign for Double King to just play in this top area uncontested with all the action going across the map. And he's managed to catch up. Number 2 in net worth, right behind Argus, who has been doing a really good job on the Slark to just scale up now as well with the Yoka Saber up and running. Side of C-Dub though, still looking for smoking here.
Yeah, feeling going to be the easy pick-off here, although is it? I mean, there's a big ulti coming in the backlines. They've already taken down Duster, and Counterspite is going to go the same way as well. Mark, he's not going to get out of this. That's another kill going there. I mean, this is going to be maybe 4. Double King, he's going to survive a while with a borrowed time, but I mean, I'm just going to sit there just stealing his stats. Nom nom, give me all these stats, give me them stacks. Oh yeah, he loves it. And now it's going to be Double King going down. That makes it 4 heroes dead on the side of C-Dub. They go for the invasion, and it just gets countered so freaking hard.
Yeah, they didn't grab the dual target they want, and they go for a feeling on the Ench. Where they've found the most success is pinning down that Storm. Again, their hold is not amazing to deal with RRL when he still has mana. So you are relying on the duel almost to just give you that opportunity to jump RRL instead. He has free reign to jump the back line, instantly burst down Duster, clean up the rest of the supports, and just go from there. Like, it's a tough one for C-Dub. You have to jump the Storm. 4K lead coming out from Ant off the back of that fight. Every single time you take these fights as well, you're giving permanent Agi out to Argus. 8 up now on the Slark. He's got the Ags up now as well. Even more mobility on hand. That slippery fish is just extra slippery now. Lots of mucus on hand.
So much mucus. Oh, you are listening. Oh.
Yes, of course.
You know my animal facts. We learn about swans. Now we're learning about fish. Who knows what's going to come up next? Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I have anything about ants, unfortunately.
That's all right. Ants are annoying.
Yeah.
I hate ants. Like they get everywhere.
I know that they can carry, like, I think it's 7 times their own body weight? Something like that. It's a lot. They're pretty swole. Just like me, really. I can do
exactly.
that too.
I see the similarities. You're right in that logo of Ant right now.
Pretty much. Yeah, we're Kindred Spirits. Storm trying to make a jump at mid, but doesn't quite manage it. But is it a bait? The immediate smoke up. Cedar are like, haha, we avoided the gank. Now we can relax. But that's exactly what Ant won. Let's see. Movement round, long rotation. I mean, you can see what they want from this. They want the middle tower. But are they going to get it? This is tense. This is really tense.
Yeah, I mean, showing Argus kind of tells you that it's bait.
Yeah, he's not going to show mid if there's no one around him. And you can see even the pings out coming out from Isla. He's like, guys, are they really going to be doing this alone? No. I know how Sanking players function. They love stairs. They love just sitting upstairs. Anytime they can get vision over you when you can't see them, which means they can set up for their ultimate, is a Sanking dream.
Now it's the side of C-Dub that can get a bit of a push going themselves. Fortify forced out, Double King just taking point. Gotta love the fact that that doesn't waste your ult anymore. I remember a time when it did.
Absolutely. Double King taking a little bit of harrying here, a little bit of harassment, but nothing major. But now this is major. Big initiation coming in. I mean, big spells all landing. It is going to be the Sand King who goes down. The A-Blast really doing the work here on this engagement. Arch to full, so does Isla. Both offlaners have gone down, and now they're looking for a little bit of re-engagement here as the Storm jumps in, just annihilates Duster. Now moves across towards Sanctified as well. He has got a shield and an invis on top of him, meaning he's a pretty tricky target as the duel comes in. They manage to catch out the Storm. That's pretty big mark, though. He's pretty damn low. He needs to get away from the Warden. The two supports just kind of try and bring him down, and they will be able to do exactly that. Double King, meanwhile, has no ultimate to play with, but do they have enough damage to even pop it on the side of Arm? That is a question, and the answer seems to be no, but Slug back in on the backlines. That A-Blast has finally run off him, meaning that he can find a jump into the fight, but doesn't have the ultimate. If he does go down, and he will, underestimating the techies, Isla's going to pick up another kill here, and now the tips come flowing out the side of C-Dub as they take the win.
A massive win. It looked like such an awkward fight to get off, but managed to get it work again. They find the angle to duel up RRL. That's all you need. To survive through the onslaught, lock down the Storm, and everyone else is manageable from there. You kind of have to ignore the Slark, which they did do. They ignored Argus for as long as they can, chase down everyone else, and then just re-engage. Like, RRL is your big issue. And until that BKB's up, he is susceptible to this.
Yeah, I think one of the issues there was that the Slark was really engaged in like the very first fight. And that means that he got very, very low, and he had the A-Blast on him as well, which meant that the regen wasn't possible. So he just had to sit around on the back lines of the fight and wait for the Ice Blast debuff to wear off him, which took a while. So he couldn't come back into the fight until that happened, which meant they basically were able to fight without the Slug. Even though they didn't kill him in the initial jump, they basically got 2 in that initial jump. And I think that's a lesson. Like, Ant are kind of overestimating their own initiation and team fight, I believe. Because it is good, but it's also very good on the side of C-Dub.
Yeah, and you're starting to get more magical protection coming in, like a couple of glimmers up, preventing that burst from coming through with your Sand King and your Grandma.
Oh, the jump forward decides to go for the Enchantress in the end. Ice Blast once again connecting on RGS, meaning he's probably just going to back himself away from this one. But is he going to be allowed to do that? Sanctified's on top of him, just dropping mines left, right, and center. Won't be able to catch the Slark with those, though, which means RGS, is it enough damage? In comes the Sand King trying to help out as well. They will get their Slark to safety. The slippery little fish does mucus his way out of that one.
Way too much mucus. You even have the Crimson Guard coming out here from Osh just to provide a little bit more protection. And if they do manage to at least get a duel win, you're more than happy. 102 damage up on Mark now. So he's looking extra strong on that LC. He did have to pop his BKB charge a little bit early, a little bit preemptive. If they caught the Slark in the duel, it might have been a different story entirely for Argus. A solid shot from the Ice Blast, much more manageable to kind of just keep that Slark chained up, prevent the mucus from being an issue. But a good lead coming out from C-Dub now. Like Double King up there, number 1 in that fort, going for the Manta style. The illusions to split push and farm is going to be pretty annoying to deal with. And just going for the Harpoon afterwards, which I enjoy seeing Harpoon. I think this item is completely dumb. I honestly feel like the animation is so confusing because you can barely see the Harpoon line.
Yeah, it's just like a little
I feel like
chain.
It has to show up bigger. Yeah, you're like, oh, why am I walking back? I'm not that dumb. You're like, oh, it's the Harpoon. Yeah.
Fingers, what are you doing? My brain was telling you to do something. Never mind, it's a Harpoon.
Yeah, just it's frustrating. It's like OD Shard and Ags. The old OD Shard and Ags. That was like it's rage-inducing. Like, I'm about to kill this guy. Oh, I can see him walking. He's taunting me. He's taunting me. Then he blinks out. It's like, oh god, I hate this game.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, they'll be seeing that one, which is always exciting. Big fan. I thought of an ant fact, but I think it might be bees actually. Either ants or bees.
Bees?
One of them. Yeah, one of them. Whenever they're about to die, very morbid facts today. I'm sorry. Whenever they're about to die, they leave the nest and go die outside, so they don't like rot in the nest. And I think it's bees because they can't carry the body of another bee. But ants definitely can, as we established earlier. So.
Oh, that is interesting. I didn't know that about bees. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel like I've been enriched.
Yeah.
I feel like I can finally commit to watching the Bee movie, knowing such key facts, some key bee lore.
Yep.
To go into the Bee movie.
But
Here.
don't get too into bees and do what the woman in the Bee movie did.
It's
Don't do
just
that.
weird. I do not understand half of why the things that happen in the Bee movie happen. I mean, I get that you're supposed to
important social
suspend your
commentary.
disbelief, but I suppose about bees and honey.
Very important.
I guess.
Mark farming up.
That's an
here.
early
They're going on
eggs.
it though. Big jump in from RRL. They're committing everything onto the Legion Commander, but she's got the BKB, so she's gonna be able to just walk it off. Just still chasing, but that's a pause. Bug. No, that's an ant.
I mean, an ant is technically. Is it a bug?
Yeah.
Is there a dividing line with ants and other bugs?
Bug is just a colloquial term for insects in general, right?
Yeah. So an ant is an insect,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
I know there's like a trick question with one of those things. All right.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Cool.
some people are like, oh, arachnids aren't insects, but they are.
Yeah.
People get worried
Yeah.
about
See,
that
yeah,
stuff.
that's the one thing. Yeah, that's like, all right, sure. Let me know what you feel about spiders when it's right next to you, if you'll call it a bug or not.
Yeah.
Wake up in Australia. Have fun with that.
Yeah. And the bugs will kill you. Is a scorpion a
No,
bug?
they're not
There we
bugs.
go. That's a question. Is a scorpion a bug?
I'd say yes still.
Oh, yes.
You know, maybe scientifically they're not, but let's see. There's a mouse bug.
Okay.
See, no, the mice are
Mice
not
are
bugs.
Yeah, Dust is confused. He's making a suggestion. I respect him for trying to get involved, you know? Arduous. Trying to find Sanctified. Oh, they do actually have the Dust here, but this feels like a huge overextension from the side of Anne. Let's see if they do get punished for it as the Ice Blast just comes down. Only onto Ush, but it is going to allow them to set up for the duel. Do they have the damage? That is a question. The BKB is no longer available from Mark, and Mark is actually not going to get the duel. Being on the backlines, though, RRL is actually just getting run down by Zal, Double King, and by Isla, but Mark's the one to die, and RRL does not. I'll move towards Double King as well. No more ulti available on this Abaddon, but he does have the Mantle, which he now tries and uses to surprise the Slug. It's not going to be surprising enough. It is. They bring him down. The shield does the damage. Ush might be in some trouble as well. So he's just trying to hide inside his invisibility, but they've got the vision down. There's a sentry on the high ground. Ush, he tries to do it, but Burrow strikes into his own demise. And that is going to be that. Yep. It's a close fight, honestly. It's a very close fight, but in the end, C-Dub, they do take the win there.
They do.
Narrowly.
Again, I'm a bit shocked that Warden already has the Ags up on this Grimstroke. I don't think we saw any illusion come out in the last fight, but this is a really early pickup on the Grimstroke. Not having any protective items, like in comparison, the Glimmer Capes have been saving so much on C-Dub. Like that Glimmer Cape saved Double King in that last re-engage. Just no damage from Sand King. This here is just so strange. It just feels like Epicenter doesn't do much once you've got some magical resist or even just magical barriers up. You just don't burst heroes down, and if you can't burst them down, well, there are better heroes for sustain up front too. Like Sand King's not the best Crimson Guard carrier in the game for sure.
Oh no, Sand King once again on the receiving end of the C-Dub aggression, and I'm expecting some tips. There we go. There's one. Just the one. Dude, this guy wants some treasures, I think. I think he's blown all his shards on some nice lovely sets. And now it's like, oh crap, I need to refill the bank. I'll just tip C-Dub some. And then every time they kill me, I'll get a big refund.
Yeah, I'll just get free shards. Then I'm the actual winner in this match. No, regardless of results, I got my shard points.
Yep.
That's all I need. As they're rotating up here.
By the way, there's something very important which the Observer was trying to highlight for us, but we were just memeing over. There is a dark portrait picked up on the Warden. He literally just rushed it.
I did mention.
Oh,
like,
he did?
I
Okay,
don't
my
know
bad.
why he did. I don't know why he would. Like, compared to the supports in C-Dub, like, they've had the Glimmer Cape up on both supports.
Dust a run.
Like, that's enough to mitigate the damage. Oh my god.
He almost died for that shard.
Oh, he got the shard, though. He got it. He's fine. He's good.
Worth.
It's worth it. Oh, man. I've seen so many of my support players die like that. Not me, fortunately. But I've seen my friends kind of just stand there while it's being taken. Like, why are you still there? Maybe back off a little bit, you know? Don't die.
People are still struggling to figure out the mechanics, and like it's literally just like if you're carrying your mid laner or taking it, that's fine. They can probably do it. They'll get hurt a lot. If there's 3 people taking it, the third person's probably gonna die. But if all 5 of you are taking it, it's absolutely fine, right? That's kind of the laws of the Tormentor.
Yeah. Speaking of, like, there is a little bit of cheese you can do with the techies. And while the Tormentor's down, just minefield the entire place up, prox mines it, and it spawns, it's dead. No one dies. Easy.
Does the techies
you have to invest
instantly
a
die on
lot.
that, or does it not reflect the
No,
damage?
you're out of range. You're out of
that's
range
lame.
for the reflect.
I feel like the techies should just die for that. Like, I don't really care about the mechanics. I just feel like if the game registers that that's happening,
Conceptually, yes.
yeah, Tank just immediately
He
drops
should be
dead.
tormented.
Yeah.
That should be what happens, but we'll see if that's rectified in game to keep consistent lore down the line. Smoke out from Ant here.
Yep, we'll see what they're able to catch here as they wrap around on C-Dub. Oh, there's that illusion. Look at it go. Oh, it's dead. All right. I was hyped. I was ready for it. But now it's on cooldown for 35 seconds.
Top tower is under attack.
Maybe they can throw another one when the next towers gets sieged by C-Dub.
Top tower has fallen.
But yeah, they're kind of owning the map right now.
Yeah,
Dire
they've got
Tormentor's up,
complete
by the
control.
way. Meaning they never took it at 20 minutes. Kind of sloppy.
I don't think they've had room to. I think they've been really focused on trying to dip outside the map. It doesn't feel like you have the highest priority shards on hand. Regardless, you already have your shard up on Warden. The shard on Feeling isn't the biggest deal. I guess the multiple creeps, it's kind of nice. Not amazing. And Sand King shards is like, all right, sure. Just farm a little bit more, I guess. It's not high priority. I don't think you're missing out on too much, despite you missing out on economy of it.
And doing a little bit of wraparound maneuver onto C-Dub here as they jump the backlines. Once again, they want to bring down that AA. Does get off the blast, but she does end up dying, so I don't think he triggered it in time. Oh, yeah, he did. It is affected by the Slark, but Slark not really taking any damage in the first place, but he has used everything and not really gotten anything for it. So now C-Dub, they kind of need to go and chase here. They won't be doing so, though. Strange buyback.
Yeah.
They don't have
Maybe
much
just-
catch, I suppose.
I think setting up.
Yeah.
And also setting up for Roche. Like, they want to take the Roche, they want
I
all the bodies
see.
here.
Yeah.
Just re-engage into Roshan, they know the side of Ant will back off. The sillier thing would be to give the Aegis to Duster because he bought back. I doubt you do that. I don't think you're that crazy in C-Dub. Not yet. Not losing their minds yet.
Nope, not quite. Shame.
Would have been pretty funny.
It would be. Well, Roshan's going to go down. Double King is going to get himself an 8. Wow, they give it to Double King and not the Legion. Interesting.
Tower is under attack.
At this round, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave it to Duster because he's just getting launched at every fight.
Yeah, again, he bought back, right?
Yep.
You'd give it to the hero with no buyback. That would be Duster. And probably not a smart investment, but would, again, theoretically be a very funny thing to justify that way. So, I think it makes sense in Double King for the fact that if he loses borrowed time, he could probably stall out long enough in his like full HP life that he could have it back up cooldown, or at least close to being off cooldown once he resurrects and with the Aegis, and stall out long enough to just have borrowed time again. They'll go for a nice easy take on the Tormentor themselves. They get the LC shards up and running.
That's
So that's a pretty
really
big one
bad,
for
yeah.
free. That because of what you can do and you can use your overwhelming odds in duel now. You can just time it. You get free armor
Yep.
in these fights. It's massive.
Yep. This is, yeah, it's a really nice shot from Legion Commander. Absolutely. And, yeah, I'm super worried for Ant. Like, why didn't they take the Tormentor earlier? Why did they just run into this fight? Why every time they fight, they just use every spell they have trying to get one kill? It's just not really adding up for me at the moment.
Yeah, it's really not. I think the execution's just been a little bit flat coming out from Ant. Also, I will have to say, I saw someone compare Sand King Ags to Torrent Storm, but like worse. And I understand the comparison. Like, at first when I saw this axe, wow, it's cool, it looks so fun. Then you actually use it in practice, you're like, okay, that range is pathetic. That search radius, 65 radius is pretty terrible. Like, so it's just basically a really bad Torrent Storm.
It's a more intense Torrent Storm, I'd say. Like, when you're actually in the radius, you probably are going to get stunned. But yeah, like, it definitely pales in comparison to Torrent Storm.
The most efficient way to use the Ags is to leave Sandstorm at 1 for the smaller radius, so you have more chances to multi-stun.
Oh, no, that's next level.
No one would leave Sandstorm at level 1, though. That's just...
Yeah, the 40-second cooldown.
That's just not the play.
Probably that makes that not worth, but cool concept.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of solving a problem, but probably...
Dude.
The solution's probably worse than the problem itself.
They should make it so that the Aghanims also allows you to expand or retract Sandstorm as much as you want. Whoa.
Oh, that would be an interesting
Imagine.
one. Like a smaller Sandstorm for more damage?
Yeah.
That sounds cool.
Or a larger one. Cover the entire map, but you have like a 0.01% to stun anyone.
That is conceptually cool. I'd take that.
All right. Get Valve on the phone. I mean, they already took my Mega Meepo ideas, so they can take another one.
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
I'm down for
One
it.
more for the road.
I also came up with a Witch Doctor idea a long time ago as well, so I'm pretty much Ice Frog. I'm going to give it away. I'm Ice Frog.
Damn.
That's it.
All this time. It's just been here.
Right under your noses.
Among us.
You fools. Double King. Maybe in some trouble, but Manta comes out, and they don't really have the follow-up here for Rush. But wow, big jump on the backlines here. They want to try and catch out the Grimstroke, and they've done exactly that. So that'll be the first kill of the fight, going on to the Warden. Warden, no buyback as well. RGS though starting to do some real damage to the Legion Commander as he just stacks up those stacks. But now he's outside of the BKB, and he is in a bit of trouble. But this time he saved the ultimate until afterwards, so he can keep on going, and Mark is going to fall. Ush, meanwhile, in the middle of everything, did get off that ultimate, but didn't really seem to do any damage with it. Now just gets shot down, C-Dub. They are going to trade 2 for 2, but I'd say a slight favor. Oh, never mind. It might be another one dying here. RL jumping in, trying to save the life of his Horn, but Enchantress goes down. Buyback again. But C-Dub, look at their health. They're such healthy guys. They're not bothered at all. They can just keep on sieging. RGS comes back in. I mean, he's got the stacks, but he doesn't have the survivability, so can't really stick around. Has that axe just to weave in and out of the fight. Another jump in from the Storm, trying to get the backlines, trying to find the techies. Meanwhile, Slug jumping in, collecting a few more stacks, jumping away again. Can't really commit to this fight right now. C-Dub on the retreat. Do they have the catch on the side of Ant? Oh, nice little blink away. RGS,
Oh my-
he's got to be careful. Actually, no, he has the ultimate, so he doesn't have to be careful. He can chase on Double King here a little bit, but Double King starts the Aegis. Not an ideal target at all. Moves across the Sanctified. Instead, the Storm jumps in. He's stunned immediately. The immediate turnaround.
Oh my God.
Succinctness is so strong on the side of C-Dub, and now they look towards RGS as well. Again, though, has the shard to hang around inside off, and now he's got one more jump. He needs to pounce away, and will do exactly that. Meanwhile, C-Dub, they look around, they'll find the Warden, just hack down this poor old Grimstroke once again. Does he turn around and get anything off? No, he does not. He's silenced up and taken down, and that might be the end of the game. What can they...
Oh, no, Arcus.
okay, that is the end of the game. Do they have the damage? Oh, they don't. That's very surprising. And now Aghanims runs out. Hold the phone. We might have the possibility of a defense here from Ant, but all 5 heroes are actually back up on C-Dub and all back in the fight. This has lasted so dang long.
Yeah.
Questionable Ice Blast.
Don't.
Oh my god. The shields, the press the attacks, like it's so annoying. They cannot stop them. RGS, once again, the only player seemingly on the side of Annie could do anything, but now Ash jumps in along with RL. Nice little combination here. Stun onto 3. Duster, will he actually go down again? The heals just coming out thick and fast on CA. Can they finally finish the job? But they've committed so much for it. The Storm's going to die. And Duster with the inevitable tips coming down onto him. They're going to run down Usher as well. Nobody can escape. Nobody can get out. Oh my god, the Storm used everything to kill that Ancient Apparition.
That's the only kill they're finding.
Oh,
Another one here from Mark.
No, not the Slark. Slark, he has got himself that Depth Shroud. Is just going to sit inside the cloud and stun himself up. Nope, that's actually managed to throw it off regardless. And Slark, he's going to die as well. Boom! The Sanctified gets on top of him.
Oh man, this is just so messy. I mean, they respawn so fast that C-Dub can't go for more objectives. I will say, going into this game now, it's going to be a nightmare. Sanctified has his Ags money. The minefield sign is ready to be out.
It's actually
Man,
so
these
annoying
fights.
for Slark. Like, Slark can't pounce on that. He will just explode.
No, he can't. He will just die. Love this pickup. the side of Ant are doing a decent job, but I think the big issue there was like it's a bit weird for C-Dub where like you don't even need to use Aegis. You only had to use one bar at a time. You're still fully set for Double King, so you just go back high ground. And that was probably the ideal Slark fight because you had like, what, 30 stacks without your level 25 talent with the Essence Shift duration? So you had a massive amount of stacks at this point. It's just not enough.
Oh, stun. AA Blast follow through onto Ush. Ush, is the damage there? They have managed to get off that Inkswell upon him. Is it going to make a difference to the fight, though? It actually got purged off at the very end, so didn't end up stunning them now. The duel comes out onto RRL. Do they have the follow-up, though? No, they do not. So a lot kind of missing a little bit off the mark here from C-Dub. But again, these long fights. Oh, Sanctified with the ultimate. RGS trying to fight into it. He has got the BKB. Is that doing damage through it regardless? I don't know. He's taking damage from something, but he's going to have to back himself away. They will jump in, get the kill into Duster, but once again, Storm trades his life for the AA, and finally it'll come. The GG is there, and they get stomped out. He's did 1,000 total damage to Enchantress. Thanks, Duster.
Yeah, they're giving shout-outs to Ush as well, the target of their tips. What a game coming out from C-Dub, and we talked about the history of these teams in here as well, right, where we talked about C-Dub having that strong 2-0 up against the side of Ant last time around. They're looking to still be in fine form. We talked about the comparisons of these teams, where C-Dub looked like a more aggressive team from what we've seen, even just from the stats. And it does show up here. Like, they have a rougher time up top. Isla was kind of getting shut down, but the moment they managed to hit these blink timings on the ALK and the LC, that's where the game turns around. You get the control off to hold down RRL. You manage to just run down, keep the Storm pinned, everything's solved after that.
Yeah, exactly. And he dived in so much. I mean, honestly, it was the saves. Like, the saves were absolutely crazy. Every single time, like, they were making sure that they use those abilities on their support, which you wouldn't really expect. Like, you know, a lot of the times you just go, screw it, it's only Duster, you know, we're just going to use our shields and our pressy attacks on ourselves. But now they realize that if they just keep Duster alive, then the Storm has to expend more and more and more resources to finish off the kill. And that just gets him killed every single fight. 4 and 7 he was.
Yeah, he just had to commit so much from RRL to keep jumping in. Like, at first it looked pretty good because he was finding these pickoffs across the map. He was going up top. He was making a lot of plays happen down bot. But once the hold came out for RRL, like, it ended up being him as the only jump in, right? Like, because Ush, his damage output started to really dip down once we saw a lot of defensive items come out, like the pipe up along with the double Glimmer Capes. Again, going back to the build-up of Warden, going for the early Ags instead of any utility on the Grimstroke. Like, sure, the Abaddon illusion is pretty strong on paper. Like, the right clicks a Abaddon Dark Portrait can do is massive, but were you really looking for more damage in this? It doesn't feel like they needed it. It felt like they just needed more ways to sustain. They didn't have that. And you had the aura plays coming out from Ush, but you didn't really have 4 staves up. You didn't have any Glimmer Cape in those early fights. You did eventually find it, but really late in. And I think for Ant, the main thing to look back into that game is like this itemization. I think it really did cost them quite a fair bit after a pretty solid start. Like, once C-Dub started to show up with their own durability, it became so hard to manage.
Yeah. I mean, it's very complicated, you know, because I'm imagining the conversation was something along the lines of like, oh yeah, we need damage because we're not going to beat them in a sustain race. They have Alchemist, Legion, Abaddon. So I suppose that was a thinking behind that, but like at the same time, I don't know how you're going to out-damage that either. I feel like they were just kind of stuck. Was this a draft issue in the end?
I wouldn't say it was necessarily a draft issue. I feel like the AA pick was perfect though from the side of C-Dub, but I think there was maybe just execution felt a little bit flat from Ant and they got punished. I mean, for C-Dub, spectacular performances from every player. I have to say Sanctified looked amazing in the techies. Like his angling in, the way he played that lane.
No.
And the fact that people forget this guy is they forget he's a universal hero now. His right clicks. Remember before, I think his right clicks before the patch were like 42 to 47. I mean, he starts at almost like 58 now with his range. Like, that is actually busted for a hero to have that much damage with that much range as a support. And then you start with like wand or like triple branches to circlet tangos. It's kind of nuts. that the techies can do that much without casting a spell.
They ring me up.
And he had really great use of his spells as well.
They ring me up. They say, "Hey, Nomad, do you want to cast some NA Div 2?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And they're like, "It'll be really fun. It's going to be great." And then we get a techies MVP. I mean, I'm sorry, this is disgusting. This is gross. But yeah, no, Sanctified did play a beautiful game. That top lane just went way better than it should have done for the side of Seed Up. That was ridiculous. And just in general, some nice plays. I mean, he was 10-4. He had the most kills in the game on the techies. So pretty amazing. The Ags at the end, big meme, but also very funny to just them absolutely annihilate the techies who, annihilated the Enchantress. Feeling, make sure you read some patch notes, I guess. Don't run around to the minefield sign. But yeah, there's too many to read sometimes. But all the same, that is going to be the first game going the way of CW Esports. We'll see if they can make this another clean 2-0, such as the last time they played each other. We'll find out after this short break.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Thanks for that.
Good morning, good evening, good whatever the hell it is for you right now, and welcome to the NA. I forgot where we were for a minute there, John. It's the NA Division 2, and how could I forget? It's been the most NA series we've ever had so far. There's been chat, there's been tipping, there's been trash talking. It's really delivering everything I wanted from this series, honestly.
Yeah, and it's been a really amazing game one. A lot of back and forths. We had a lot of lobby chatter coming out there as well, where I believe it was C-Dub just volunteering that every production was ready. They just kind of wanted to jump in the game. And the funny thing is, we launch into the game and now we're back to the lobby because of some issues. So we have to wait a little bit there before the draft comes up. But game one, a spectacular showing from C-Dub. I think Ant did have a timing. Ant had a really good point in the middle of the game when RRL was just allowed to play the game he wanted to. But again, once he had the blink solutions up there for C-Dub, it became a lot more manageable to keep that storm pinned down. And Sand King is a hero. It still doesn't do that much damage. It's still a little bit iffy scaling up.
Yeah, that does seem to be the issue. Like, I mean, he did die quite a lot. Like, you know, we talked a little bit about the Legion's momentum being broken, but the Sand King's momentum was absolutely broken as well. And I think this hero really needs like an XP advantage. You want to hit your 12 as quickly as possible when your ulti actually gets a bit of damage behind it. And maybe then you can turn some team fights in your favor. But the big problem seems to be just a case of not being able to really itemize for damage either. Like, the Axe isn't super tempting, the Shard isn't super tempting, like nothing really makes this hero feel like it can do enough. Maybe we need to start experimenting with Veil, or I don't know what else we can go for here, but this hero needs to kind of be ahead, or it's just going to feel like this, a bit of a wet blanket. Certainly not the king of the desert, but more the king of bouncy castles.
Yeah, it's just not scary. I think that's just been a consistent issue for Sand King. His ultimate, it's not scary, especially once you have the pipe, once you have a couple of Glimmer Capes, which we did see come out there for the side of C-Dub. So it's a little bit awkward for the Sand King. Again, you mentioned the Ags. Again, someone pointed out to me, it's just like a glorified Torrent Storm, but not even as good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know that here is a strange one. Like, if you're snowballing, it can feel pretty damn nice, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know. It's a bit of a blanket, but I felt like the slug almost worked. Like, there were a few fights where I was like, he's gonna do it. He's getting the stacks. It's gonna happen. And then he just fell off. Like, he just didn't have the team behind him. I actually thought RGS played really well. I just feel like everybody else was a bit not really in the game too much. RRL, just got too frustrated about not being able to find the initial pickoffs and ended up dying a bunch. The Warden going for the axe, like, what was that? It kind of felt like a cool idea. Obviously, there's a radiance on the Abaddon, so you get that illusion and you get that radiance, you get the damage, but I don't know what can you do? That didn't feel like the build, and all of a sudden they just kind of ran out of steam on the side of another team. So going into the next game, I really feel like they need to change things up a bit and maybe just do something a bit simpler. Don't push for this offlane Sand King if it's not going to be kind of that stable, especially in the laning phase as well.
Yeah, I think they did a great job of managing that just from that lane swap, right? Like, they go with the Alk safe lane, going for the off lane. Oh, sorry, the Abaddon safe lane, the Alchemist off lane. And they kind of dodge out that stronger lane for the Sand King to play with. I think they also overemphasize in lane just this Burst Strike plus Inkswell rather than just playing for creeps, just going for Sandstorm and Caustic Finale. I think that would have been a much more stable way to get that build-up you'd want in Sand King. Going for your typical 1-3-1 build-up, I think we ended up with a 2-2-1 build. So again, just trying to play with this combination, which up against something like the Abaddon, it doesn't feel like you can just burst them down. Even if you get that chain stun, here it's just naturally durable. And you have enough slows on hand from the AA to kind of cut off your progress in running down when the stuns fade anyway. I am curious if Ant will ban something like the Techies here.
Maybe. That looked pretty damn good. They were very happy with that, and you could tell there was some confusion in the game where it was kind of, bad. Like, I don't know, it didn't really They underestimated the techies, is what I was trying to say. Like, Feeling definitely did not need to die to the techies that many times. And they didn't do the Tormentor. I mean, another NA team, what are you doing right now? You need to do your Tormentors. It's like a chore. I know, we'd rather be on the map killing heroes, doing cool stuff, but give someone a shard for God's sakes, you know? It would have been great. But I guess when you're looking at the shard, I don't know, the Warden shard is really, really good. Usher's shard is all right. The Feeling shard is pretty terrible. I don't blame them for not really wanting that one. Maybe they didn't want to bother taking the 50-50, but whatever. The Warden also said in the lobby, by the way, that the Grimstroke axe is broken and the illusion is taking full magic damage. That might be a reason as to why it was feeling so rubbish. We didn't spot that one, but I would trust him.
Yeah, I mean, the illusions were getting deleted pretty much off the bat. Yeah, they just basically disappeared after a couple of spells. So I can see that being a little bit of an issue there. Maybe just causing some issues with that Ags rush for sure. And I'm keen to see how Ant adapt. It does look like we have a little bit more waiting on hand here, Nomad.
Oh no,
so,
the lobby keeps trying.
Yeah, we're just going to have to
failing.
wait. Yeah, it is what it is. This takes me back to when you're casting China sometimes. And you're stuck in an infinite loop of just getting disconnected in lobby. And it's funny too, at the peak of that time in the lobby, I always blamed the amount of people in lobby. So you have your 10 players, right? And then you have your one admin. And that's already just like, 11 people. Mm-hmm. And then for some reason, there's enough people to make, I see the lobby count, the chat count. I end up seeing like 28, 25 people. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pretty hard to launch a game with 25 people in the lobby. Sometimes it just kind of acts up like that. So, a couple of issues here and there. It's NA. This happens sometimes. It is what it is.
Okay. I want to pick your brain on some things. Let's look at pub games, Immortal rank trends. So this is only for the Immortal. Which of these heroes do you think is not in the top 10 highest win rate heroes of the patch? Okay, you ready?
Okay.
All right, so we got Undying. All right, we got Alchemist. And we got Mirana. Which of those
not
three?
In the top 10?
Yep.
I want to say Mirana, probably.
Oh.
I think Undying is actually up there.
Yeah. He's too good. He's too good, ladies and gents. Jonathan Spire absolutely nails this one. Yep, it is indeed the Mirana. Mirana does still decent, still a respectable win rate of 51%. All right, let's do bottom 10. Which of these heroes do you think is not in the bottom 10 win rates? Okay?
Not in the bottom. Okay, that's a bit harder.
All right, so we got Nature's Prophet. Okay, we've got Chaos Knight, and we have Timbersaw.
That's a little bit harder. Nature's Prophet, CK, and Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Bottom 10. It's hard to tell. I want to say Nature's Prophet is probably in the bottom 10.
Okay.
So it's down to Timbersaw and CK. I think CK is a little bit more playable. Maybe Timbersaw is in the bottom 10. I can't tell. That one's a strange one. Who was it?
I need a
NP?
concrete answer from you.
All right, I'll say Timbersaw.
Timbersaw. Oh, you're edging there. It is unfortunately it's a CK who's not in the bottom 10. Yeah, unlucky.
It's a bit surprising.
All right,
that is a bit surprising.
Yeah. All right, so last one because the lobby's still not working. Last one. Which of these heroes is not in the 12 least contested heroes of the Immortal bracket? All right, we got Enigma. All right, we've got Sniper, and we've got Bane.
Uncontested.
Least contested.
Not in 12 was
least contested in pubs, yeah.
I want to say, what's it? Bane, Enigma, and what's the other one?
I think Sniper.
Bane. Probably Bane. No. Bane? Bane. I'll say Bane.
Bane?
Let's say in Bane. Yeah.
You got it right. Yeah, which one were you thinking about? Which one were you balancing between?
I was thinking Enigma, just because maybe you don't feel good about Eidolons, but
Yeah, no, it's not. I would have guessed sniper. I always see snipers in my games, but I guess that's what happens when you're a pleb. When you get to the higher tiers, maybe sniper stops being as much of a popular hero.
Yep.
But you know, us idiots just like the little guy with the big gun, pew pew, easy peasy. Alrighty. Well, unfortunately, the lobby is struggling to get going, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to throw it over to a break. But be patient, and we'll see you very soon as we're gonna hopefully be back shortly with C-Dub versus another NA team. So we'll see you in a minute. We're back into another NA team versus C-Dub Esports here at the NADPC Division 2. These two teams are playing a tiebreaker for the third and fourth slot here. The winning team will get $4,000, which essentially makes this a $4,000 smackdown, as the third place in Div 2 gives you 15k and fourth place gives you 11k. So a fairly big split here, fairly large percentage of income up for grabs for either of these two teams. Who's going to win it? As we're about to find out, Jordan. This time around, the draft's working, so we can waste no time in jumping in on that one.
Yeah, we can kind of see how they adjust here on both sides. Still see the Chen being banned out for his face, which again is fair. Like, Chen is just a highly impactful hero right now. I think there's a lot of drafts that actually go into this hyper sustain sort of lineup where you've got Chen, you've got Omni Knight core. Suddenly it feels a little bit unkillable on the enemy team. So I do like seeing that respect. I like that Ant do take care of the Alchemist as well, but they leave the techies in the pool. So I think if C-Dub wanted to be cheeky, they could go for it. They go with the Doom first, which was banned in the first game.
Yep.
So just a solid pickup for C-Dub. Doom Hero is still really good. You can scale up as well with neutral. It's like all the strong points of Doom still stand here.
Yeah, they like their big boys with big swords, you know. They like their Spen, they like their Doom, just big stompy guys. See, they're simple dudes, you know. It's easy to know what they want.
Yeah, and Doom is just really strong, really stable. In games where you rely on the Doom, it can feel really impactful. You've got ways to itemize and scale up with your Ags. You're just a great hero. You know, you can kind of farm from the offlane really well. You build into aura items nowadays, which is pretty cool. I do enjoy this more active aura bot Doom kind of coming out. Like usually something like Mech, Guardian Greaves, Blink, if you're forced to go for the Mech for your team. And it's impactful. You don't need to sit around waiting for the Midas, although sometimes you do see them dip back into the Midas anyway. And they do pick Disruptor up, which was a hero in the last patch that felt really good. And overall in this patch, still is pretty damn good. This is a solid solution for any Spirit Brothers that might come out. You tune down the damage a little bit in the Glimpse, but I mean, the hold of the team fight this hero gives is still pretty massive.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. No, I'm here for it, and I think, you know, one of the big things you can do as a Disruptor is just making sure that you control the Doom. It gives you a way to kill him before he gets his Doom off in the fight, at least pre-BKB. And if he does go for that Ags route as well, Glimpse can be super, super vital, as can Kinetic Field, but that is very late down the road. He'll have Blink, obviously. I'll have BKB, obviously. But, you know, BKB doesn't last forever, and the Doom lasts a lot longer, so it is actually a really good answer, in my opinion. I like this one a lot, and yeah, Hero's actually kind of fallen in popularity a bit recently, and I don't think it deserves to have fallen off quite as much as it has, but yeah, I'm glad to see another NA team grabbing this one up. But this is pretty crazy.
Yeah, they go with the Disruptor Bounty Hunter combination, so you've got a steady way to glimpse heroes back for the kill. You've got a way of scaling up really damn fast here on the side of Ant, and I think that's exciting. I think this gives them a lot more momentum than they did in the last game. They've got a way of just snowballing off these kills if they keep finding them over and over and over again, which again, this patch feels like it favors just that hyper-aggression. But C-Dub, they just go back to the techies. We saw it last time. Saw how much they did with that techies. Why not?
Yeah.
Sanctified had a great time.
Absolutely. It's a tried and tested method here, and they'll be more ready for it on the side of another NA team, but yeah, I'm still excited to see the techies coming out once again. Now, one thing which I am looking at for another NA team is maybe moving in towards a cheeky little not the other guy, Tinker pickup for them. I feel like that could be a real option. You've got Bounty Hunter and Disruptor, just Tinker plus 2 frontliners, and this draft could actually work.
Yeah, it's still really annoying to deal with that Tinkerer. I mean, I'm surprised that it's still up there. I felt like the Blink nerf would have been pretty annoying for the hero, but apparently it's not.
Yeah.
So Tinker's still this menace up front. Would be interesting if Ant do pick it up. I'm trying to check. They have run that. They have not run it for RL just yet, but
I know Ush
they could dip into
used to spam the hell out of it in pubs, so at the very least, you know, you could switch him back to the middle lane if they really wanted, but Ush has done a pretty convincing job on actually staying in the off lane for this team. You know, he used to be a mid laner, but he's stepped aside.
Yeah, stepped aside, but you know, if need be, if the Tinker is calling, could still step into that role. Stable bans for C-Dub, Batrider, TA, DP, nothing too surprising. Ant taking care of the Void Spirit, which is really, really busted on the mid, just because it's a universal type, but does so much damage now with stat build up.
Dagon.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Dagon's pretty nutty on that hero. Ursa being taken out as well. I'm wondering what course they're lining up for, because neither side's really showing too much with these bans as well. I think these are just solid bans to secure like your lane matchups for sure, but nothing much in what they'd want. Like they ban out the Abaddon out of respect here from Ant.
Yeah, would have been good.
What do you want to do?
I mean, the Abaddon can take off track, right? So that's pretty annoying. Legion can take off track as well, but it's a much longer cooldown, and yeah, not really the move you want to be using in that way, really. So not banned out, but could still be an option if the mid lane is good for it. We'll see what another NA team pick up now as their third pick. They do need to get a core out here. That's the important thing. And then C-Dub have 2 chances to answer it. And they've already got core on the deck as well, relatively unanswered because it's a Doom. Just a very, very tricky hero to answer. Yeah, you can go down the route of being like, okay, well, we'll pick a few healers to make sure that people don't die in Doom. But like, it's not really how it goes down. It's not what the spell's about. So glad they didn't do that.
Yeah. And it's more of the control that Doom can gain. That's a really scary aspect. You don't really have a way of stopping that from being a consistent issue, I think. And they go for the LC themselves now. So they pull that one out of the bag, which I do still enjoy with this combination. Like, you can kind of set up for the LC to just get a chase down with a glimpse in the track combination. You can feed off these kills, you know, just get gold along, even more gold and a lot more damage for the LC coming up. So I like this coming out for Ant. Wondering how they flux around these heroes. Are we seeing Bounty Hunter core in the off lane? Are we going to see it like a Bounty Hunter pause 4, Disruptor 5, off lane LC? I don't think that lane matchup works as well. Will we see the mid LC come out depending on C-Dub's matchup? There's a lot of options here for Ant to flex this around.
Interesting. Yeah, so they're really protecting their Bounty Hunter as well. Abaddon and Legion Commander coming out. They're protecting their bounty.
Oh.
And there's the Wraith King. All right. We did expect to see that one this series.
Yeah, it's the Double King special. It's something he's fully believed in, despite not as many people picking it up. I think the tempo you get with Wraith King's still pretty good. Like, your Blink Deso timing still feels amazing for the hero, especially in just getting a quick pace on the objectives. It does really well into that. It does kind of enjoy playing into these heroes. Like, you have the second life to play with. There's no strong mana burn, so it's always going to be relevant even without the shards. And you can kind of waste your Static Storm. Your second life feels a lot more secure if your teammates are around when you die. So you have a lot of play. I don't mind it. I think it's a solid game for the Wraith King to come out here.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's a hero which this team has a lot of comfort in as well. So when you're in this situation, you're one game away from securing yourselves that third place finish and a decent amount of cash to go with it, then just fall back to what you know and love. It does feel slow though. Doom Wraith King, you need to grab some brawlers now. I think Techies is a decent brawler. Maybe one more would be good. And there you go, the Snapfire's going to come out, so... I used to not really believe in this hero. I was always like, if you have Snap, then why didn't you just get Clockwork or Tusk instead? But recently I've really come to appreciate the Snap, because you can do either. You can get up in their faces, you can be the frontliner, or you can send someone else to do that and throw in the kisses for the magic damage. It's kind of adaptable to what your team needs, which I think is the strength of it.
Yeah, it just gives you a lot of leeway in kind of building up for your team.
Oh, look at that posture.
And giving what your team has. Yeah, I'm just really feeling myself there, getting comfy.
Absolutely.
Which is important. And they pick up the Slark, which, laning into the Doom is pretty stable. We have seen Dooms kind of bully out early on. If they do go for early Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade to trade, and maybe get a couple of a good creep out with your Devour as well, can kind of still go the Doom's way. I think the threat of Doom Techies is just as scary as the Alch Techies, if you're not too careful. So I'm keen to see if Argius can kind of repair his lane, because he had a rough one in game 1.
Yeah.
So I want to see if that's different here.
Yeah. No, the Storm comes out as a ban for C-Dub, so I'm interested. I mean, is this still a consideration for another NA team to tinker, or is it never on the cards? Like, I mean, I would have really liked it still, honestly. Like, I think it would have been a fantastic option for them, but obviously you need the tinker player, and it might not even be on their radar, so we'll see. And C-Dubs do have a chance to ban it out here if they want, but of course there's a lot of threats in the mid lane at the moment. The hero pool is very much open. I feel like a Pangolier would also suit either team very well. I think C-Dub probably need a bit more damage than maybe what a Pangolier offers. And that's why they ban out the Zeus, right? They just need damage so badly on C-Dub. They just need like a big blaster. Maybe something like the Lesh could work.
Yeah, still, I think the Lesh can kind of slot in for C-Dub, plays into this faster pace. It's a core that still needs a lot of farm. Like, we still tend to see like Bloodstone being the key timing for that hero, but Once you're there, you're pretty much free to join these fights, take objectives for your team that should connect with your Wraith King timing as well, of like at least the Desolator Blink or Desolator BKB or an Armlet Deso, depending on what you feel like you want here for Double King. So I like the potential. And Double King, he had a little bit of an audience coming in. I'm sure some families just checking up on him. That's why you have the blur.
Yeah, yeah, protect their identities.
Clutch. Yes.
All right, puck banned out from the side of Cedar. Another NA team. What do they want to get rid of?
10 seconds remaining.
So I feel like if they ban out like Ember or something here, then it's very indicative. Oh, they ban out the Leshrac. I'm a genius, John.
I mean, it's just a solid pick for C-Dub if they wanted to go into it. I'm wondering, what do they do now? Like, what kind of matchup are you expecting? Because we've seen that LC flexed. I'm wondering if Ant is thinking that route as well. If they have a good lane for the LC mid, they'll go to Pangolier and C-Dub, which you mentioned as well. It fits both sides. Good team fight.
I still think they like damage on C-Dub with this pick. Snapfire, can do a bit, but probably not enough. So I guess Techies does a lot as well. Maybe they make up for it from their supports, but it does give them brawling at least. I don't know. This could be abusable from another NA team. What are they gonna do?
I think the lack of hard lockdown's a little bit scarier. Like, you've got this Slark that we saw be really slippery in the last game. It's much slipperier now, and you have the Ember for mobility. So what's your hardest lockdown on C-Dub? You've got Doom, you've got the Wraith Fire Blast from the Wraith King, and Cookie not reliable, Blast Off not the most reliable, easy. Rolling Thunder as well. I mean, sure, maybe it's easy, but it feels a bit rough. I think RRL has himself a pretty good game to just zip in and out. I think Argius should be a hard target to lock down as well. It's going to be a bit of a tough game for Isla. Like, you're relying so much on this Doom to catch out. The priority should be the Ember, but, who's going to take care of the Slark if you're all in on the Ember? I think that's the question that C-Dub has to solve, and the answers aren't that straightforward.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, there is a lot of crap on the ground for RL to have to deal with. You've got Cookies, you've got Techies, you've got Techie Shard, you've got Pangolier rolling around all over the place. There is definitely threats. However, the threats aren't big enough for an Ember Spirit, let alone an Ember Spirit and a Slark together, and let alone an Ember Spirit and a Slark together with a Legion Commander backing them up as well. So they have a lot of ways to take this. I am kind of questioning this Bounty Hunter pick still, though. I mean, what you're now left with on another NA team is a draft which can theoretically work. If they hit their timings, they get their items, and I definitely favor another NA team, but are they going to get that? This Bounty Hunter is pretty weak in the lane. They're kind of relying almost on C-Dub to making mistakes, and we are in Division 2. They're probably going to make mistakes. The question then becomes how well another NA team is going to be able to answer that, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. And if it goes into the super late game as well, I think I'm definitely looking the way of C-Dub. So I have a lot of questions, John, and we'll see which way it goes. Let's jump into the game, but give me your thoughts on these matchups.
I'm worried about the laning phase for Ant. I think I agree with you. Like, Bounty Hunter is just not that good in lane. I think C-Dub have some pretty solid lanes coming out. Like Doom plus Techies, again, is pretty scary. A Wraith King plus Snapfire is pretty solid as well. So just having this double stun is pretty big. Looking in game, they're just giving each other the question marks because there's a disconnect pause. And Duster kind of wants to know why, and I guess just no one's saying anything, so yeah.
Look, our player, he DC. Duster says, so what? Reason? He DC. Unknown. Admin might be watching Major, but I'm not.
Oh my god. These guys.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh, relax, kiddo, from the warden. This is spicy. Honestly, this is the tea right here. This is the tea. Oh my goodness.
These guys there's something else. I mean, Duster's been itching to play this game, to be fair.
Yep.
He volunteered all production as being ready. He's been volunteering for all of us. Like, Ian ready, PT ready. It's like, just go. So
he's just a guy who wants to play some Dota. There's some pretty sick combos in this game, though. What I most want to see is Duster getting an Ags and then firing Isla in, who also has an Ags, and then he dooms himself. That sounds lit. I'm very down for that.
Yeah, I think that's exciting. I think that's one way to kind of get that control you want to, that you're kind of lacking here on C-Dub going, at least for the later team fights. I think when it comes to lanes, it's just so much scarier on C-Dub. Like, what do you do when you get rate fired and then cookied? You don't do much with a bounty hunter support to stop that. What do you do when your Doom runs up with a blast off? You can't do much. Like, you've got control, you've got damage from everything, as we do have a full disconnect from good old Ush on everything. So
maybe
internet, maybe power, who knows, either or. So just even Foster now asking questions.
You've had experience with power outages. You know, what is that? What's that feeling? You know, give me what goes through your mind.
I don't know. I get frustrated because I'm pretty sure it's a voltage drop or a surge. So it's either or. And my UPS, for some reason, it's not kicking in to the battery. Yeah, I have a universal backup power system. So it's basically like an AVR with a battery is really what it is. Like an automatic voltage regulator with a battery to just kick in when there's some power outages or like blackouts. And the damn thing just doesn't work. Like, I get a slight surge, it kicks into protection and then shuts down my power. So I'm like, I have half a mind to just throw the damn thing away at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's doing its job, unfortunately, there, bud.
It's weird because when it's an actual power outage, the damn thing works. When it's a surge or a very, very microsecond voltage drop, it just doesn't. It's just like, all right, time to die. It's like, okay, and that's kind of against your use case, but all right.
So when you're paused in game, what's your go-to? Because I usually do a little bit of scribbling on the mini map, and then I start looking for voice lines because check out my hero voice lines, check out what voice lines I've got to unlock. I stopped thinking about the game entirely, basically. What do you do?
Fair. I just sit there. It's very boring.
Staring
I just
at your
sit there.
screen.
I'm like, I just stare at my screen. I'm like, what's happening? All right. I guess I'm just here. And that's like when you die as well. I know some people have to tab out. You know, back in the old days when Necrophos Reaper sight you. Nah, you know, like you get Reaper sighted. The meme was you go to Facebook. You just search your social media. I just sat there like an idiot and just watched the game, see what my teammates were doing.
I mean, that's the correct thing. I think alt tabbing when you're dead is one of the worst things you can do as a Dota player. I can't imagine ever doing that in a game. That sounds so bad.
And to be fair, you know, there's some circumstances where it makes sense where, you know, it's like
if the game's over, sure.
You just won a team fight and you died. You know, you won the team fight and you died, so there's nothing to worry about. It's like, all right, they can manage.
What do you mean? That's the
are...
number one time where people mess up in pubs, man. That's the number one time they need you. You win a team fight, everyone's like, all right, it's jungle o'clock, let's go. Objectives,
but
objectives.
Yeah, I get that. I get that, but I don't like micromanaging. I don't like micromanaging players. I think overall,
so you like
Southeast Asia is very. I don't like losing at the same time. I know a lot of Southeast Asians don't react positively to being micromanaged.
So I'm glad I'm not playing an SEA. I would be.
Yeah, I mean, people play their own game. You just have to play into it. I think that's basically it.
I see.
For the most part.
So if a guy's going,
you start to get.
Take their tormentor, get their shot, get their shot, go, bottom.
Oh, that's a mute.
Okay,
that's 100% a mute.
And to be fair, that's probably a mute everywhere.
You would be gone.
That was me, yeah. We did get the shot, though. We did win the game, so... Was it all because of that play? Yes.
Absolutely. Double King bring all out here. Mark is saying what? Just saying what, Mark? You're not saying anything. It's Isla saying stuff. It's Double King saying stuff. What are you saying, Mark?
You can't say just saying, unless he's about to follow up with a wall of text.
Maybe he's typing his manifesto. Who knows?
Just saying.
I'll have you know, in any Dota
I was a military sniper with over 100 confirmed kills.
Bring out the good old coffee pasta. Be one way to go. 4 minutes of pause.
All right, we got
a decent amount of time for Ant.
What's your favorite copy pasta of all time?
Favorite copy pasta. I had one. Maybe the Arise copy pasta, honestly. Like Dota specific, probably Arise.
What's the
Probably
Arise one?
Something about EE visiting Arise, the son of Magnus.
I see. Yeah,
coming into his dingy apartment with blood all over.
Yeah.
And scribbled across his headboard with something like "measure your words." That is a classic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a throwback to like 2014 or something.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I kind of like the. Was it about Dakota? I think. Oh, the person who said they saw someone in a shop buying like 20 Twixes or something, and then making and being addicted to the cashier, making them scan each one individually due to electrical interference. That one's a banger.
Yeah. Infetrance. Yeah, infetrance.
I don't even think that's a word.
I don't think that's a word. Yeah, that's one hell of a copy pasta. Just because the circumstances for it are so weird.
Oh no, he didn't finish
Among
it.
Us?
He tried. He did the outline, but he didn't finish. He didn't add the details. That's a shame.
Getting some real artistry in here.
Yes, yeah. Pink Mark going for a bit more of an abstract look there. Yeah, it's very Picassian.
Yeah, I saw something like a falling ninja.
Yes, it's
contemplating its life as he falls.
You know what, John? There's no wrong way to read art. That's what I always say.
My teachers have made it very clear there is a wrong way to read art.
Unlucky.
And
you found a way.
I've learned in animation. I found in animation there's definitely a wrong way to read art. For sure. From art history, like, oh, why are you seeing this? That's exactly not what the artist is saying. Sure, maybe it works, but you know what? That's not the point. So, that's all right. There's a
Timbits.
According to my professors. What is Timbits?
Timbits are like donut holes. They're delicious.
I like the stuff you take out from a donut to make the hole? Or literally the empty space in the donut?
Yeah, it's a diet food. It's nothing.
Yeah, so it's like, it's
flavored air.
So it's okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. You know, that kind of just sounds like a beignet, almost. But I guess a beignet isn't ripped off from the center of a donut, so.
Well, I mean, I don't think they actually take them from the center. Maybe they do. I don't know. But, yeah. That's
part of the ritual.
Timbits are the specific ones sold by Tim Hortons, though. I mean, unbranded Canadian.
Oh, from Timmy's.
Timmy's, yeah, from Timmy H.
Yeah, from Timmy's. I see. I am informed now.
Yeah.
It's my friend from Canada brought me back a can of French vanilla from Timmy's before. It was
gross.
I mean,
I hate French
the best drink. I enjoy the flavor, but it felt going by there. Holy crap, Faust. Mark had a timer running. He let out the notes for Faust. Jesus.
Nice. All right. Well.
But yeah. Yes. All right, Mark.
Ooh.
Sure thing, Mark. Of course, Mark. Yeah, French vanilla is nice. It's just, I don't know how people ratio their powder to water. Right? That's the one thing. Like, going by serving size, it's like, I'm not sure if my mugs are too big or I'm just pouring too much water. I don't know. I know what the expectation is. I don't know what a standard Western-sized cup is.
Yeah, I go 50-50 water to powder. Get a nice sludge.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Yeah, you get a nice goo going.
I like that. That's a legitimate technique for making Milo here in Southeast Asia. Milo or Ovaltine.
What
Same
are these
thing.
things?
Half of it is the... So they're like a chocolate malt drink.
You may pause now and toss those over.
Cool.
Immediately, without hesitation.
I respect that. I respect that.
All right, what's the play? Do we micro Ush? Do we leave Ush in Fountain? Oh, it's Ush who disconnect. Oh no, you shouldn't have tipped.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have tipped.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure C-Dub's happy. Yeah, they're like, all right, just unpause. Let's go.
Nice tip, bro.
Let's take this.
Not only did it cost you,
but imagine
your pride.
Imagine if Ant wins. If they win, that sends a message.
Yeah, it's actually even more BM if Ant wins, because then it means they don't need Ush. So if anything, C-Dub should throw here, and then say, look, Ush is so bad that you did better when he disconnected.
Yeah, but that's way worse for Ush, right? Like, for Ush's sake, isn't the play for Ant to lose?
Yeah,
Just for Ush to
exactly.
feel
That's
better.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if we're going solely by the fact that Ush is the main character, yeah, no, you could tip a disconnected player. Nice. Yeah, and need to lose now for Ush to feel good about himself. The C-Dub should throw.
Yeah.
Both teams just running it down mid for the sake of Ush. Let's go. Who cares about 4K when there's pride on the line? God damn it.
That's NA. It's all about pride here.
Battle begins.
Counts for a lot.
Pride and freedom. That's what it's about, John.
Pride and freedom.
But not too
So
much
far,
pride.
they
I
are
don't like that
free
sort of
to
thing.
just trade. Yeah, not too much. Not too much. Just enough. And without being overbearing. Still keen to see how these
All
lanes
right.
go.
Micro
Who the
review.
hell's
Terrible
microing
block.
Ush?
Terrible block. Micro review. Whoever's doing this. I wish we could always see who's microing.
It would be interesting to see who's controlling these disconnected heroes. They do just leave Ush alone solo up top for now. They can kind of just teleport the Warden up top anyway, which they will do. And again, one weakness here for the side of Ant right now is their lanes. Their lanes just don't feel as aggressive as what you have here from the side of C-Dub. I think the double stuns are threatening up top. The bottom lane combination of Doom Snap is threatening. You just don't feel as much aggression. You can already see that in the fact in the split screen for Argus. Like, he's trading pretty heavily. Sanctified is low, though.
Yep, that'll be a first blood. Going the way of feeling. And off to a flying start. Oh, and Ush is back. Oh my goodness. What a twist in this tail.
Wow.
And they disconnected. And it's the auto
Okay.
pause, which needs to be unpaused right away according to the rules. There we go.
Yeah, Argus gets it done for his team. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's
They got first blood. Yeah, and gotta get the end pause. They got first blood here, which feels nice. They're punishing
Yeah.
Sanctified, but that is him before having the blast
Not
off.
the courier.
Well-
Oh, unlucky.
At least it passed the items away first, so you don't miss out on too much. But yeah, as the lane goes on, I mean, as you get the levels in Sanctified, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to punish him as much. He still has to watch his spacing a little bit. But again, his right-click base damage is kind of ridiculous for a hero with this much range as to support.
Yeah.
And top, I don't think we even bother with top. It's pretty much a free lane. Warden's just trying to right-click down Duster, but you have all the space in the world here for Double King to farm. And Warden's pretty much your off lane now. Ush is just not even soaking. He's just there.
Yep. Not even soaking. That's sad. Outside of XP range, just sitting in the trees, thinking about nothing because he's not here. Probably thinking about how he can get his computer back online. Sad. Meanwhile, feeling even sadder because he's about to die. Ush reconnects once again. See if we can stay connected this time. And disconnect again.
Oh, no.
And instant pause. And that's it.
And the tip from Mark, yeah.
God damn, these guys hold a grudge. Huh? It was one tip in game one.
I mean, it's NA, right? Maybe
Yep.
something happened in the pub. Maybe, you know, they're all just actual good chums. Because this is how you treat your chums sometimes.
Yep.
So it could be a multitude of factors here. But this is certainly not going to help the cause. Just being one hero down, you don't even get their passive gold in the lobby game. So you just at a massive disadvantage, and you can't stop Double King from farming. Your mid lane matchup is probably where you can maybe recover. RL's having a pretty decent time against Mark, but it's not like Mark's completely shoved out of lane either. Ush, can he maintain the connection?
He's moving.
Yes.
He's schmoving.
Yes. He's back.
He's grooving. And he's heading back to the lane. Oh my goodness. Folks, we might have a game in our
He made
hands.
it.
It's a bad start, but it's not an
Yeah.
unrecoverable start.
Yeah, he's just 2 levels behind. It's tough, but certainly not something that pulls you out. I think the Warden did a great job of just
bottom line
harassing
there.
out Duster for the most part.
Yeah, they're just collapsing down on 3 heroes now. This is very hard to play into. Feeling is going to get killed off. It's a double for Isla. Duster thinks he can tank the tower. He's actually just staying inside tower range, and Warden doesn't actually get the right click off, but does turn around to Isla. Isla is going to get blood grenaded as well, but in comes Sanctified from behind. Has he got the burst damage? No, he does not, but they can force back Warden at the very least. And our just little courier sticks around as well to deliver him his items. What a good little guy. Like the dog
just
in
a
that
little bit of
episode of
microphone,
Futurama.
Yeah, No, don't raise that up. That's a sad one. Glimpse back.
And there you go. This is going to go down pretty big. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, a little bit of a rotation. Cookie on through, but he's got the fire shield up to keep himself alive. And that's going to be that. Duster will not be able to make anything happen in the middle lane.
Well, all things considered,
Oh, he took the
you're
water
still
rune,
finding
actually.
some
That's
fight back here.
Yeah.
That's pretty big to deny away. Dodge out from RL, going to be able to stay in lane a little bit longer, but Mark has definitely wasted all his resources now. So the Pangoliers off to, again, a fairly decent start trading back and forth. Your main issue is your top lane. Our Ush is level 2. Double King is level 5. He's had free farm on the Raid King. Phase Boots coming out, going for the Radiance as well. Which is, honestly, in this kind of game, pretty decent. Your timing's basically free farm, so you should find that fairly well. Warden's just trying to be annoying as possible, which, I mean, to be fair, a bounty hunter does. Well, I think your big timing now on the side of Ant is like level 6. Level 6 on the Warden, trying to play without tracks.
Warden being jumped down pretty hard here, but it doesn't look like they actually have the damage to finish off this bounty hunter. They certainly don't have the control. Okay, not another stun up for 8 seconds here, so the bounty's going to easily outpace him and get himself to safety. Meanwhile, down at bottom, they make the play onto Sanctified. Techie's being jumped. Argius, does he have it? It looks like he does. Elephant last hit will come through from Feeling. You know, Isla slams that guitar on top of Argius. Argius. Yeah, he's going to be good. He's going to be good. Not quite level 6 yet, but still survives through this one.
Yeah. They're going to be able to run down now.
I mean, he's low on the slug, but not low enough. And yeah, it's going to be Ant getting another kill down here. All right, so the team with a player who's disconnected for the first 3 minutes of the game is suddenly 2 kills ahead.
After finding their openings, they're finding punishment down bot. They know that, right, so you basically surrender top, and then you just play elsewhere. They're compensating for that loss. They get the glimpse back again.
Certainly do. Bottom lane, Sanctified. He's very, very low, but still continuing to fight into this. Techie's also extremely low. Warden running through the tree line. We're going towards Feeling. Isla and Duster trying to get the kill here onto this Disruptor, but under the tower it's probably going to be too much. There comes the Infernal Blade. Wand used. Feeling they need one more hit on him, and Isla is going to be able to close the gap. Turns around, and Isla does touch him and finish the job. Just meanwhile, he's under his tower, so he's feeling pretty healthy. Still not level 6 though, up to level 5. I mean, it's only 6 minutes into the game, so I don't blame him, but you just think about what a different fight this would be if he did, but obviously that's the Slark in a nutshell, really. He's just pretty, just a bit useless without his ultimate. Maybe not useless, but it's hard to play the hero in kind of busy fights when there's multiple heroes, you know? And Feeling turns back up to the lane. Seed up, immediately take him down. He's just trying to farm the wave before the enemy team come running. And come running, they certainly shall. 3 heroes running down this slug. They want to fry this fishy. And Duster with the movements here, even getting preemptively tipped by Mr. Feeling. Which, well, I'm not sure what that tip was about, because they actually get the kill onto Argius. So, Seed up, they even out the scoreline. They heard me.
They even out, but they're not stopping with its aggression. We saw RL got that kill on mid solo now. Warden.
Yeah, he's gone. And looks like Isla might be dying as well. RRL will be able to finish him off. Now comes in the Rolling Thunder, but just jumps over RRL and cannot find the Bounty Hunter. He's just rolling around looking for him, but he will be left wanting.
Good dodge out. They've managed to really use the bounty's rotation potential quite nicely. And he gets to snipe the rune as well. Warden gets away with pretty much everything here.
Yeah, that's why you pick it.
Has his 6. So they've got the track to play with these kills that they've been forcing out on Ant. And this is where the recovery can truly begin. They get the dust off, but they don't have the mobility to catch him.
Yeah, and Ush took the other Wisdom Rune as well. That's going to give him a little bit more XP to just be in the game. So, honestly, not even going to hit level 6 that late. Has to be said. He's going to get there in the next kind of minute or two. So, not awful for a player that literally wasn't in the game for the longest time. Middle lane, there's the first track. But Feeling's the one who's get dropped elsewhere on the map. Warden, he's going to be a little careful. He does take quite a lot of damage. Invisible away. Oh, he gets him, though. Mark guesses it right with the swashbuckle and gets that kill. RRL does turn around with a very nice little slight chains combo onto 2 heroes. And now looks back towards Duster and will be able to kill off the Snapfire as well. So, Ember, he's getting a lot on this map right now, and it shows his net worth is now the top. He's going to go for the double refill on the bounty runes here at 9 minutes as well, so good stuff, honestly.
And he's found his footing again. He found that solo kill on Mark. He's starting to really control his mid matchup well, suppressing Mark from getting that build up. And Ant have found her timing. Like, despite Ush again not having the impact to slow down Double King, still set for the time, and they're just playing aggressive.
Yeah, and looks like Duster might be going down again here. These rotations are not looking, I mean, they're looking fantastic from the side of Ant. Snapfire keeps trying to return to mid, you know, refill bottles and help out where she can, but just keeps getting killed off.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, it's such a great read from Ant. They know. Just play with track, play with kills, keep running around. You've got control, you've got output. They can just constantly do this.
Oh, the cancel. Is it enough? Yes, it is, because he hesitated on casting the Rolling Thunder for a second time. And that's going to give him the kill on to the Pangolier. Wow, that's insane. I mean, CW are in a kind of bad place right now, I want to say. Like, look at Mark's net worth. He's fallen down. In fact, he's getting in within breathing distance of the Legion Commander. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you're not applying pressure to Ush. Like, sure, it's a solo lane that Double King wins out on for his own farm, but you're not stopping Yeltsin from meeting key timings. You're not bullying her out. You weren't bullying her out when the levels were low. Now 6 is up. It's much more playable for Ush. It's time to group down bot.
Isla, gonna be the one who's kind of targeted at the moment. Ush is going to go for the first duel of the game. It's probably not going to be enough damage though. In fact, they might go the other way. Yes, it will. Isla gets the duel win and now looks to doom somebody up right now, but can't find a target. It's going to be the Techies that goes down. Rolling Thunder coming through as well. It's going to be able to kill off RRL. Huge mistake coming in from the Ember Spirit. He just gets caught in all the stuns destined for someone else initially. Feeling on the run. Nice kinetic field. Mark does get his way over it, but doesn't land the swashbuckle. Do they have the stuns? No, they do not. And that is going to mean the disrupt against the safety.
But you sacrifice everyone for that. You sacrifice 2 big cores. You give away a dual win to the Doom, so he has extra damage to play around here. Inside of Ant, I mean, they get a little bit overconfident, not respecting how durable a Doom is in the middle, especially with that Vanguard up. They're trying again.
Yeah, and the moment the Ember goes in the fight, he just gets doomed immediately. But he's coming back in for a bit of revenge. Not doomed this time around, so it's going to chase down pretty hard RL. He wants some revenge, and he is going to get the kill with the Sleight of Fist. But what else can they do? Glimpse back onto Duster, which puts him into the grasp of Argius. He's going to be able to run down the Snapfire. Snap, he's going to die. Meanwhile, Sanctified getting under the tier 2 tower. Probably not going to drop to the Thunderstrike here. So it's just going to be 2 kills going the way of Ant, but still pretty big as RRL immediately takes back his position on the top of net worth.
He reclaims that spot, and they managed to get some good punishment to trade back into the game here for Ant. Your big concern is still Double King free farming. Like, his Radiance timing is going to be on point. It's going to be 14 and a half, maybe 15 at the latest on the Radiance, and once that's up and running, when his farm pace kicks in, you do not enjoy playing into this as an LC or as a Slark. The mischance boosts everyone's EHP significantly.
Yeah, that's a great point. And talking of the Legion Commander, they might be setting up for Ush right now. Ush does step far forward, but he's waiting, and there it comes. There's the stun. There comes the blast off. And it's a very quick kill onto the Legion Commander. Sanctified. Be able to land the taser out onto the Warden as Feeling drops down the ultimate here and actually does not quite never mind, it's enough to get Sanctified brought down. It looks like Wraith King might be dying for the first time here. He's a tanky boy though, so it's going to take him some time to chop through even his first life, but it will inevitably come. Now, can they find the Ember Spirit? Yes, they can. Mark is going to be able to connect into him here, and he's got that Diffusal Blade, so saps away all of his mana, but he's able to get it back. The Arcane Boots on the side from the Disruptor gives RL everything he needs to keep this fight going. He'll kill off Mark, and they can even look towards Double King as well here. Maybe the glimpse is huge, brings it back, and Argius turns up to the fight. Double King is dead for a second time. The Pangolier and the Wraith King are just gone. And I mean, you got to say, where was the support? Where was the backup? Where is the team? Is there? He's got Doom, but he's just shoving down bottom. He wants that tower.
Yeah, he plays a little bit greedy. They feel like maybe they can clean up with the second life. Don't need a Doom. They get punished for it. That little mana save coming out from Ant, just giving enough for RRL to do what he needs to do to find those kills. So they're trading a lot more here, back and forth. 17 to 13 at 14 minutes in. 30 kills at 14 minutes, Nomad. After that ridiculously long pause and
Wild.
a lot of lobby issues, we've got action. A lot of action across the board here.
Yeah, this is pretty insane. And, you know, Legion did get targeted first in that last fight, so yes, Ush does go down. Ush has basically died first in the team fights, but at the same time, for a hero which never really had much, you know, I'm not even sure we should be considering her the POS 3, but more the POS 3/4, as Bounty was able to have a very successful couple of fights, get off a bunch of tracks, and bring the net worth back in their favor. So I think it's a trade you're going to make. You know, it's unfortunate for Ush, but, you know, he's a victim of his circumstance here.
Radiant are scanning.
This is the side effect of esports. You know, normal sports has injuries. We have disconnects.
Pretty much. That's what we have to deal with. Get a good scan off for this aggression as well. Mark backs off in the nick of time, it looks like. Hold on.
Goes back in. Oh dear. Mark is going to get torn apart by Warden and RRL. In fact, I'm amazed at the amount of damage they can do in a short amount of time, to be fair.
And they've got the full Solar Crest up, so they can soften up these targets super quick. Pango doesn't have the highest armor in the world to play with, so it is easily punished when it doesn't get the shield crash off. And we just managed to, again, reel it back their way. 2k lead up for Ant. Your one blessing here on C-Dub is Double King's farm is, again, going smooth. We have to see the impact of that Radiance, though, and it is ready to be bought out. So Radiance timing gonna put a dent in the work of Ant. I do think everyone else is sacrificed a little bit too hard for this, though.
Warden might know there's a sentry. It's like 20 creeps chasing him. He's like the Pied Piper over here. But here we go. C-Dub, they hit one of their timings. They managed to get this Radiance up on the Wraith King. Not huge, but pretty important. What you really need to wait for is maybe this EKB on the door. Oh my goodness, they're just throwing everything onto this guy right now. I mean, let's not forget, he's got a second life, but the issue is he's just not that tanky. RGS comes in from behind, but Double King, I kind of just want him to leave right now. That's the issue. He has no armor to speak of against... Oh my god, nice snipes there from Duster, actually, nailing them on the Snapfire. But yeah, I mean, you see this Wraith King just dropping so quickly. He didn't go for the Armlet first. He went Radiance before Armlet, which means that he's just super squishy on his first life. It hasn't really affected him too much. You know, he did die once, which is kind of acceptable, but yeah, if he died again there, it would have been very bad. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised Ant didn't continue to go, but they made the call to back themselves away. Good discipline.
Yeah. Play it safe. And they don't overextend on their position. They don't give these opportunities out for C-Dub to come back into this game themselves. And they respect that C-Dub does have power in them. And in a clumped up fight, when we see Isla show up and start to commit, that's where things can get dicey. Speaking of Isla, our Doom is number 2 in net worth, catching him really well, using that Midas to its fullest efficiency down bot. BKB for the Doom is going to be up sooner rather than later. And that's the key point. BKB plus Blink on Doom allows you to just get that lockdown for your team onto the Ember or onto the Slark, depending what you feel needs to happen. And that's where C-Dub can start taking these fights better.
Yeah.
But it's going to take some time. And just more time, you know, more farm, more passive play. As long as they don't bleed out these track kills too much to add, you're fine with buying this time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the difference about Bounty Hunter now is like that making sure you have vision on him is even more important. Obviously, he needs to hit you with Shadow Walk to be able to stun you now, and that's definitely something which you can stop him getting close to you if you're careful enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Especially if you realize you have that track on you, then you do have a little bit of time to just walk away. But
yeah, it's just rougher, I feel like, because you don't have as much sentry control now. I think that's the big thing. The dust is all right, but preemptively finding the bouncer is just a little bit harder. So maybe that's going to be a factor as well, in terms of how slippery these heroes are. He's still not a likely Doom target, but again, how do you hold him down with your control? You don't have the most stable ones.
He's going for Double King in the creep hot tub now, but yeah, it's not going to be much of a play here. Just trying to force some rotations. Just being annoying, just doing Slark things. They
get room to push down the bot tier 1, and they get a dive.
We certainly do, yeah. And they have the ultimate as well. The cookie is not going to be enough. Mark, he's in some real trouble. He needs to get out of this, and he's not going to be able to do so. He gets killed off by the Static Storm. Great movement, so deep there from the side of Ant.
They understand what they can get away with. They know that it's next to impossible to punish RRL when he jumps in. And I like how he's itemizing in this game. Going for the Lincolns, understanding that Doom is the one big controlled spell you have on the side of C-Dub. So he's just going to be fine in the middle. Like, he's got the golden 450-ish. How do you stop this Ember? You just don't. Without Lincoln's up, it just doesn't feel like this investment in Isla will pay off until he maybe works his way towards Blink Ags. And that means more time to stall out. Whether or not Ant gives you that time is another question.
But C-Dub, they're ready to take a fight now. They're going to smoke up. They have a BKB on the Doom. They have a Radiance and an Armlet on their Wraith King. These two cores are very, very scary. Like, yeah, the Pangolier, he's a bit of a wet towel. Not going to get much done in these fights, but the other two cores, they are getting big, and they want to make that known to the side of Ant. Ant, though, they seem to have sniffed this out pretty well. I don't think Argis is going to be showing. It's going to go farm the camp, though, and yeah, they move over towards the Bounty Hunter instead. Not a huge target, but still, I'll take it. Look at that.
Decent chunk of gold going their way.
I love how the moment that happens, you just see the 3 dots on the side of Ant just converging towards the bottom lane. Like, it's very normal Dota stuff, but you know, I like watching that. Something happens in the top lane where 4 heroes show and you're just like, bottom, shove it. There's no one here. Go, go, go. Force them back. So ingrained in every Dota player's head at this point.
Efficiency, you know, you've got to be efficient. You've got to do something with a loss. That's what every Dota player wants to be able to do. They get the glimpse back on Double King, so it's something you also you don't want to do, TP in front of the Disruptor. That's fairly annoying, and it doesn't feel like they can force the fight out now, but the push pace as well from the side of Ant isn't the quickest, so their tier 2's not under direct threat yet anyway. Maybe they find a pick off elsewhere if they're not careful, although, yeah, being extra annoying. Double King glimpse back again after just walking back, like, alright.
Bro, chill. just let me walk, man.
No walking.
No walk. Only glimpse.
Only suffering. Only glimpse.
Well, probably won't be able to land a stun onto the Ember Spirit here. Yeah, he's really just pumping these glimpses into the poor guy. Very rude. Yeah, this is a lot of damage out onto Double King as well. He's got the armlet. As they might want to secure this Wisdom Rune here. They certainly will. Angler is going to take it. Very much needs it. It also gives him a bottle refill. 2 heroes inside the chains right now. RL, he's actually stopping to try and finish off the creep. Yeah, that'd be ambitious. They're going to catch him. They catch him with his pants down. The duel comes out as well. Onto Duster. Duster's going to fall as well. 2 kills. One of them on an Aegis target. But still, what more can they grab? Or at least the reincarnation as the stun comes through onto the Bounty Hunter. There's a lot of damage when Double King gets on top of you. But Sanctified does go down with a bang as he takes down both of those targets, getting both the kills in the fight right now. Double King still sitting on the front. He doesn't have reincarnation, but he just doesn't care. But maybe he should. He's getting pretty low. No armlet to play with this time around. Is he going to drop? Yes, he will. And it is RRL who takes this fight, but he's getting pretty low. Oh, how did that swashbuckle miss? Damn, that is costly. But he's out of mana now, and he might be out of health. Stun in, cookie in, shotguns out, Duster grabs him, and it is the supports of C-Dub that take every single kill in this fight.
They find everything. At least they find the counter kills. Does cost a buyback from Duster, but it's well worthwhile. Oh.
All right, Doom. And that's going to be Argus. What?
Yeah,
why was he there?
I mean, Isla just wasn't in that fight, so he had Doom. I don't think Argus expected him to show up that late. Like, that was like almost 2 separate fights happening. And then Isla shows up. So I think at that point, you're like, all right, the Doom's farming elsewhere. He's not going to show up anymore. And suddenly randomly blinks onto you with the Doom. It's like, why were you not there in the earlier fight? That's the question I was asking myself before he found that kill.
He was setting it up, the long con. What a genius as Duster unleashing onto Feeling. Very, very good press the attack there. Feeling, wait, that's an interesting place to try and hide. Is he baiting? Oh, he's doing a bit of baiting. Oh. A cheeky little bit of baiting. Very nicely done. Usher's going to grab himself a duel win for this one, and they're going to be able to bring down the Pangolier as well. And with a strong response, and there is no reincarnation just yet. It's going to be another death for Double King. Oh my goodness. Feeling playing that one absolutely beautifully, realizing that I'm not in trouble. You're in trouble.
Yeah. Gets a good read. His teammates are around to back him up. And they get the punishment. Like, for the side of C-Dub, you've got a Raid King. You kind of want to play with a reincarnation. They're forced to come in when they're not ready. Again, this awkward in and out is just atrocious for C-Dub. And they've had the right idea and feeling. Like, it looks funny, but he's constantly sending Double King back. So when they commit the roll, Double King's not there to follow up or set up the stun for the kill, which means that Feeling gets a juke, which means that he draws in for the Static Storm. And that entire set of events happen. All from just constantly glimpsing the one susceptible target in the Raid King. And Double King's BKB, it's still a ways off. Like, he still needs more time for his own BKB to be up and running on that Raid King to feel secure. And even then, if you pop your BKB to stop the glimpse, it feels awful if you don't manage to get the jump follow-up anywhere.
It certainly does, John. It certainly does. And it's kind of looking grim for the... I mean, it's not looking grim for the side of C-Dub, right? They still have that kind of scaling, but, like... I'm getting more and more worried as these fights progress. Like, this Ember Spirit is... he's doing work, and then some. And I'm not sure they've got the tools to stop him. You mentioned it before, but... They have lockdown, but being able to drop it on Ember is an entirely different story. And he went with the Lincolns just to make sure, absolutely sure, that he won't get caught out by just a cheeky Doom or like maybe letting a Wraithfire Blast come off, anything like that. And he's even going to try and force out the Rolling Thunder on the Pangler, which he's absolutely going to be able to do. So, Mark, he's going to roll around in a big ball of shame.
Yeah. Just forced to play defensive, which is not a good feeling right now for C-Dub. 4K behind, 24-20, and getting a lot of value out from the Warden. And it's so strange to see this game go this way when Osh was gone for at least 5 to 6 minutes in that laning phase. Like, C-Dub have just not been able to capitalize on that. They never bullied that lane out. They kind of just left Double King alone instead of trying to just constantly jump. It was the side of Ant compensating.
Oh,
getting those good
unlucky.
rotations and bot.
Mark might have been able to survive there, but he didn't get the proc onto the Slark, so Slark doesn't get disarmed, just chops him down. No worries at all. Meanwhile, there's a duel coming out in the middle lane with the kisses coming over the top as well. It's not going to be enough, though. Usher's going to go down. No, he gets the kill on the Doom before he dies, actually, but Usher does die. RRL gone as well. C-Dub, this is their fight. They're going to move over towards... Oh my god, so much damage onto that Disruptor. Holy shit. And now, Sanctified, leaping in for more. Trying to find the target. The Warden's going to be that target. Bombs out upon him. Isla's come back as well. Actually, buyback on the Doom, questionably. But if they can get another kill out of this, it might well be worth it. Cookie forward, stuns in, damages there. Double King brings him down. And that's going to be 4 dead on the side of Ant. Man, these fights are so lopsided. First it's one team wiping the other, then it's the other team wiping them back. Like, this is truly a backstreet donut right now.
It really is. It's basically everything I'd expect from an NA match. Just a lot of back and forths, a lot of I don't know what's happening. We even had the classic AFK for 5 minutes from your offlane play, which I'm sure is a pub staple. Argus.
Nice ulti, actually.
Ooh, nice block.
Yep, but he's got the egg, so he gets another chance to get out of here. Almost 2-chance Slark at the moment, and he's going to be able to back himself out. So hard to gank a Slark in the nighttime.
It really is. And again, you do lack hard control here from the side of C-Dub, so your options are fairly limited in what you can do. Kind of fix that up. Side of Ant, I mean, they're still in the lead, but it's not as substantial when you compare the core to core. I think your one difference is probably just how much farm you have in your supports, really. Otherwise, your core matchups are fairly close.
They'll go into the very obvious Roshan, right? They can just portal down, C-Dub.
They can. They're nearby, but they're not grouping up to contest. The scan is also on the portal, so very good defensive scan for Ant.
All right, yeah, they're taking the Tormentor. Wow. Okay, this is a I would say a blunder from C-Dub. I don't know. What do you think?
It is. I think the Roshan is definitely a lot bigger. It's not the fastest coming out from Ant. They'll take it eventually. Yeah, very close, but worthwhile. You can just regen back as the Slark anyway. Not missing out too much. Dealing with 2 lives on Argus sounds next to impossible. And it's just down to the fact that you have to use the Doom on RRL, you have to clear out through these Lincolns. Your options for locking in something like the Slark is limited unless Arceus himself just overstays his welcome, which I could see him do. You know, just feeling a little bit too strong, starts to get overconfident, and that's your window to punish. But so far, Ant has been fairly disciplined. They'll get a smoke out here.
Honestly, Slark is one of my favorite Aegis heroes. Like, it just feels like Slark, if you were to plot his teamfight impact on a graph, it'd be like really high at the start. And then once he's used his cooldowns, you know, if he has a BKB or if he just has his ultimate, then once he's used his ultimate and his shard, it kind of dips down pretty heavily. But then it slowly rises up again as those stacks start to come off. And he starts to get more and more used to Pounce and Dart Pact going, and his cooldowns start coming off again. And then he kind of has like a second win in the team fight where it becomes a beast in the late part of the fight if he can stay alive through it and keep hitting people. So it's kind of how Slark functions, and Aegis allows him. And it's not even about the respawning, it's just about the fact that you don't really want to target the Aegis guys. So
Yeah.
allows them to have that sort of fight much easier. But Seedup, they're still willing to defend their high ground here. Their wards are down. They're not going to let them just roll up this high ground on Ant, that's for sure. And they're going to smoke up, but what is the movement going to be? Legion just really hoping someone shows, but Isla going to pop the smoke from the high ground here. Nicely done. Pops 2. And now they move. They're going on to Isla right now, but Ush, they're going to get a kill, I think. Yep, absolutely will. Doom comes out, Rolling Thunder to follow, and RRL getting a little bit caught out here as well. Do they have the continued lockdown? I mean, they're just turning him inside out, but they don't quite have enough in the tank, and now he can remnant his way through the fight. Just getting low as well. Duster just trying to finish off RRL, but RRL bouncing around, doing the damage. Double King finally catches him off guard and gets the kill. Immediate buyback from RRL, though. He wants to keep this one going, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Just bounces back in. He's still got the Aegis, so doesn't care about being low on HP, but the Ember Spirit bloody well does. Jump across from him. He's got the remnants to get himself away very, very quickly indeed, but there's mines. There's mines. There's mines. Can he get rid of it? No, he cannot. He's dead.
Oh, no.
That's not how that was supposed to end. RRL couldn't get rid of it. I think he got caught by the lucky shots. He was disarmed as well. He couldn't even defuse the bomb. Oh,
he was clipped.
no.
He's clipped on the edge, and I'm surprised Seedup are still finding some engagements. After the strong showing from Ant, they get split up. Like, they doom out the LC of all things. They doom out Ush, and it still pays off. Like, they managed to chain stun perfectly for the first life of the Ember.
Slark, though,
Still in a little bit of
find
trouble.
a little bit of action here, which is surprising. I mean, I feel like he just baited his support into dying. He's like, bro, trust me, we're going to get a kill here. It's going to be sick. Everyone's going to start clapping. That kill's name, Barack Obama. You know, it's going to be amazing, trust me.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Yeah.
alas.
It's just not.
Yeah.
It's all a bait. It's a bait and switch. Come in, it's not Barack Obama. It's just some dude in a Halloween costume of Barack Obama for some reason that you'd find at the thrift shops.
It always happens.
Not quite a fairly convincing impression as well. At the least, you've got the Lincolns up now as well in your Slark, so some protection there as well. But you can see Seedup feeling confident. They smoke up. They've got the Octarine on Isla. Lower cooldown Doom. More uptime for them to keep running around. They might find something juicy here. Very juicy.
Oh, nice moist fish, but nope. Just spamming that Dart Pact as he walks around the map, I suppose. Or maybe he just saw his Shadow Dance buff disappear and just decided to pop it. Hard to say, but either way, gets himself to safety. Good play regardless, like whichever way around it was.
Yeah. And again, the Lincolns kind of protects you. They couldn't land the blast off earlier.
Guy's crazy right now, and they're going to get the Rolling Thunder to come through as well. Don't forget, no BKB to speak of on this Slug, but he does have the Aegis, but it's about to get taken away, and they are going to be able to kill him off. The rest of the team struggling to get in, and they are now arriving, but their forces are being held back by the rolling mark right now. Sanctified needs to back himself out, and he's got that Ghost Head to try and keep himself nice and healthy, but the duel comes down onto the techies. They're not going to try and help the techies here. They want to go for the big kills. They want to bring down the Slug for a second time. Will they be able to do so? He's got the ultimate coming out, and he's going to be able to back himself out. Double King still chasing, but Arceus, he is too damn quick, or is he? Double King trying to turn around, but Arceus says, you want to fight me? I want to fight you. Mark jumps to help out, though, and the crit comes in from the Wraith King. The fishy gets fried in a little dishy, and now they're going to bounce forward. Oh, they find him! Dust to God! Catch him on the cliff, and now he's just roasting inside that hot cookie juice. And it's going to be Ush going down as well. My goodness, C-Dub making
What
some
is
magic happen here in the
happening?
mid-game.
What is happening? They're getting these chain stuns perfectly. They're punishing for this Lincoln's only to protect on Argus, no BKB. They're making this work on C-Dub despite being behind against a bounty hunter. And this is the point where it feels like you have issues scaling up on the side of Ant. Maybe not so much on your Slark, but you certainly start to think about, all right, no, this is the point where the Slark's maybe not as strong. You start to work into your 20, 25 talent spikes.
Okay, watch.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry, watch Double King farm for a moment with this Defiant Shell. I've noticed something weird. He seems to be critting with the Defiant Shell, which doesn't trigger Mortal Strike. He gets like a double crit. Oh wow, that is passionate from Mr. Mark. Wait a minute. Wait
I want
for
to
it.
see this.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Okay,
it did
yeah,
put on
okay,
cooldown.
that's...
all right.
Okay.
That's okay.
That makes sense. If it was for free, then you'd have some issues.
It did look like it before. I'm going to keep watching it, but you guys look at other stuff, more interesting stuff. Doth my eyes deceive me? No, it works. It works. It's a double crit. That's insane.
Yeah, well, okay. That is a lot. Especially with heroes that want to hit you, right? Like something like the Slark just gets bursted down.
Yeah, it seems to
Smoke out
be
from
if he's going for the right click and then it kind of gets attacked at the same time, then he just double crits. But well, he's not called Double King for a reason, I guess.
Double King with the double crits.
Radiant are scanning.
Searching around. What can they see? Are there any heroes for us to kill? Nope. We'll just place some wards.
Yeah, they almost had feeling, but they dewarded when the smoke broke. They didn't have forward vision, so they couldn't get the disruptor. Full AC up now for Double King, so you can really start to melt these heroes down. So staying true from some of that early physical output coming out from the side of Ant. RL though, full BKB up.
Nice.
So now your Doom has to go onto the Ember. You have to break the Lincolns before BKB's up. And then once you set that up, even with BKB on, you can Doom no problem. They find the Warden.
Yep, pretty big pick off here. So we have to just kill off this bounty. There's a lot of map control, a lot of scouting taken out of the fray here. And also if they do decide to go for a fight, of course, those bounties won't become available. But Ant, I'm probably just going to avoid them. They can move around the map pretty effectively without him.
I mean, C-Dub, they reeled this game back in. I'm curious what Dota Plus was saying. So at its peak for the side of Ant, probability for around 67%. Now it's 67% the side of C-Dub. They swing it well. And considering that early game start with Ush just AFK, like, you expect stronger from C-Dub early on. You expect them to taper off now with all the track kills, but it hasn't been flowing for Ant in a while. And now you're just reaching this itemization where, Doom's going to have overwhelming blink, lots of output on the jump in. You're going for the travels on Double King to have that mobility across the map. You're going for the Basher on Mork. You're going for the E-Blow. Oh my god, this is disgusting. Sanctify is going for the E-Blade. So you can just look to solo burst someone without BKB. You're getting everything.
Yeah, they really are. And Double King has gone for the Ninja Gate, but he's actually got the Defiant Shell in his backpack. Because, I mean, clearly he realized what was happening there, so... There is a chance we'll see some double crits in the fights if he chooses to flip that bad boy back in. But now he gets himself an Aghanim Shard for free as well, which means more skeletons, less mana. Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm seeing him have some mana issues in the last few fights as well, but...
Ooh.
Not enough to really shove him away. They did
All right.
expand their Static Storm. That is the Ags up and feeling.
Hey,
We haven't
there's
really
your
seen the
stat
full
on the
impact
screen.
of that Ags, though. Yeah,
you love to see it.
there it is. Yep, balanced. Just flipping back and forth. 67, 33, 65, 35. Makes perfect sense. Roche up. Double King melts this one. Yeah, and it took them a lot longer in their Roche take. This one's not going to be as long at all.
Yeah, this one's going to be quick. And Double King is just going to absolutely turn this thing inside out. This guy's doing so much damage right now. Armlet, Assault Cuirass, Radiance. And even the Ninja Gear, honestly, just to speed up his attack speed is pretty important. This is 25 agility. It's so crazy. He's seeping out already as well. He wants to be here for the defense. As Isla jumps in, they've already thrown the Doom down onto the Legion Commander. They're going to try and save her, though, with the Shroud. And this feels like a bit of an awkward fight so far, honestly. Mark's going to pick up the Aegis and turn up late. What can they do? What can they find? The Doom, it's about to end. So Ush is going to be able to survive through this. Ponza BKB now looks for the turnaround, going for the duel. He's going to duel up the Doom. The counter Doom comes out, and they get the kill just in time. Ag's ulti out onto the Double King right now, as Disrupt is able to just sit on the high ground and use Static Storm freely, but it does absolutely nothing as I'll try and land the stun onto the Ember, but that doesn't quite work out their way. Lincoln's popped by the Mortal Strike, but now they finally get him. RRL, is he out of juice? His Remnant, it's so slow, he cannot get away. C-Dub once again finding the win. It looked awkward, but it was fine.
It works out. Like they're forced to buy back on Isla, but makes his way back into the fight. The Doom usage, probably not ideal in that they couldn't find the kill fast enough. Would have also worked out if they found a kill on Ush during the duel. Got additional damage coming out, but doesn't come in. And even then, they still hold on to the Aegis to clear out the mid-tier 2. They can push so damn fast with Double King on hand. And threw everything they had in that last fight. And Static Storm's not the longest cooldown. They could try. They have the Fortifies to stall here.
Yeah, let's see how good the C-Dub internal clock is, but they see the Bounty Hunter and they just dive upon him. Buyback coming out from the Ember Spirit, though. If they get this kill and get out, it's a huge win for them, but that's asking a lot. Isla, he's got the BKB. He's also got a Doom available for Slark. He might not know this. He's got to be careful. Let's see how good his stopwatch is. Jumping forwards once again. The duel's out onto the Doom. The great wraparound here coming out from Ush. Is it going to be enough, though? They're trying to bring him down. Double King's going to die for the first time, but he's got the he doesn't have a reincarnation. He's just gone. He's just straight up gone. And now the look over towards Mark as well. Mark is dead. Doom running away on this lure of HP, gonna get killed up by Feeling as well. C-Dub, they did manage to get a couple of kills on the exit here, very impressively. Sanctified, that's not gonna happen, my friend. Unlucky, my guy. You sit there and die. But I mean, they did get the Bounty Hunter, which they went in for initially. They're also able to get the Legion Commander as a side of that fight. Now, how hard can they... Wow, buyback from the Legion as well. My goodness.
Yeah, they want to commit. They want to push. They want to take this advantage while they can. They know no Doom buyback. A full minute 10 without that spell. Buyback's still available on your Techies and your Wraith King, but without the Doom, it feels super difficult for C-Dub to hold this defense. So they maximize on Ant. They see that weakness.
Rolling Thunder committed by Mark. He just wants to slow them down. They want to see if they can save these buybacks, and they might be able to. Oh, Ash tries to jump in with the duel, trying to duel up the Rolling Pangolier, but that's not going to happen. And now the Kiss is coming through as well. Mark still playing around with them for now. I mean, they're slowing this down. The racks now are up for grabs, but now the duel comes out. Oh, the glimpse into duel it's too much. Mark is dead. It's still a long time on the Doom as well, as you said. Double King, he's back, but he's got to be a little careful here, man. Don't fancy his chances if they just turn on him, and that's exactly what's happening. Duster with the Force stuff. They're going to be able to get him back to relative safety for the time being. 20 seconds now on the Doom. They've taken the middle lane of Barracks. The first Barracks to go down. It's going to be 2 lanes for Ant by the looks of it. My God.
I'm staying disciplined on the side of C-Dub, but Ant have managed to really control back. And again, such a topsy-turvy game here. They get things going their way. They might be able to force out that game number 3. C-Dub slipping up a little bit on the high ground. Overstaying their welcome, getting blown up for it. You do have the Ags up on Isla. AoE Doom on hand. You've got the solution for the Lincolns now. Just needs to find the angle in. This is where things can still get scary for Ant. I mean, even with 2 racks up, it's still not the safest game for them. If one fight falls apart, then a C-Dub can potentially just gun for the Ancient as well if they wanted that. Like, it doesn't take too long with the Skellies up and running there.
That's true, that's true. This game is not safe for either team, but probably feeling a bit better for Ant with the map control they have from those barracks. Argius, he's going to jump in here. I mean, there's a possibility of the Doom. Oh, wait, the Doom onto the Disruptor. I mean, he didn't want to get ulted by the Static Storm, but that is a major cooldown being used, and he's going to just be able to survive through it right now as RL takes out Duster, moving across for another target. The Doom comes down, the Jewel comes out onto the Doom. They're just going to sit there and hit each other for a little bit. Now the cheese coming out from Isla. There's that ultimate coming out from Feeling. It's going to be able to trap up the Wraith King, but I'm not sure the Wraith King cares too much. They actually glimpse back the Doom into that circle, and that's going to bring him down. Sanctify trying to finish with the Slark, but can't quite do it. Slark escapes narrowly with his life, but he's going to be able to heal up and come back out of this one. Nice stun onto the Ember Spirit, though. He's got 125 seconds. No buyback. No buyback on the Doom either. It's still anyone's game at this point. Who will they find? It looks like the fight is going to diffuse for the time being. My good.
What is happening?
NA Dota is happening.
No buybacks. Yeah, this is an opportunity. Argus? Is he just going to try for a solo push? This is kind of insane. He doesn't have that many Essence Shift stacks, even at 25.
Yep. Now Lincoln's is down. He's going to stand here and fight with Double King. Where's the team? They're just waiting as well. They don't want to show themselves just yet. Ooh, they catch with that swashbuckle, but I'm not sure they have enough to catch him with. So this might have just been a genius play from Argus. Yeah, it really was. Oh, they're still going for this. Second Lincoln. So there we go. Nullifier is actually out into the slug, but again, he's got the pounce. So you can just keep on running. Keep on swimming. Go a little fishy. All right. Giant waste of time from C-Dub. Game reset. Still 60 seconds on the Ember Spirit, but I'm not convinced there's actually anything they can do now because all their lanes are shoved in because of these two barracks. So they got taken for fools, but at the same time, they couldn't just leave them because they would have lost their final lane of barracks. They would have been mega creep. So genuinely smart play coming out from Argus.
Yeah. Stalling out. He knows how mobile he can be. And, I mean, for C-Dub, if they manage to just push in mid, at least take a Rax, maybe find a tier 2 for your trouble as well. It opens up the game much more for them, but now they're still in an awkward position. BKB now up as well on Argus. So keeping that Slark pinned down is a lot harder with this itemization. Even the EHP you're getting from the Radiant's completely gone with a Monkey King bar up. So for C-Dub, something has to come out. We need to see better Dooms come out.
Yes,
from Isla,
we do.
right? Like, he is getting some weird-ass Dooms off. And it's not helping these fights for C-Dub.
Like, I get it, right? Like, it's better to use the Doom than not use your Doom. And being able to Doom the Slark is kind of tricky. Doom and the Ember, also pretty hard. They both got their Lincoln, but at the same time, like, not... Like, you have the Ags. Why Disruptor? Like, I mean, okay, if you don't do it there, he probably just Static Storms you and kills you both. So... I guess it was the do or die situation, or doom or die situation, if you like.
Yeah. Very doom or die. For sure. Very doom or die. I'm wondering if he'll be in another doom or die situation next time around as well.
Yeah, you'd hope not.
But the idea is still just doom yourself, run in the middle. That's going to be enough control. Relieve pressure on you as well. And kind of allows you to try to find a way to deal with Argus, deal with RRL. Because they still have the solutions, but it's feeling hard and hard to find these solutions come out. Roshan, a longer timer here as well, 2.5 minutes. So more openings for the side of C-Dub to try to reel this one back, and more time for Ant to just play this farm game. And they're going to hit the Ags timing for Warden at some point. So you're going to have all of the shurikens just bouncing around at increased range with the Janata strike as well. It'll feel so oppressive to fight into a well-positioned bounty hunter in the middle of these 5v5s.
Smoke up, seed up, and moving over. They need to find the good initiation from the Doom. Again, the Lincolns don't matter if you doom yourself and blink on top of people. That is what they're looking for. Slark, he's not fast enough to get out of the Doom. He's actually got no boots as well, so it's really possible for them to go for this right now. That's exactly what they're going to try and do. Everything being thrown on the Slark right now. He's got the invis, he's got the heals being thrown on him by the Legion Commander as well. Everything thrown at the Slark, and it is going to be enough. But now they're all inside the big circle of death, and they threw 1, 2, 3, all down at once. Reincarnation out from the Wraith King. Double King's going to come back to life, but what can he really do? The answer is not a whole lot as they just move from target to target to target. Was it worth it? I think the answer is resolutely no. A buyback from the Slark, and everything just falls apart from C-Dub, and now they have to try and defend their high ground with 3 heroes.
Try to hold back on the buyback for Double King, but there you go. It's do or die now. Doom or die.
Thank you, thank you. And we might be heading to a game 3. I really can't see a way of taking this fight. And they're ready to go. They're ready to seal this one off. So, I mean, who are you looking for? It's got to be the Disruptor, I suppose. Already used the double Zeist on this mark. Comes rolling on through. Argius, though, he's going to pop the BKB and just aim for the tier 4 towers. That's all he wants. Double King does deal with feeling in the backlines, but he's going to get caught inside the kinetic field. And meanwhile, his Ancient is falling kind of low here. Mark trying to slow them down as best he can. Disarms out onto the Ember Spirit, but that's it. Isla meanwhile being chased down. He's going to die for the second time. The Ancient, it's getting so low. And there's your GG's coming out. Game number 2, it'll go to Ant. And we get to go to a game 3, John.
Yeah, that somehow Ant bounces back. Like, you had Ush AFK for 5 minutes, the classic NA environment for your pubs, and it still works out. They get the aggression going. They compensate by just playing the bot lane, trial lane, bullying out Isla as long as they can, and they manage to get going for C-Dub again. Like, this kind of draft, it just has hold issues where we kind of saw that in game 1 just a little bit, but not to this bad of an extent where you had no consistent way of keeping RRL down. You had no consistent way of keeping Argius down. Once those BKB Lincolns were up, like, how do you fight into that? It just, they were finding some opportunities, but man, C-Dub had to work for some of those openings there.
They really did. They had to push for it, and, maybe pushing a little bit too hard at moments. I still feel like the early mid-game should have been theirs, especially with the disadvantage from the disconnect and everything like that. Like, there's no real reason for them to lose this game. I feel like they were at times not pushing their advantage hard enough, and then at other times pushing their advantage too hard, which is easy for us to say as, eyes in the sky, is able to see everything that's going on right now, but yeah, kind of tricky. And I think, Ant should be impressed, should be happy with the way, maybe not impressed themselves, that's a bit cocky, but they should definitely be happy with the way they took this series, took the second game at the very least. They were very kind of reliant on Argius, the first game, Argius on his Slark, didn't quite win out. He still did pretty well, but they isolated that actually the Slark was a big positive game number 1. If we can just enable him properly in game number 2, then we can get ourselves a relatively safe dub, and that's exactly what happens. So, definite shout out to Ant. I think they played this game beautifully, and they made use of the fact that their Legion was disconnected by just trying to play the map a little more. They had a good hero as well, in all honesty. Like, if you're going to have any hero be left alone in the top lane, then a Bounty Hunter is pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it just worked out in their favor. The Warden got a stronger start off the back of that, faster levels, got his 6 timing on point. They really abused that track and the glimpse combination quite well. And they made C-Dub work so hard. Like, they were finding openings in C-Dub and just managed to outplay them in the end, especially the few of their buyback plays. And for C-Dub, it just felt a lot more disconnected. Maybe again, the pause, maybe throwing them off, getting them out of concentration, making them feel a lot more confident and cocky than they should have been. Like, yeah, Ush reconnects, but you don't bully out the LC up top anyway.
Yep.
So what does it matter? You don't make use of this level 1, level 2 piece of food that you could have just fed off instead of forcing down bot. And Ant just dish back the damage. They make it hurt.
They certainly do. They certainly do. And that's going to draw us to even. And it's pretty insane the way this all broke down. Like, so many back and forth team fights. Could have gone C-Dub's way at any point as well. But I got to say, like, on the Doom, it really needs to be better in the early game, in the kind of the mid game as well. We had that decent Doom attempt at the end onto the Slug, but took them way too long to kill him off. And yeah, he was 10 and 10 and 21, so it feels like a strange person to target. But honestly, like, the Dooms at the end were just a little bit weird. But MVP for this final game, I think we're going to give it the way of Warden, honestly, on the Bounty Hunter, because he just played so fast. He played very, very well, being on the map, getting that scouting, surviving the offlane by himself as well. Kind of insane. And look at the money he's got at the end from that bounty.
Yeah, he's got a ridiculous amount of money at the end. He played really well. He took over as a semi-core for the team when it mattered, and he used that goal to create effect. Like, he had a lot of activity down bot. The tracks were just setting up. He was just ensuring that the team would always win out in these trades. And it's just so oppressive to deal with that.
Yeah, he was
like, the Bounty Hunter, he enables your team, especially when you play hyper-aggressive. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bounty actually starts to get picked up a little bit more. Again, the weakest aspect of the hero is the laning. But once you hit 6, you kind of compensate for that. You just find kills, you get the gold rolling for your team. For the side of C-Dub, I want to see them kind of rethink their draft again. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think the Techies pick was bad for Sanctified. I think you are going in for some harder matchups than you should be. Like, the Raid King for Double King, it's comfort, but he really didn't do much. If you think about that Raid King, he farmed Radiance, then he farmed and farmed and farmed again.
Yeah.
Whereas you were seeing so much activity coming out here from Arceus that it's incomparable. So
Alrighty.
I want to see more activity there.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for game number 2, which means we are all drawn up as we move into the final game of this series. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with that match and find out who's going to take that $4,000 victory.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
You are too slow. First blood.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the final game of this series. It is C-Dub Esports versus another NA team, battling it out for the third place here at the DPC. And it means a lot. It means a lot. It means 4K in total prize winnings added to already 10K guaranteed for either team. Sorry, already 11K guaranteed for either team. But you really want to get that 15K spot and get that third place. And also, I think there's a lot on the line when it comes to pride between these two teams. So let's get into the draft for this one. And John, what are you expecting from this final match?
A lot more different coming out. I like that C-Dub respect ban. The Bounty Hunter, I think it got way too much in the last game. Ant go back into the Disruptor and Earth Spirit, but C-Dub get to go back into the Alk. So I think if C-Dub wants, just go into that Alk Techies. It is devastating. We've seen its effect before. Heck, if you want to be filthier, well, it's not quite filthy, but they go into the LC, which can be interesting here as well with a flex potential for Mark on mid. I am interested to see if anyone else will try this Alchemist Venge off lane, because I still believe that is just the worst thing to play against.
Why so?
Although double stacking the minus armor for the unstable concoction allows you to go for like a 2-3 build on the Alk. And you kind of go for with maybe a 2-2-1 on the Venge and just start with Blightstone. So you twack all your stuff together, time it right with the unstable, people just die. Like a level 3 unstable should be enough to melt almost any support in just one spell use. So that is pretty funny to see a hero deleted in lane like that.
Yeah, sounds easy peasy.
So I would like to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Venge's just not a popular hero though, unfortunately. Just don't see it.
It is pretty dead.
Yeah.
It's pretty dead. It is lousy in lane, to be fair. Like that hero is just atrocious in lane. Stun's getting tuned down as well. For some reason her vengeance aura being reduced as well, which is like alright, but why? It's like I don't know, it's like vengeance already dead. You don't need to curb stomp her to the ground.
Yeah, no,
but they do.
It's not necessary. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a hero we see a lot of. We don't see a lot of Earth Spirit, but more so this patch than the last one. The buffs were pretty significant to his rocks. Makes him much more viable in the late game, which is nice to see. So we're seeing that hero picked up a little bit more. I like it.
Got some good scaling up now. Like it feels a lot better to play this hero and just have that impact in the late game. Again, with the patch oriented towards early aggression, Earth Spirit is one of those heroes that really enjoys that as a support. It enjoys having access to the Twin Gate to show up in other lanes. Mid is not as emphasized, although you can still get some rotations out there if the need arises. So I'm keen to see just how much they can get value from there. And they go into the Doom. So they take that Doom away. It's just been consistent. Like the Doom has been able to do a lot, especially in this varied itemization of a mix of tank and greed. Like you save the Midas after a durability item, so you can kind of join some early engagements and then sit back and farm, work towards your blink. And it's such a big tool in these fights. Like it forces Lincolns to be built up when you otherwise probably don't want to in C-Dub. I love the response though. Like you've got the LC, you go into Skyrat, you've got this Mystic Flare combination, and again, aggression. Skyrat enjoys aggression.
He certainly does, yeah. This is a hero I've been calling for since the patch dropped, basically. I think that when it comes to snowballing heroes, this is one of the best supports you can get. I feel like you just combo it up with one cheap stun. I don't like a Legion like that much. I like it with, there you go, just a throwaway stun. There you go, 3 kills. You don't even have to commit that hard to it, and then you could duel someone else. Or you can just duel the big hero and bring down Mystic Flare. Either way, very, very strong, very, very hard scaling hero as well. So yeah, I love seeing this pick, and I'm happy that C-Dub pick it up. We'll see what they're able to do with it. Wow, okay, Templar Assassin comes out from another NA team as their 4th pick here. Answer to the Skywrath and the Wraith King, but I don't love it. It has to be said.
Yeah, like I can see the value in just bursting down some softer targets in the back. This is a comfort pick for Argus. Again, we saw it as one of the most picked heroes for Ant in our team stats. I think core-to-core matchup's a little bit awkward. I think as the game goes on, the Wraith King starts to feel better. You've got a decent enough burn coming out from C-Dub with, say, a Radiance build up in your Alk if you kind of want to greed out like that. Although I still wouldn't advise it. I think a faster pace Alk feels better. But it does feel like you want a burn source now, just to ensure that you don't get too much value
10 seconds
on that
remaining.
TA's durability. But I think the tempo for the TA does feel good, right? Like Blink Desolator or Dragonlance Desolator, you tie in with your team fight, you tie in with that push, you take these objectives, you shut down the map. You maybe even secure an earlier rush than what we're used to seeing from a lot of teams right now. And you can get that momentum going your way very, very early on if things go right for Ant.
Yeah.
5
Yeah,
seconds
it's definitely snowbally, right? It's definitely a hero which you can just kind of leave. And if she can kind of just solo farm by herself for a period of time and hit that early timing, you know, she can definitely outfarm a Wraith King. So I think that's probably the main reason they've picked it up. I don't like it as just like a, you know, Refraction is kind of useless this game. You've got Wraith King, Skarath, and Alchemist who will deal with it very easily. I feel like you jump on the back lines and try for the Skarath pre-BKB, you are just going to get blasted down so quickly. And just even post-BKB now, Skarath can take away her Refraction anyway. So it's still kind of risky, I feel like. Wraith King has the pure damage, has the physical damage to get through her as well, so
10
I'm not sure this is going to work out for them, but I'm happy to see them try. I like that they're going for comfort, that's for sure. The final picks here, we're looking for a mid laner on another NA team. Meanwhile, C-Dub, they need to get themselves one more support.
Should be the way they go. Just run the mid LC once more for Mark. Hope for a better time. His start on the Pangolier last game was pretty rough. So should try to repeat that performance from game 1 on that LC.
Yeah.
If they're looking at the support, I'd say maybe just get a stable stun here.
Just get Clockwork.
That has been something they lacked. I wouldn't mind that. Clockwork is pretty solid. Clockwork Great King doesn't sound as pleasant as, say, Clockwork Elk. I think that lane is actually pretty scary. Trap them in the acid spray, more damage. Your right clicks feel decent as well. You're a universal hero now as well in the Clockwork. So your right click harass can be pretty good.
Yeah, I think Clock Alk is like Clock Wraith King could get away with it though if because they're against Wraith King Doom. Sorry, they're against Earth Spirit Doom, so it kind of works out in the double melee, but we'll see which way.
Ooh.
Okay, not what I expected. Do you know the reasoning behind this?
It's a burn in lane if you are just kind of looking to hold down with the Dawnbreaker laning into the TA. Tamersaw does come out for Ant, so they've got a lot of melting to do for
Okay.
themselves here as well.
Yeah.
And it is a RRL mid-Timb up against Mark's mid-LC, so that's an interesting one. I think RRL should have a decent enough lane. I think that matchup is actually all right on the mid, but I don't know if Mark's completely shut down either. I think it's still playable. Duster on that Dawnbreaker is, again, it's down to whether or not you can kind of maximize that and try to go for the burn. Like if you can just burn down TA, it feels good, but it doesn't look like you're going to be laning into the TA. You'll just be laning into Ush. Wraith King Dawnbreaker can be a good lane though. Like Wraith Blast into Starbreaker. Chain stuns are good. You've got sustain there as well with your own life steal, and so you can kind of play that lane decently. I guess the sustain's a big part. Maybe an Ags build up here, like the mischance when the TA is trying to attack, kind of takes care of her physical output quite well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certainly interested to see how this works out. You know, the Dawnbreaker can certainly be a decent counter to the TA. TA wants to jump in and blow someone up. That's kind of how she wins fights. And you have that ultimate to stop that happening now. But this Timbersaw pick feels amazing to me. I mean, yeah, you might be able to get through him if you jump in with the Legion Commander, drop down a Mystic Lair, just throw the whole kitchen sink at them. But you've got 4 other heroes to deal with, one of which is a TA as well. So I feel like if you do that, you're just going to suffer for it. I think this Timbersaw pick might have just won them $4,000, John. That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, we'll see. I think it can be a really decent game for him. At the same time, I think if it starts to lag behind, I don't know if you'd want to sit back and farm in the Timb or just hold the lane, because, again, laning creeps aren't worth as much. So you'd actually prefer to jungle as recovery, at least as the game goes on.
Yeah.
I don't know. That it all depends on the start for RRL. If it doesn't go as well as you'd want it against the LC, which quite frankly, I don't see it being a hard lane for RRL. So that point probably doesn't stand. But if he does get bullied out from early fights, that's where the hurt might start to come in, and I think
I
you still have the solutions here.
It's for melee strength heroes. I don't see a possible way where Timbersaw doesn't just own these fights. But I'm ready to see what the answers are from C-Dub. As I said, they can burst him. They can throw the whole kitchen sink at him and bring him down. That's what their draft does very, very well. So we'll see if they're able to do that. The fight breaks out here. They're just targeting down Feeling, and they are going to be able to kill him off. So Double King getting first blood on the Wraith King. Definitely a nice start for them. They also do a lot of damage to RRL, which might give the Legion the start she needs in the middle lane.
Battle begins.
Yeah. Duster is just trading to pick up that rune and doesn't manage to find it either.
Doesn't find the rune, doesn't really trade very effectively. Not an ideal situation. So they suffer a little bit of response, but still going to be a huge win for them coming out for the first 0 minute.
Yeah. Even rune trade anyway. First blood gold going their way. A little bit of aggression down bot still.
Yeah, the level 1 Meld just doing so much damage to Sanctified. Feeling trying to make advantage of that and chase him down, but he might actually have enough. The Meld, it lasts so long. Jesus. I don't know Meld lasted that long. That was ages. Oh, it doesn't scale up. Okay, well, that makes sense. 12 seconds of armor reduction gives Feeling the kill. Easy peasy. Now, another glimpse. I've seen this one before. Another kill in the bottom lane. Okay, and all right, what a start.
Yeah, they're really utilizing this TA very nicely with the minus armor. You don't have that much durability either on your Alk there. It's already off to a strong start on the side. And this is a rough one. Like, you do get first blood in C-Dub, it feels good. But that aggression we mentioned from Ant's lineup, it's to have this kind of start for Argus, it doesn't feel good for Isla. Like, as an Alk, you can recover pretty well. But I don't know what you really do with Alchemist plus Skyrat Mage in lane. Like, it's not directly synergistic with, say, the Acid Spray minus armor. You have slows to keep them in Acid Spray, but it's not one of those lanes where it feels like the Alk can play hyper-aggressive here.
Yeah. I don't know. This is... it's really rough as well, because when you get 1 kill, it's like, kind of, you can shrug it off. You can just be, all right, whatever, we fucked up. You get 2, and then they're level 2, like, before they should be. And that is very hard to play into, but Feeling is actually overextended massively here, so he is going to get punished for it. Sanctified trying to get a follow-up kill onto the Templar Assassin, who does actually get a refraction pop by the creeps. He could maybe chase it down here. Yes, he can. He should get his kill. The sentry's down, but the wand, it comes out from Argius. Argius, he's not going to live. Oh my goodness, it comes back the other way. What is this series, John? What are we watching?
I don't know. Feeling gets the last hit on Isla as Isla tries to reset. So it's not the best reset in the world. Feeling gets some EXP. Hits level 3 now.
Yeah, and he's got a glimpse available. Back you go, sonny boy. Into the arms of Argius, who is going to get the minus armor. And now it's a double kill going back in. Oh, hold. Hold. All right. I lied to you. I lied to your faces, viewers. And I don't feel bad about it one bit.
He bails out. Should be able to get a reset on the deny. But man, that bot lane is so much more aggressive than I expected to come out here for the side of Ant. Like, Argius just been doing a great job lining up the melds without the Psyblades. Like, his range is pretty atrocious, but you know, you're up against a melee hero, you can just kind of get that done. And just start running up top. They're trying to be aggressive onto Ush.
Ruh-roh.
And Ush is just stealing away the Lotus. But Double King's committing hard. Like, he's walking away from his creep wave. He's probably going to miss that 1 hit. Nah, he gets it in the end. But this is still a fairly strong start for Double King. The one thing you are getting here, though, is stable EXP for Warden. Like, imagine if Warden can just access that Twin Gate at some point, roll down bot, and keep the ganks going, fully suppressing Isla on Yalk. It becomes so slow on the side of C-Dog.
And there it is. Indeed, another glimpse meld combination coming out from Ant. Secures them yet another kill. This Scarif cannot go anywhere near that. And that is the flip side of Scarif. Oh my god. Argius going really, really deep here onto Ayla. Ayla turning around, has the stun, throws it out. Feeling he's going to get stunned under the tower, so might just end up dropping here. He needs to aggro switch and doesn't seem to be able to do so. So he's just going to end up dropping. Ayla gets a kill, but Ayla does die. And now just Victor returns back to the lane elsewhere on the map. Warden dies. Duster and Double King, the double Ds, getting it done.
Yeah. They clean up. They find some punishment on the side of Seed Up, but they still manage to at least trade a little bit. And slowing down Isla is still a pretty good feeling. They'll try, though, to get aggressive here.
Certainly will. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Argius is not gonna die. And with the rotation in from Warden, they can actually punish Isla once again. Another death for the Alchemist. 1 and 4 at 4 minutes into the game. That's just not good. That's not good at all. How's our mid lane going, by the way? We've, I mean, it's a slight advantage for RL, but not like an absolute smackdown or anything. I think Mark's been able to hold his own.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Sanctified?
Yep. Yep.
Pinned down again.
Do you know what they did there?
do.
You'll be very surprised.
What? Well, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me try to guess. Was it a glimpse in a melt?
Oh, it was a glimpse in a melt. How do you know? I think John's cheating.
I can't believe it. We haven't seen that in that lane 3 or 4 times before. The combination's been working out really well for the side of Ant.
All right, let's see though. Duster,
I think
he's coming in. There's the hammer to try and get through the refraction. Easily able to do so as Argius goes down. Jesus. All right, another death then down at the bottom lane. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, over towards mid, Mark just kind of outpacing, feeling an RRL, but RRL is able to close the gap. He needs a little bit more mana with the wand. He's able to find it, and that's going to be a kill onto Mark. Massive, massive rotation in the middle lane there. That's going to grab, and the middle lane kill. Amazing when things happen outside of bottom lane. I don't like it. Let's go back to bot. Blood, 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 blood. Argius looking at Isla once again. Sanctified, Duster. Here to back him up. Oh yeah, more rotations down to the bottom lane. Let's go. There comes a Glimpse immediately jumping onto the Alchemist. The Alchemist with the 2-man stun though. Duster trying to follow up as well. No matter for the Starbreaker. That's so sad. In comes the duel though. The rotation in from the mid lane. Argius is going to fall. Now the move across towards Warden as well. Warden getting run down. Silence run down. He doesn't have the roll though for another 3 seconds. They're just going to chase him under the tower and the bonk comes in from Duster. That big old Starbreaker finishes the job onto the Spirit. Once again, C-Tub just bring the numbers, but whilst this is happening, RL has been able to just hold these creeps behind the tower, and this is going to be a ton of damage coming through. It is siege creep time, so you gotta keep an eye on that. Ush, stunned up. He's chilling though. So towards mid we're looking actually here as Mark trying to do something about this, but all he can really do is drag the creeps back and hopefully target the siege creep down, but actually RL's just tanking it. And no one's coming across for this, so this is actually just going to be the middle tier 1 tower going down at 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Alchemist is going to fall. Warden's going to die in response down at bottom. How dare I talk about something other than the bottom lane? This bottom lane's like a puppy. You stop looking at it for 5 seconds and it just starts pouring at you. Please. Me. Don't talk about mid lane. Don't talk about top lane. Talk about me. Kind of toxic. Kind of manipulative lane. So over towards top, Double King has just been left completely alone. So is Ush. And they're both just kind of, I won't say broing down. Double King's definitely abusing him a little bit. Obviously just has way more sustain, way more damage. Doom, a bit of pants here at this point in the game. Kind of just has to chill out. Wait. Use these devours to stay ahead on gold. Which, you know, he's not ahead, but he is getting decent gold from this lane. But yeah, Double King is definitely very, very happy about everything that's going on down here at bottom. Even if the TA is getting a decent amount from it. She's certainly not as rich as him. Let's see what these stacks can do, though. Argius. Doesn't have a double damage, actually. It just looks very blue because of the shield and the clarity. Another roll in, into the mid lane. Oh, doesn't quite connect on Mark here. Is that going to make a difference? Yes, it is, because he's able to get off the pressy attack and then sprint away at 1 billion miles an hour. Also want to mention here as well, very interesting build from the Legion Commander. This isn't something you'll see very often, but Mark's actually opted to skip Moment of Courage and take 2 points instead in his pressy attack. And the reason for that is, well, you're playing against a Terrorblade. You don't actually want to press the proc Moment of Courage on a... Sorry, did I say Terrorblade? I meant Timbersaw. You don't want to press that spell on the Timbersaw, because he's just going to get 2 stacks of reactive armor. Your healing is not going to be a lot because he's got so much armor up. It's just not ideal, so opts for a bit of speed and survivability here instead.
Hello. Did I miss too much?
You'll never guess what. There was more action on the bottom lane. You'd be surprised to hear.
Oh, don't tell me. Was it a more glimpse and melts?
It sure was. It sure was. There's also a kill onto the TA for once, so... You know, things were happening. Middle tower dropped as well.
It's still a lot of back and forth. Love seeing this as
A little bit of, a bit of lack of communication there. It doesn't seem to make a difference, so they'll be able to bring down one. Duster might be going down to the second, but they'll turn around and kill off the Warden before he does die. Double King back to life. They still holding this Doom at the moment, and it looks like he's just going to hold it for the entire fight. Doesn't get the chance to use it on the respawn Double King, so that'll be that. Oh, that's why he keeps picking Wraith King, because he's Double King, and he comes back to life.
Yeah.
There's two of him.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Double King.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves this hero. And they're still punishing really well on the side of hand. I mean, this game has felt pretty atrocious for Isla. When your Alchemist is the bottom network core, you know there are issues here for the side of C-Dub. Their path to recovery is going to be a tough one. I mean, you talked about the strengths of the Timber Saw. RRL just rips through every single one of them so well. Again, they had a bit of a shot if they managed to suppress RRL. Didn't really happen. Mid lane matchup was solid enough. And the recovery path here for C-Dub is... It's hard to see that recovery path. I mean, I'm trying to work out ways. They'll find bot. Or just push bot a bit.
Oh, die bot. Alright. Interesting gank onto the Templar Assassin. Doesn't work out at all. I mean... I guess that's what happens when someone knows their hero limits as well. You see two heroes running at them, you go, okay, these two cannot kill me. I can kill one of them. Easy peasy. It's a big mistake.
It's just... You get to clean up, and you're feeding more onto Argus. Already number one in net worth. His Desolator one part away. They do find feeling at least, maybe?
Mystic Flare. Top lane. RRL is on the run. The stun is there. Oh, beautiful timing.
Okay.
Beautiful timing from Isla. And now it's going to bring them down the Timbersaw. That's what we were talking about. Not quite in that order, but with a stun plus a Mystic Flare, Timbersaw can still die. And he did go... Oh, he didn't finish the hood either. He's actually just straight up got a cloak. Would have really liked to see him grab up a Eternal Shroud or something this game, but yeah. Cloak not going to be enough to help him survive through the onslaught of Sanctified.
They've got some answers, like the Spirit Vessel coming through from Isla does mitigate some of that healing coming out. Softens up the Timber Saw quite a fair bit. It does allow them to get some control there. Still have some fight. Isla? Ooh. Boink. It's always fun watching that when your Spirit rolls out and projectiles just chase. Like, damn, they've got some homing tech here. Keep that.
Yeah, a little bit of another duel comes in. Once again, a Mystic Flare onto the same target. The Timbersaw, he's not going to go down in time, though, and actually might be able to get himself away. He's got a haste rune. He's just going to go down piece on out, but the Scar's able to cast 2 Arcane Bolts upon him, but the regen coming out from the reactive armor will mean he survives this time. Feeling, going to get stunned up by Isla. Isla just trying to bring him down with a couple of right clicks, and Mark comes off to secure that kill. Warden, well, actually, going to be able to dodge that one with the Tumbler's Toy, but straight into the Doom. The ultimate comes out immediately from the Dawnbreaker Duster, trying to help Mark survive, but it's not enough. The combination just isn't there. Isla just gonna get annihilated. Yes, turns up to the fight, immediately gets up a double kill. Who doubted this TA? I certainly did, and I'm completely wrong as they keep chasing forward for more. Nice little stun out onto the Wraith King. He does have the reincarnation, so even if he dies under the tower here, he will be all right. Argus, oh, he's hungry, but he's not catching anything. Double King will get away, but wow, big fight for Ant.
Yeah, this is just so hard to recover from for C-Dub. Again, with this lineup, I'm not sure what you're looking for in terms of timings. Like, what do you expect from Isla right now on that Alk? Still, again, not bottom net worth core, but just barely above the bottom net worth on Mark. You've got the blink on Mark at least to start these fights, but there's no output just yet, no points in the moment of courage. You've got the Radiance up and running for Double King, and that could help the cause. It provides you a little bit of burn for the TA Refraction. A mischance in the TA is pretty big as well for survivability. I'll try to smoke up here on the side of C-Dub at least and try to go hunting, but no one's down bot. All north side, the side of Hampton. I mean, TA with Deso already. Argus going for the point next. They get a good scan.
This combo will never not work, though. Except when it's onto a Timbersaw. Yeah. But if you didn't want to support it, it's going to get you a kill every time, so... Dual Mystic Flare, easy pick up onto the Warden, and they're going to try and use this to get a tier 1 down at bottom, but they're pushing tier 2 at top, and this is a Deso TA, so this isn't slow, that's for sure. Wow.
It's fairly quick. as well. Like, it's not going to take too long. And then they should be able to trade fairly even. And they will force out. Oh, the glimpse back. Never feels good.
Now, RGS really forcing this one at the moment. The TPs are coming. There's Low, he's got the blink, he's got the stun, he lands it before the holiday refraction comes out. TA just gets torn to shreds. It was a greedy move and it does get punished. RRL trying to get a bit of retribution coming in, but feeling the one who's going to eat the dirt first. RRL all out of mana, running out of health. He actually went for a Glimmer Cape as well, but let's see if that helps him out here. Glimmer out, trying to keep himself healthy, but there's the dust coming on through from Sanctified, and there's a Mystic Flare to finish the job. Duster gets the kill, and it is a harsh punishment on the side of Cedar.
That's what we need to see. Just isolate the Timbersaw, get that instant burst on the TA before any protective items are up. So again, Argus just forcing way too hard to try and find that objective. Pays for it with his life. And for the side of hand, I mean, where they shine is still when they're grouped up, when they can kind of take these big team fights. You're at the point where we've seen this from Dooms. Archer's just farming. They'll go try.
Yeah, it's a questionable play from Warden there as he rolls in only to get immediately dueled up, and RGS might even be in some trouble as well. The glimpse is there. They don't really have any more couch in the tank, so the TA is going to be alright, but yeah, I mean, honestly, like, that fight was made possible by the initiation angle from Isla there. Big recovery from Isla this game as he manages to move across the map very creatively, but also a little bit of like 7.33 not really being ingrained to a lot of players' minds just yet. TA felt like because they had the two angles, you used to be able to push that. Oh my god, getting caught again. How do you let this happen? 5 heroes just running at the top lane non-stop from C-Dub is turning this game around some way, somehow. They're making it happen, and there's the Skywrath damage coming on through, dominating on the Skywrath. And this is what I'm talking about, man. This hero, it deals a ridiculous amount of damage. If you just let it cast its spells on you, then yeah, it's easy fights, man. Easy fights.
Yeah, it's shaping up. The magic damage is still carrying them through until we see some BKBs come out on the side of Ant. This will just continue to be relevant. And with the build up here on Argus, he is, again, still opting for the blink. But where Ant shines is when they initiate first. I think your counter initiation at this point, it's a little bit shaky just because you lose your TA way too quickly. Unless you kind of bait out your Timbersaw first or you Doom first, you're okay with that. So I want to see the side of Ant just try and run and force these fights once this blink is up on Argus. Use your big beefier cores up front to bait out all of this damage first and give Argus just a cleanup job, which he can do fantastically. For the side of C-Dub, I mean, they've got the Phylactery
I love
on
this.
Sanctified. It's a ton of damage out from him.
Yeah, and they buffed it in this B patch as well, so it now does 150 damage instead of 125. It lasts for 1.5 seconds, which means the damage tick does more. And, sorry, it's just a slow, it's not a damage tick, but it's so good because it's on a 6-second cooldown, and you're constantly spamming targeted spells, Arcane Bolt and Ancient Seal as this hero, so it is really powerful. I love it a lot. Let's see if they can make it happen here onto RGS. Ooh, they're trying to close the gap. The vision's not there, though. RGS does get away just about, but still, is RGS actually going for a Daedalus here? Really? Okay, well, guess he's dead. Oh, no, he's not dead. Beautiful Static Storm catching out the Skywrath Mage here. All right, every time I hit on this TA, I'm just getting completely turned inside out. But talking about getting turned inside out, they've actually dueled out the TA. They need a little bit more if they want to turn around this duel, and it is going to be the Mark dying, but not before the duel ends. Oh, sorry, after the duel ends. So RGS will fall as well. Both dead. Isla's gone as well. Double King and Duster, the only two left to fight, but they are a pretty strong duo right now. 2 on 3. I think they're feeling okay about it. Never mind, RRL finds the Duster on the back, and now Double King's all alone. I think we're alone now. Tries to jump in on RRL. He's tanky, and he is tanky enough to survive it. First death on the Wraith King. Coming back for round 2. Ush going to be the target, but the Doom is there and available, so I'm just going to use that to slow him down as a trap as well. Moving it like 1 unit an hour. But okay. Doom kind of wasted. I mean, John, what happened in that fight? Break it on down for me.
Chaos. Like, they whiffed their initiation on Argus with a self-stun coming out from Isla, it was a pretty tricky angle to find. But then the fight just evolved from there, with the Static Storm catching them out under that area while they had control on the side of Ant. It's a fight where, again, they look pretty solid because they weren't necessarily counter-initiating. They bait in and then initiate on top of that. I don't think that really counts as initiation coming out from C-Dub. So they managed to create this circumstance for themselves where they force this stream, this running in from C-Dub, which just isn't ideal. They do still manage to find a couple of kills for C-Dub though. Isla.
Such a weird build coming out of this game as well. I thought he'd go Eternal Shroud on the Timbersaw, but instead goes for the Glimmer Cape, so just doubling down on the magic resistance here as he is getting controlled up pretty heavily. It is Isla that goes down for the TA Yotzer on the map, but over towards mid, the Mystic Flare is coming down. It's not doing nearly enough damage though. They're able to just tank it up together. RRL still trying to fight up into this one. He's got 15 sticks to work with, but that's about it and won't get a chance to get it off as damage comes in from Sanctified. Once again, the Skywrath Mage just doing so much work against this Timbersaw. I don't know what they do. Like, I really don't. Skywrath is just doing too much against the Timber. It's the one thing stopping him from just 1v5ing this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think you just jump the Sky. Again, this is what I've been saying for Ant. Like, if they get the initiation first, if they jump the back line, then these issues disappear. Maybe you just force yourself to get a BKB on your Tim, or at the very least, a Lotus Orb to dispel.
Someone needs a BKB this game. It's crazy to me. The
Right?
TA and Templar, and the Timbersaw and the Doom, none of them have a BKB. Like that is wild. And admittedly, it's not amazing versus Skywrath Mage anymore. It is only 50% damage reduction on the spells, but it doesn't mean you can't be Ancient Sealed, so that's going to reduce that at least.
It takes quite a fair bit out. I mean, I get this mindset at the least from Argus, just instant burst. You know, damage is probably one way. If they're dead, then you can't get debuffed. So that's one way to kind of look at it here for Argus. We'll see if it pays off. Again, they need to jump the back. They're going to smoke up. I'd say they need to jump the back. You don't even have a blink on Argus, so finding the back lines maybe a little bit more complicated. Lines are drawn towards Duster. Not the biggest kill in the world, but they don't have forward vision here either, just kind of spot guessing.
Yeah, they're looking. Checking the hot tub as always.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No one around though. No one to be found. No one checking that creep avenue, as I've come to lovingly call it, because
Roche is being taken.
Aaron Roche, exactly right, taking down the big boy. Scarth just blasting in those arcane bolts from the sidelines as well, and that is going to be an Aegis into the hands of Mark. Wraith King has reincarnation. Mark has an Aegis. Isla has to be the target of the next fight, but he's got some items on him. He's got a Crimson Guard. He's got a Spirit Vessel. An Alchemist always going to find some items in a game. Always going to get that net worth up. Agree with greed, so.
Is under attack. Dire's structures
It's a little bit interesting that you go for the Crimson Guard and Yalk. Again, this guy tends to be an aura hero now. Sometimes, when the game demands it, but the Guard is a bit strange purely because you don't have the highest strength gain. Maybe down the line we get some stat items up, it starts to feel a little bit better. We'll see. They find the bot tier 2 off the back of that. Oh, well, they apply some pressure on the bot tier 2 at the very least right now. On the side of C-Dub. They're being really patient. Still a 2k lead standing. 22 to 22. Smoke out here.
C-Dub. Waiting to see if someone approaches this high ground. The double steps. It's a great area to hold, but only if the enemy team wants to play in that area. And considering he just took Roche, that does seem unusual, so feeling it's going to go down. That'll be another dual win. 66 damage up on the Legion Commander, and they can turn this into a tier 1 tower in the middle lane at the very least. Kind of surprised it's still sitting up here and on full HP as well, but also forget, C-Dub have got a pretty terrible laning phase. In fact, they got pretty much destroyed. But they came back after that series of events up in the top lane, and now, well, they're able to get a bit of damage back, including an Aegis on themselves.
Yep. They get Blessed DD Rune as well if they do manage to spot that. And I believe Mark does see it with his bottle. So more output for him in the next duel. And they're just now consistently applying that pressure, whereas for And, I mean, they're queuing up some BKBs now. That's what Arceus is going for next. That's what Ush is trying to go for next as well.
Radiant's middle
But
tower
until those BKBs are up, the openings are there for C-Dub.
are fortified.
And they'll just keep pressing that advantage. So just look for all the outer towers they can, shrink the map as much as possible. I don't know if you're safe to go high ground. It does feel a little bit risky, although just shoving in every wave.
Radiant's middle
It's good. Let's see. Jump in. Doom. They have found Isla. I mean, we did mention that Isla is probably the best target you can possibly go for, and the Glitz back as well. But I put him in sort of position, but now comes the ultimate from the Dawnbreaker as the duel comes out of the backlines onto the Templar Assassin TA. She has so much damage, though, and she's not actually dropping that low. Finally, they get through the fraction that they will kill him off, but now they get a return kill onto the Wraith King. Wraith King coming back to life and looking for the target. RRL, he can't carry this fight by himself, but he's out of course to help him out, so it's going to be more death on the side of Ant. And this might well be high ground. One lane of racks, possibly even more, as they look over towards Feeling. Feeling just taking a step too far forward. Really wanted to get the Thunderstrike off on the creep wave, but unfortunately will end up going down as well. I'm amazed they went for that fight. They could have just sat on their high ground and defended. I think that would have worked out okay, you know, especially if Sanctified shows himself in the back. But going for the Alchemist is just crazy. Like, they have the heals from the Dawnbreaker. They have Skyroth as well to just punish anyone who steps too far forward. And John, there's still no freaking BKBs, man.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I mean, this greed, it's just punished. Like, the fact that you went for the full Daedalus before BKB, I can't really fault the other heroes. I think these item buildups on RRL and on Ush are actually fine, but really the big hurting point is like TA Daedalus over BKB. I tried to justify it, but really it feels like a necessity in this specific matchup. Just because the silences are kind of ruining you, and none of your supports can really save you from the silence itself. And they're still grouping up outside, and they want to stall out.
Oh, wow.
Radiant's top
I'm going to copy that ward from Duster. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's a good spot. Sneaky spot to plop it down as well. Not
Yeah.
within range of that sentry right by the crystals. So you get max value there.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah, lucky. All right. Everyone take a note of that one. Everyone who's watching, do that in your pubs. Well done. Free MMR right there. But yeah, I mean, admittedly in that last fight, like, it was kind of like, it was a Wraith King doing most of the damage, but yeah, I think,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Double King, he's too good on this hero, man.
Yep. He loves this hero. He's the only guy playing this hero consistently now. So it does make sense that he'd specialize in it, as you'd expect.
Into the middle lane. They do have the Doom coming out, but immediately Duster, every single time, just drops down that ultimate. He wants to try and help out his buddies where he can, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to save the Legion Commander right now. The great timing, actually, is the Doom does end, and they get the kill. The Aegis, it's not there anymore. Warden is going to die in response to this one, as RRL just trying to chase down the Skyrath mage. Skyrath, though, he's going to be all right as he drops down the ultimate, and there's the spell Lifesteal coming in, healing him back up again as they look over towards RRL, and they will get the kill. So, Islet controlled up, not really pushing up that high ground there, but that's okay.
Radiant's top tower.
Buyback on the Legion Commander, by the way, as she manages to jump in the backlines, finds the duel out onto the Templar Assassin. Help needs to come in, and it certainly is. There's the stun, there's the damage. Arceus goes down once again. This Templar Assassin cannot play their game. The duel comes through.
Yeah. They clean up. No buybacks on two of those heroes.
Radiant's bottom
And they just get another objective. The Double King's got the damage. He's got the Skellies coming out. Creep Waves coming in as well.
Radiant's
So you don't have to worry about the back door. And they can just widen that advantage now. And they've bled out. All off the back of maybe misitemizing, maybe just not playing around this early timing they had, allowing C-Dub to find these openings on these really vulnerable cores without the BKBs. And C-Dub just does a fantastic job of even just seeing these opportunities, because it feels so difficult to play into 4 melee heroes into a team, as you mentioned, but they make it work.
I love how Isla gets Spirit Vessel. He just runs back a little bit. Legion Commander's like, don't worry, press the attack. Here you go, buddy. Like a little medic on the back lines. Double King. I'm going to throw some spells at him. He's got a reincarnation anyway, though. Not really too bothered. And there comes the medic once again. All right, ultimate from Feeling. is going to maybe secure them the 1 kill. Duster, once again, very far forward with these Solar Guardians, and oh my god, there's a damage coming out from the TA,
call?
but she'll get the kill and then call it. GG's are done, and that's going to do it for the series. It is going to be C-Dub turning this game around in a turbulent, crazy, delayed, trash-talky, all NA series. It's what we wanted, it's what we got, and what an ending, John.
Yeah, that's an insane way to end out. A great showing from C-Dub after a very slow start coming out from them. Their lanes just didn't look like they were working out, but they get the plays. Like this value pick on the Skywrath Mage, it feels like it made all the difference in the world for them to find these openings. Like the silence was massive. There was no dispels on hand from Ant. Just again, down to the itemization, feeling maybe a little bit too confident on Ant for Daedalus. Like no BKB, no dispel, no nothing, nothing to save you. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, just full on aggression. I mean, I understand they needed the damage in their draft, but at the same time, to do damage, you need to not die. Like even in Link-ins, if you don't want to go BKB for whatever reason, like that's fine. But this full aggression, into this draft, you got 2 heroes which can basically just completely kill you. The Legion Commander and on the Skywrath as well. So I don't know. Didn't really tickle my pickle. Not gonna lie to you, John. And C-Dub, they just know their timings, and they almost felt like they kind of smelt the weakness in Ant and just kept running themselves at the top tower, knowing that Ant wouldn't respect them for it. It's just really crazy way to give up the game. Like I honestly thought Ant were just gonna crush this one.
Yeah, I didn't think like their draft was easier, but I think with the start they got, it should definitely not have been remotely close for C-Dub to find these openings, but they just kept finding these cores one by one. They kept forcing out these fights, and the response from Ant was not ideal. Like some fights you'll lose out on your Timbersaw really early, you lose out on RRL, sometimes you lose Argus really early, and in either scenario you're set up for failure. Like we just saw Ant default to maybe more of a farming style for quite a fair bit after dropping up a couple of fights, even though they were still maintaining a small lead at that point. They just opt to sit back and farm, but I know, like, if they pushed their advantage more, or at least pushed it more consistently without making too many sacrificing, I think you were still in control. C-Dub, they just come out as the better team, they get a good read, they get a good understanding, and they exploit these weaknesses of Ant to get themselves that 3rd place spot here.
Yep, well done. And I think, the structure and kind of strategy coming from this team is what eventually ended up taking it, and they played well, they fight well, they definitely click their buttons well, but when it comes down to the grand strategy and adapting to the new patch, I think they have been a step behind here and there. They're the team which failed to take their Tormentor for about 8 minutes straight until they gave it away to the other team. These are small things which they can improve on, and yeah, I'd really like to see it coming out from them in the future. It was, it was a good try, and they definitely gave a really, really good series. It was backwards and forwards. Ultimately, either team could have taken it, but yeah, in the end, C-Dub, they play it well, they keep it under control, and they do secure themselves the 2-1 despite the crazy game 2 with the disconnect and everything going on. Who's your MVP? Who are you feeling?
Double King is certainly up there. I think he delivered the goods this time on his Raid King. After a little bit more of a rocky game 1 coming out, he shows us why he is the Double King. Mm-hmm. Right? He has a fantastic game, doesn't die even any single time, and I mean he just gets the job done. Like he was super active. He joined his team a lot more frequently, I think, in comparison to game number 2, and that made all the difference. Like having this front line, having this damage coming out, having that early radiance come out from him as well with a very decent timing just allowed them so much impact. Like gave them a little bit more EHP to play with into that TA.
Yeah, absolutely. Great builds and great play, understanding the hero. Probably better than anyone's played Wraith King for a while, in my opinion, from what I've seen from it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out about a little bit more about how they're playing this one. We'll have an interview with him coming up a little bit later, but I think I want to give a shout out to Sanctified as well. I really like Sanctified on this Skywrath Mage. I think he did the 2nd most damage in the team as well, which is very impressive for a Pulse 4/5. But yeah, I think he was, the pick was perfect, and he played it very, very well indeed, just staying back and blasting the Timbersaw, forcing him to go for a Glimmer Cape as well. Like, You have to be happy if you're Scarth in that situation. But we can now move into our interview. So we get to chat to Mr. Double King himself, the Double King. Sir, how's it going? How does it feel to achieve third place?
Oh, it feels pretty good. I mean, it's a little meh because we really wanted to go to Div 1 this season, but it's nice we get to right below that so we can prepare ourselves for next season. It's a great feeling.
Great. And then how did this particular series feel? Is this a team you particularly wanted to beat?
Not exactly. I only really know RL. I know my teammates don't exactly like Ush at all. So I think they were kind of hyped on beating them.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we didn't pick up on that. There was no signs. No signs.
Yeah, that's wild.
All right. Well, I mean, obviously, we got to ask you about Wraith King. Do you think this hero is actually like really strong in this patch, or do you just love playing it?
I do love playing it. Everything about it. It kind of got nerfed and buffed at the same time in this patch. I think the 40-second cooldown on his ulti is a huge nerf in fights because you can't really wait that long to get back in. But his crit got massively buffed. It's insane how much you're right clicking and healing by. I'd say it got buffed just how fast you farm with the lane, how strong you are in lane. You can kind of control the map very well. I do love the hero, and I do think it's good.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. Well, what would you say is the one thing which people misunderstand about Wraith King for any aspiring Wraith King enjoyers out there?
Wraith King, I think people think he gets kited too easily, like an Ursa or a Troll Warlord. I think the fact that you have a stun and you go Blink Dagger most games makes it really easy to catch people and chase them down. And what's nice about it is that now you can just put your ulti. You can just use your ulti, and then you can just slow everybody. It's a cool change. I do think it's very easy to catch people, and it's not as easy to kite Wraith King as you think it is.
All right. Well, John, you got any questions for the Double King here?
Yeah, nice and short, Double King. Congratulations on finding that win. I'm curious, what do you want to see from yourselves going into the next tour, right? You guys wanted to go into Div 1, obviously. Just a little bit short. You guys are so close to it. What else do you guys have to push for to reach that objective for yourselves here?
Mm-hmm. I think to get to there, we just have to be more disciplined and a lot more organized as a team. Because I do think we get tilted sometimes when we aren't as disciplined and focusing up. Like you saw in the second game, we kind of got tilted. We fed a bit, like one by one. I think that's going to be the best way to get ourselves into Div 1. By being more disciplined, more organized as a team, and to refocus back into the games despite all the bad things happening around us.
All right.
Hopefully we see that form from you guys in the next tour.
Thank you.
I'm sure we will. My last question then before we go is going to be, who in the team have you enjoyed playing with? Who have you clicked with the most on this team?
I gotta say, that's my boy Mark. I love playing with that guy. In ranked, we have been decimating the rank scene, and in game, it's always so much fun playing with him, especially when we're winning. It's a great time.
Nice. All righty. Well, we won't keep you any longer then, because I'm sure you're going to go and celebrate with your team. Third place, I think it's very respectable, and I'm sure you'll be back with a vengeance in season 3. So we're really looking forward to seeing it. Thank you, Double King.
All right. Thank you, guys. See ya.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, not quite the win they were hoping for in the top 2, but at least they get to celebrate something in the tiebreakers here as they do secure themselves third spot and an extra $4,000, bringing their total prize pool up to $15,000 in that third place. A very respectful third place indeed. And next season, I'm very looking forward to them bringing their all into this Division 2. And that means we're done for this series, but don't go anywhere, as the fun has only just started here in NA as we now move to the spicy highlights of the evening. It is time for the 3-way tiebreaker. That's right, we've got 3 teams battling it out in best of ones to find out who is going to be relegated from this division. And I mean, John, we got the cut, we got the oversight, and we got the tilted boys. Who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think all of those teams are fairly evenly tied. I'd favor the cut and tilted boys, honestly. I think their performances at their best have been a little bit better. Okay. I think Oversight is not the team you can overlook, but at the same time, it's hard for me to vote against the cut, and I think the tilted boys, again, when they look good, they look decent enough.
I mean, purely going off names here. You know, the Tilted Boys, I think the pressure's going to get to them, and they will become the Tilted Boys, and they will lose. So that's what I'm going to predict. A very facts and logic-based prediction there from me. And yeah, that's going to be an exciting one. I'm very much looking forward to seeing these players push to the edge, because I'm sick like that. And I think it's going to be very interesting. So we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be back with some fresh pair of casters. But guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you some Div 2 action, and we'll leave in the very capable hands of T, Panda, and Lizard. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the North American DPC continues with more tiebreakers. We just saw C-Dub take the victory over another NA team. And now it's time to decide what is between these three teams sitting at 5th, 6th, and 7th, because one of them is going to get relegated and removed from the 2nd division, while the two others will get themselves a prize pool victory. My name is D-Panda, and I'm, of course, joined by Lizard to take you on a traditional NA journey with us. We've seen so much during the course of this tour, including a new patch, including now the tiebreakers, and of course, some ups and downs for most of these teams. And we start our things off with the cut versus the oversight. Which one is the better
Which one is the better I'm not sure. I know you're the not best, but the third best Counter-Strike player in all Vatuland and surrounding Finnish villages, because you did win a tournament. Please tell me more about it.
I got 3rd place in it. I missed out on one tiebreaker, but I think Nomad and John X Fire were keeping the people entertained while that was happening. So I'm happy of my achievements, but now back to the casting world as usual. But it did give me this kind of, super PMA vibe, because I thought we were going to get knocked out right away, but that wasn't the case. However, Cut versus the Oversight, the first series to kick things off. These are best of ones.
However,
so
I'm not PMA about
counts.
these guys. One of them is getting knocked out. Yeah.
Oversight, I could say there's a lot of PMA going their way because they were confident about the match, but I don't know about the Cut, how confident they are coming into this one, having lost that previous series and a lot of losses under their belts, but they have been the competitive team in best of threes. Are they going to be that in best of ones? We are literally just trying to, speed up things, because the thing is, of course, the Watch to Earn platform on the side of esportsbet.io is still active. So if you want to take advantage of that deal, head over to esportsbet.io, create an account, log in, start watching Dota, and you'll start earning tokens on the side. So make sure you get in there. There's also information below the stream. If you scroll down a little bit, there's a banner you can click and find more information about what is going on with the Watch to Earn campaign. Lizard, we have a draft, and we should dive straight into it and see what is happening with the Cut and the Oversight. And I'm done with my monologue.
How do I talk now? A little bit. I don't want to continue. Please, D-Panda, tell me what's up. Why are they banning Bounty and Nyx? Why is it? What happened?
They're strong. Their stonks have been going up. The bounty hunter's been picked more and more these last few days. I think we also saw bounty in the last series. Was a win also for another NA team. We've seen the Nyx in action, reasonable. Yep. And these were the heroes that the Oversight dominated with in their last series versus Alpha.
Yep.
So, makes sense.
Yep. If you win versus Alpha with something, the team that has been promoted to Division 1, I guess, in your next series, you're going to lose that strat. But they also did say, I believe it was Skyward, that said they have cooked up many, many things. They have a lot of strats hidden in their pockets. So now they have perhaps a lot of time to show those strats, as this is a three-way tiebreaker. So it can be kind of long. So Mirana and Venom answer by them, okay, something a bit different. And the Cut with the Rubik, and we'll see whatever they pick. But meta right now, even on the major, is just developing really fast. I'm seeing teams playing with 0 carries, like literally 3 semi-cores on all lanes.
It's the brawler meta, right?
Yeah,
like you can just play supports and fight the whole time. Like you can just skip everything extra that the game provides. Just fight.
Everyone is a support if they feed hard enough. So
true. That is also very true. Oversight in game 1 versus Alpha, they did play the Nyx bounty first phase into the Mirana Veno. So maybe the Veno and the Mirana are the core pieces of these intriguing ideas that they have in mind, potentially.
Yeah, well, Veno already is kind of different, right? Not extremely different, but we haven't seen too many of him. Like, the hero has been changed. I've played him a couple of times. Basically, his ulti got reworked, and his passive got reworked a little bit. Your ulti is now single-targeted, and it deals a ton of damage. And if the target dies that you cast your ulti on, the target spreads another that old ulti around everyone. So it's it's a little bit different, but still feels pretty damn solid. And I believe he's universal. Yeah, he is universal. We watched one game, didn't we? We watched one game at least.
I mean, I just said Oversight did play the Mirana and the Mirana and the Veno, and then they played Mirana also in game 2.
Oh, did they play both of them together?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Okay. Well,
and it was Dead Zone who was running all over the map, everywhere basically, with that Mirana, stealing Wisdom runes, had the XP advantage, had a higher KDA than the opponent supports did.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Bigger everything.
I guess it does make sense that Miranda does that, right? Because of there's so many little things on the map that you have to accomplish, and then this hero has 3 leaps, so she's kind of fast. She moves across the terrain.
Mobility abilities early on are good.
Yeah, I guess. Did you know that if you go far enough on the right side with Mirana and you leap, you show up on the left side?
You do?
Yeah, next to the Wisdom runes. So
intended.
He's also using that. I'm kidding. That doesn't happen.
Okay, I was like, is that working as intended? But yeah, sure. It sounded like a bug to me.
Yeah. It's a matter of time. If we have twin gates, the next step is a map on which you can move from all the sides all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Nomad was talking about underground, like having a second level beneath the lanes. So I was like, yeah, what are the limits?
Well, he does have Mad in his nickname. Now he just has to get rid of that no, and that's who he is. I mean, they pick...
No one better.
Yeah, well, yeah, for better or worse. They pick Void Spirit on one side, Storm on the other. Void Spirit is super popular right now, as you might have noticed. Like the universal damage on him, the Echo Saber build, whatever, just feels really damn good. Storm is decent against him. Like you get this melee core that's on melee mid laner that's good against him. What I really like about Storm is not about the Void Spirit though, it's about the Mirana and Veno. Like these two, they don't have a lot of catch or any, and then you get this Storm that just jumps them, zips them instantly. However, he needs follow-up. Right now, I don't see it. That's the problem. They picked the Storm with Rubik and Io. I like Io and Storm. I like Rubik and Storm. I don't like Io, Rubik and Storm. I would like to have something extra. Some position 4 that just rolls in, like Earth Spirit Clockwork. Something that follows up or starts things off.
I'm just looking at this Io, who has some pretty interesting stuff going on with that overcharge. Not just the attack speed, but the spell amp. And then you get the shard, which gives even more spell amp and spell lifesteal. Hence why Io Lesh was so popular, because the Leshrac got such a massive boost to it. But going around with the Storm Spirit as an Io in a tether, not that easy. It doesn't look fantastic with the Rubik either. And then you have this TB who does get a lot of extra attack speed with the Metamorph. So I guess you can make it work. I mean, pro players always find a way to make it work, but it does feel like a bit of an odd piece.
Oh, yeah, like you can go in with Storm and relocate afterwards. There's that. But my worries are you do that, and by the time you're in, you can get punished. Sure, 100%. They can still make it work. I'm just saying I see some things that I would personally like different, which doesn't mean at all that they can't pull it off and that I'm completely wrong in their case. Like they can play it really well. It's always doable. They're banning out the AM. I'm not sure what the next ban will be. There's some Slark still left in the pool that's pretty popular at the moment. When it comes to carries, I'm supposing this Ricky is a support, by the way.
It probably is, because you would like to get a Tormentor Shard for the Ricky, Void Spirit with that Echo Saber Desolator build-up, and Ricky with the extra minus armor. Mirana could potentially look like a core this game. You could even put Venomancer as a support in this case, because you just got so much physical damage going your way. It's not great against the TB, but the more minus armor you have, it actually starts to hurt the TB as well, at least early on.
Yeah, look at them banning out one offlaner and one safe laner, so the cut isn't necessarily
10 seconds.
super sure about what Oversight needs as well. Meanwhile, if you're Oversight, they need an offlane, right? You know that the cut needs an offlane, so you ban out Underlord, you ban out another catch, maybe some Legion, you know, something like that.
Exactly. Ban the
Boom.
Legion.
There you go.
Both of the bans with the cut are actually fantastic against the Terrorblade. So I feel like AM is a big issue. Oh, sorry, actually, I don't think the AM is a big issue for the TB. I think TB is more of a big issue against the AM, but the Sand King in the lane just destroys Terrorblade, so that makes sense. But they bring up the Primal Beast, so Primal Rubik, TB, IO lanes for the cut.
Cry.
Very standard-ish.
Yeah, it's a solid draft so far. I have to say, Cry looks very tired. I'm not sure if if he was up all night or if he played a lot of pubs recently. But man, he's like, yeah, I need this to be done with. I need some sleep. Or maybe I'm just wrong. There you go. Skyward is yawning as well. So they were partying too soon.
Yeah, I think I honestly have a feeling that some of them have just woken up for this series. That's probably the reason why they're feeling tired. Because for us, it's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
For majority of these players, well, I'm not sure about the Frenchman, but at least the rest of the rosters. At daytime, we have a Pugna last pick out of all things. So really shaking things up here with this final pick, and that's going to be a support Pugna, or is that?
It's a support Pugna.
4 Pugna.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting one.
Looking up Pugnas.
I've seen I've actually played with some Pugnas already. The hero isn't necessarily bad. Like, he actually looks much better than before. I'm not sure why. Like, I need to even go and check.
Better healing battery with the Decrepify and the life drain apparently in this patch. So
yeah, I'm literally just opening right now to see. When targeting allies or self, no longer increases magic damage taken. Instead provides 20% incoming heal amplification on the Decrepify, which is pretty damn nice.
Yeah, and Life Drain also got buffed with extra life, like basically the benefit straight directly into the Decrepify. Yep. So it allows Venno to stay longer in these fights. It allows the Void Spirit. And of course, Skyward playing the carry Riki, which we thought potentially could be a support. It's actually going to be played as a carry. And of course, if he's the one in the interview saying that we've got a couple strats, he probably has a hero he wants to play a bit differently. So he will pull out the Riki carry.
Yeah, there are some nice things like the Riki carry is solid, the Void Spirit is solid as well. I'm just worried that their backline might get crushed easily. Right now, even this Pugna, is it a great hero into the TB? Historically, would own TB's ass, like one of the best to pick. As a core though, here it's a support and you're playing into Storm. I feel like for a Storm, this game is literally jump whoever you want to and you're fine. It feels like a really good Storm game. I don't know, I would really like to play the Storm in this match. Only thing you have to more or less worry about is that Cloud that you just mentioned. Then again, will Riki buy a shard? Probably not, he's a carry, right? He might get it later on, I'm not sure.
I feel like you might want to, like, unless the team is super contested for the Tormentors early on and you have to wait for -6 armor somewhat late into the game. I guess if you can still buy the shard, then might as well do it. I feel like it's very, very worth. That's that's a Desolator just without the damage.
Look, the shard is really great for him. For his team, it's great. It's great against the cut as well because there's lift, there's IO. Like, there's a lot of point and click abilities that you can deny the TB, the Storm. A lot of saves that you can deny from them. At the same time, knowing carries and knowing that you need every single piece of gold early on, I doubt that he'll get it early at least. Like, it's gonna come late or he's gonna get it from Tormentor or something. But yeah. I also completely agree that it's a good pickup this game. It's just that you still need other things. You're a carry.
You are a carry indeed, and the whole thing with that Cloak and Dagger rework as well, getting that extra experience per kill. And now we're looking specifically at kills because it's being played as a core. You want to be more active in fighting, so they've gone full on with a fighter lineup. You get the first slow outs onto Italiano Gangster, but the turnaround comes out, and it's a beautiful onslaught. Onto 3. Atsu's going to take a heck of amount of damage here, but Cry in the front. Blood Grenade coming out as well for the extra slow. Venomancer about to drop a couple more hits would do, and that's going to be first blood, and that is going to be picked up for the Rubik.
Yeah, pretty good start for the Rub boy. Did they skill anything that they didn't want to? Not necessarily. Everything more or less is fine. Maybe onslaught you don't want to take every single time, but it's still okay. Arrow does connect now, but they still can't approach. So 3 bounties taken by Radiant. Seems
the
good.
cut, that's at least the thing that
4.
for the cut they got back. Okay, sure, let's make it 4. You know, the classic, let's call GG early on. Italiano Gangstar back in action for the cut, who missed out on the previous game, the previous series. They lost that one too, so I guess you were talking about it. They probably should hope to get their offlaner back for this final tiebreaker series, and they did, but is B-God not playing, or is he playing under a nickname Wake Me Up?
I'm not sure. It looks like...
I wasn't notified of a stand-in, so...
yeah, probably he is.
Guessing.
Probably he is, yeah. Interesting situation, but I'm also happy that Italiano Gangster is back. Like, they didn't look good with the stand-in. With the stand-in they had, they just weren't making any moves.
It messed up their entire game plan. Like, you had your mid player playing off lane, stand-in going mid, and then the mid was also struggling, especially game 1, super hard. Just falling behind an experience. You were level 9 when the opponents were at like 11 and 12. That's not what you want from your mid player, right?
Usually not, yeah. And he also died twice in a row on the mid lane, so... 2 games, I mean.
Yeah, and even in those situations where your mid player dies twice, he doesn't get out-leveled that hard. But in that game, he definitely did. There was 0 impact coming out from the Void Spirit. Storm's actually about to drop in mid. Odyssey really giving the poke onto the Storm Spirit. Not quite enough for a kill. Full bottle as well for Sadman.
Yeah, he was just getting the bottle, so... Nicely done by him. He should know where the ward is. Yeah, he gets it. Because of the way that Odyssey was clicking on him when Storm was on high ground. He knew exactly where to go for. I love these small little things. Not sure if that's the reason. Maybe he saw it earlier, but like people don't pay enough attention to what they do and how they move on the map. Sometimes just moving on the map in reaction to something that you see on a ward is a dead giveaway. Just changing the direction of your hero. That gives a lot of info to pro players, because it's crazy like that. Let's say you're moving through Scourge McDuck is taking a ton of damage. By the way,
he is taking so much damage. that was a gale into a blood grenade, poison sting, and then you've got Pugna throwing Nether Blast. And this hero doesn't exactly have the biggest HP pool. He's got a max magic one though.
Yeah, and
of course the IO.
Maybe that's good that he doesn't have such a huge pool, because he has the IO, so he's being healed up a bit better with the headdress, right? And with the tangos and the ring of regen from him.
Yeah.
But this, yeah, the lane is just really rough, for sure.
And they're also being super annoying as well. Like, he's trying to last hit, he's going to get hit by Decrepify from time to time. It's like, oh, you're going to miss out on that one. Denying the range creeps as well. Really slowing down Scourge McDuck, and I think that is a very good play from Oversight, really recognizing if we have these small things, like you said, all the small details, if you're able to pull them off in the laning stage, you're actually building a quite sizable advantage you can potentially utilize later on. That could come down to the literal first item timing fight that a lot of teams are looking for, because you don't have it. You missed 2 creeps in the lane.
Yeah, well, of course, it all matters, all these small little things, like you just said. Small little things that work versus Veno are a reflection, like you get to apply Poison Sting on the Veno, which isn't fun very often. But if this is what they meant when they said we have a lot of tricks in their bag, if what they meant was Pugna and Veno lane, I don't want to see any more tricks. This is the ultimate green lane. This is basically Matumba Man right now, if he's watching, which he probably is, of course. He's a big fan of NA Dota 2.
Oh, yeah.
Div 2. He's chortling right now. He's like, yes. I love it.
I love the stuff that I need. Keep my day going.
Imagine coming to a lane and there's Veno and Pagna against you. It's like, I don't know.
That Techie's voice line where he says, fun!
Yeah, exactly.
First thing that pops to mind. All right, well, right now we are sitting at 1 kill. And nothing else happening at the moment. Very farm heavy on all of these lanes. I guess you could see something happening from Skyward and Dead Zone in the top lane. They can get, you know, potential slow into the Sacred Arrow, get some poke out. That could be a thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they don't really need to push them away. Like, they don't have to extend away from their tower because it's still a Primal Beast trample you have to play against, and that hurts.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I'd say bottom lane is probably where we should see. Yeah, like Veno and Pagna. At the same time, they aren't really pressuring the TB. He's on top of net worth charts, has 20 magic wand charges, like probably doesn't die anytime soon. Maybe some rotation, which is also interesting. We haven't seen anyone rotate so far, yet at least, through the Twin Gates.
I think one of the big things out of this patch is the Tango cooldown on the shop.
Uh-huh.
That's something that was like, how long do you just continuously buy regen as a support and keep, you know, keep yourself up, keep your carry up, sacrifice like all your net worth for it, and then it feels like at some point the trading just feels like, is there a limit to this? Are we actually winning this because we're doing X amount of damage converted to X amount of gold being used by the opponents? Is it actually worth?
That zone, he's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it's... what's with the cooldown? Like, how long is it? What's happening? I never noticed it.
It's 120 seconds for each stack, and the max stock is 8. So... you can only share 8 tangos at the start of the game between the team.
Mid lane is Sadman's business. He's going ham a bit.
He's level 6.
Yep.
Doing pretty good, actually, fighting against both of them. No abilities left on the Mirana, though, so no arrow into the Remnant.
And bottom lane,
bottom lane, they're actually maybe finding a kilo on the Venomancer. Rubik also dropping low. He's missing almost everything in that smoke cloud and causes him to die first. Now Scourge McDuck is going to get poked a bit here, but a lot of armor, making this Ricky not able to take him down with the tricks of the trade, not even opting to use it at all.
Yeah, they needed some slow, some Gale or something. Ricky also doesn't have a Venom.
They're going top.
So he couldn't really...
setting up for Mirana?
No, this is just a Metamorphosis rotation, I believe. That's it. Okay. Gonna pop meta and go for the tower.
Yeah, you got Vanguard on Primal. Might as well.
Yeah. You also want to dodge because Ricky TP'd already bottomed, so you want to dodge him. And now if Skyward mimics the same play, they need more. And Void Spirit is up.
He can get a lot of Astral Step damage out. He can connect straight to the TB, onto the IO. But they're not getting to do anything yet. There we go. The initiation is out. The quick burst onto Jubei, onto Scourge McDuck. Misses the Remnant, though. Tower goes down. Onslaught is being loaded up. Connects onto all 3 heroes. Here comes the Trample as well. Dead Zone already pretty low. Odyssey, though. And here comes the Storm Spirit joining in the fray. Sadman, can they look for kills? Who's going to be the one dropping first? They've got the Void Spirit still controlled, but Scourge McDuck's a lot of heal coming out from the wand. They're chasing him down. Io's going to tank the bullet for him, but he's still dead anyway. And Storm in the middle, tethered up by the Io. Going to get a lot of regen out, but they still end up losing Jubei. An oversight. They're scoring kills. Galioto Gangstar, he canceled his onslaught too early. Does he get any kills out of this? He won't get Odyssey, but he will almost potentially drop as well. To Pulverize doing a lot of work here, but he finally ends up dropping, and Wake Me Up's going to be in here as well. The Rubik, who was already basically out of this fight, coming back in, and a TP not going to be available for him. They just chase him down, and a double kill for Cry.
He had a healing Lotus there at the end, but it wouldn't really help. He'd still die. So they basically got wiped, right? Like all of them, and they only killed Mirana and the Void Spirit. Just the
Storm surviving, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a forced movement. They do take down the tier 1 tower, which is nice. They use the meta that way. At the same time, like TB could have been farming. It's like this playstyle in which TB goes early on for tower pushes has stopped for a reason some time ago. it's like the strategy is good, but if you die, you just lose so much. You could have been farming that whole time, spamming your illusions. So
On ult used as well. Italiano Gangstar looking for the charge onto the Venomancer.
he's got 20
Nice
charges.
running away, but he does take a decent amount of damage.
They have
A couple
Gale.
tramples. Another blast. Gale connection slowing him down. 7 seconds for another charge, though. Void Spirit also joining in. Top lane, they were chasing away, looking for the Riki, but they will get the jump onto the TV. He's down to half.
Arrow missed. He's down to half, and they're not going on him, even though he has no Sunder. They can't know that, right?
Close attempt now. Riki in the top lane. 1 versus 2. What can Skyward do? He's got 2 jumps available. Jumping away, but can't jump back out. Needs to go to. He's down. The cut finding a successful trade. They got the TB out, and they kill the Riki.
Yeah, good plays by the cut. TB saving himself. Io as well playing with the Storm. Very simple for them to get on top of Riki. He's like food at the moment. Later on, he becomes perhaps a problem with Diffusal, Slow, and Smoke Screen. But right now, not right now for Sadman. Like he's
About to get
food.
ganked.
And
Oh,
yeah,
good dodge.
not fast
Honestly,
enough.
that's like the 4th missed Aether Remnant this game. Not sure if he actually got the zap out first, but for a moment it looked like he was already dodging it.
Realistically, I don't think that was a kill. Like the 2 of them, Pagna dies bottom, but Riki
Yeah,
and
that's a kill.
Void Spirit, yeah, that definitely is. But Riki and Void Spirit into a storm with power shreds, and he had enough mana to move. Maybe it was enough. I'm not sure. Not certain there.
Like Void Spirit, he does right click a lot, but
Yeah.
Storm Spirit's got a plenty of armor already. He's got 8 base armor at this point, plus the tower giving a couple extra.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you-
I'd say it wasn't enough, but
I don't also think it probably wasn't a kill. Like you needed a 3rd hero to make sure that's actually going to happen. And
Nirvana
that-
was getting closer, but yeah, not close enough. Top lane, Io, Arrow will miss, and he does have a tether target, but he isn't tethering yet.
Yeah, Skyward's too deep here. He's smoked up and surrounded by enemies. I feel like maybe a bit impatience there as well. He really wants to fight. He really wants to kill. And that was not the play.
Bot lane?
Nope.
Nope, as well. Yeah, that's exactly what he says. There's a very big item on Cry. That's the Vessel. I love this on Venomancer right now. I feel that there's a lot of heals, a lot of
It's a
damage
good game
mitigation.
changer.
It really is, especially versus big boys such as Primal Beast. You pop that on him, suddenly he's not as tanky anymore.
Oh, we've got a smoke coming towards the bottom lane, but also Oversight. They're already ready in position. Odyssey, he's also suspecting something coming in from the back. Smokes will pop, and they finally recognize, oh, he's in an invis, and they don't have a sentry. Now that Dust is placed down, they spot him, but they also got the jump in the back line at the same time onto Cry. Cry getting saved by the Decrepify, and able to run away thanks to it. Atoon's going to be turning around with the damage. They're going to be looking for the kill on Italiano Gangstar. About to drop. The dots are on him, and they will finish him off. Sadman on the run. Jupe's down 2.
Way
And that was
too many dots.
beautiful.
Yeah.
A lot of dots, a lot of slows, and
Yep.
one good Decrepify.
And the 2 of just healing you up, life drain, and then killing off the Primal Beast as well. Nicely done. That zone.
Okay, Marana. Oh, that's always a
Wrong
chuckle.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Bro. Got him.
Meow, meow. Don't want to end up in that. See what they can achieve with these coming minutes, because Terrorblade, Scourge McDuck's still having a decent farming pace here with this TB. He was contested a lot in the lane. They tried to slow him down, but he's not really punished this game. I would actually put it that way, because
think-
he's still got Dragonlance, Yasha, Mantis on its way.
What you're trying to
Pretty
say
good.
is it's a TB, right?
It's a TB, but at the same time, I think Oversight really just wanted to maximize the amount of slow on this Terrorblade's farm, not on his movement speed slow, because you're the Venomancer,
Yeah.
but literally at the farming pace that this hero has.
And then
They
again,
cost no dent to it.
And then again, it's a TB, and this
And
map
again, it's
and
a
this map
TB.
is really big. And if you are counting on slowing down a TB from his farm, you're just setting yourself up for failure. There are just some heroes that you can perhaps plan on beating in lane, but eventually he will get his farm, especially in this map. Like I don't think you can count on stopping him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Illusion everywhere, out pushing the lane, him farming the jungle from level 4 if the lane goes badly. So yeah, it's just historically one of the strongest sides of him.
Good high ground position for Oversight. Smoke also, but it's going to get popped instantly. Italiano Gangstar, however, finds a Pugna under the tower, and Skyward goes in. He's got Odyssey with him. Jubei inside the silence. Won't be able to do anything. The arrow connects onto the Rubik. They know that's going to be a free kill for them, but Skyward needs to get out. He needs to jump, but he's not going to get close enough. And they will lose the Ricky. You got 2 supports, but you lost your carry once again. Just a couple pixels too far away to jump to his ally.
Yeah. Not good. Not good that
Not
they're
good
losing.
indeed.
Not good that they're losing him.
Meanwhile, TB's farming.
Yeah, maybe so. There are some nice things. One of the nice things is this mid lane Void Spirit. I'm not sure how good his item build will be. Like
Already 2 levels behind the storm.
yeah, I know the Dagon is buffed up, and that it's. Overall it's good, right? Like the spell lifesteal is always nice to have.
It's got a level 1 Dagon.
Yeah.
Is this the strat?
Yeah.
Extra
Yeah.
Dagon burst. Are coming all 5 heroes towards mid, and they just jump the Void Spirit, but also losing control of Pulverize as the arrow connects. DD's there. It's up with the Void Spirit to grab. Rubik already dropping. That's the first casualty. The cut, gotta be careful here. Oversight still moving around the area with the Moonlight Shadow. What was that chuckle, by the way?
Oh, nothing. It's just about something about the Dagon. It's fine. The burst versus TB is always nice. So.
Yeah, I guess you can put it that way. You know, maybe we should see a Dagon on the TB himself. We talked about it. Sadman getting the jump onto the Void Spirit Cry also in the tree line. Goes for the Gale, slowing him down. They've got a pipe pop though. His Primal Beast should be alright with his barrier.
A 2?
Catch their Pugna in the river. Pulverize again, cancelled by the arrow. That's the second time in a row. And the healing, well, their life drain in this case. Primal Beast still going. Full heal with the Sunder from TB, sacrificing his game to make sure that the rest of them can tank it. And Scourge McDuck still going to be fine as the front line, it doesn't crumble for the cut.
Scourge McDuck. This is the kind of a man you want to go to war with, you know? When you're up front, when you're
Your clip's empty, and he's the guy who has 1 remaining. Is like, take this.
I would rather say you're wounded. He's hacksaw rich. He comes, picks you up, brings you back home. I guess that's Io, but close enough. He helps as well.
I feel like he just gives his clip away, and you know, you shoot. You probably
Storm,
hurt more than
arrow.
I do right now. And Storm Spirit, oh, that's a beautiful one. There we go. Remnants into arrow.
The
Finally got
Atos
the combo working.
It's about the Atos as well. It gives them extra catch.
Oh, that's another kill.
Yeah. Okay, the cut kinda
That's a whoops.
feeding a lot of kills. Like both of these teams are in an endless brawl, and I'm not saying that one team has a huge advantage over another. I don't think anyone has an advantage here. It's just a big brawl. Who's gonna come out on top? I have no damn clue. I just know that TB is the ultimate carry in this game, and eventually it should be a free TB game, unless something drastic has changed with Ricky's Aghanims that he's buying next. I mean, it's still the same. I guess you can go into Void Spirit and jump in.
Yeah, you could. But there's one thing that I just really want to highlight since we're at 18 minutes right now. The impact Italiano Gangstar has this game and really just carrying this team.
Yep, the item build as well on him. Going for Pipe instead of BKB, next Lotus. Maybe I'd like to see BKB instead of Lotus next, but the Lotus is also fine.
Alright, goes for the Lord of Atos. It's onto the Primal Beast, just trying to keep him away as they're pushing on the side of Oversight. Couple more hits and that tower's gonna drop. Fateful's gonna slow them down a little bit, but here comes the onslaught charge, and that's a lot of damage. Ricky already down to half HP, and it might actually get caught. Jumps to the back line. They've got Metamorph popped as well. They're kind of sitting duck and kind of stuck at the same time. Sadman can't quite get a jump onto a tooth. He loses vision.
I think that was a good idea.
So they don't actually get to force out a full-on fight. And that tower ends up dropping.
They might still go. Ricky is on the hunt.
They are scouting.
Yeah, going high ground.
Thinking about it. They're all stacked up, clumped up. Gale onto 2, and there we go. The jump on Rubik. It's going to be a successful kill. Maybe even onto the Mirana as well. Ricky getting caught on the sidelines. This time they got Skyward. Now they might just go full on ham, full Dabai, and just rush them down. The Mirana will drop as well. The TB throwing in these big punches, and they're getting blown to oblivion. Sadman taking that big streak off of Cry, and a Tooth trying to TP away. Will be successful in doing so, but the cut successful with the team fight.
Relocate mid.
I'm trying to hunt the Void Spirit, but Odyssey is like, I see an opportunity as a Risen. Tries to kill Jubei. One more second on Astral Step. He wants to get to use that, but the relocate's already going to take place.
Yeah, he could have maybe left the Storm because Rubik was approaching the mid lane. Maybe there was some chance in Rubik helping out, but Void Spirit was already running back, so it's okay to take him as well. Storm, by the way, building a BKB. I really think on the cut, once you get these BKBs, the game feels very simple. I think that's one way to put it. I'm surprised that Primal Beast is not going for one as well on his own. Just a BKB instead of the Lotus. BKB on you, BKB on Storm. Okay, sure, TV can go for a Skadi first, but eventually a BKB, for me, looks solid. Because they just don't deal any... they do deal some damage, right, as the BKB has been changed, but...
Solid life drain there onto the Tormentor. And he also gets himself the Aghanim Shard, so extra cast range for the Nether Ward and the life drain. That is now the refracting life drain when cast onto the ward itself. Think about the healing you can do when you decrepify it, and it starts healing your entire team with that buffed up decrepify.
I don't think it can. I don't think it can't hit. It can't hit the teammates. Like when you put the ward down, it can only hit enemies, I believe.
Oh, it's actually enemies. Right.
Yeah.
True. So it's not healing; it's just damage to opponents. Right.
Yeah. It would be. It would feel. I'm not sure if it would be broken. I think it would be broken because you'd be miles away. You know, you have a Aether Lance and then you just put the ward somewhere near a fight, and you're healing 2 allies from the
I think
from
that would
the
be
fog.
kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. So
Developers
it's
taking
still
that
good.
into account.
Yeah, it's still decent, but I've seen players pull it off, but I've never seen someone go specifically for that because he thinks it's so amazing, you know. Like maybe in some pubs, but it's just underutilized. As Pagna is, to be honest, at the moment, so...
Yeah, I feel like the big buff to this hero is actually the cast range on Nether Ward. Like, not dropping it onto your feet, but actually being able to cast it a bit further away, able to build Aether Lens as well to increase the cast range on it, maybe even on the neutral item get even more. Then you could get yourself a pretty good team fight damaging ulti there with that... Nether Ward cast with the shard, but it's a lot of effort to make it work, though.
Yep.
Sometimes all this planning might lead to the point where it's like, guys, I finally got it, but it's useless.
That's how I feel about a lot of things, you know.
You try so hard, but in the end,
it's useless.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Aghanim's now ready on Ricky. Extra attack count during the tricks of the trade, so his Diffusal Blade will take some extra efficiency.
I mean, I'm sorry. It may be Skyward is... Like, he went for Travels too on Alchemist, and I wasn't really for it. Void Spirit mid might get caught.
Might get caught.
Yeah, definitely will get caught. He ate that gank like a kick.
Yeah, you walked into a dark alley and stabbed.
So basically, this Aghanims on Ricky, for me, was always the last possible... Not always. There was a patch in which you just go Battle Fury crit, or like you go Rapier Aghanim as soon as possible. You just... but back then, it was really broken. You were hitting too many times or something. I can't remember exactly. It was very broken at all.
Having an idea onto this Pugna, spends a lot of mana for it, but that kill, it will be successful.
Yeah. And
Agreed.
right now, you buy the Aghanims on Ricky after Diffusal, but you don't really have that much damage in your Tricks of Trade. Like, you're gonna cast Tricks of Trade. I'm not sure you'll be damaging that hard. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just wrong. We'll see in the next team fight how it works.
I guess if you hit a solo target, like the IO, like you talked about, this backline could just crumble super fast, but you actually talked about the Oversight's backline getting just overwhelmed. If the IO is the sole target of it, you burn through his mana pool really quickly, he can't relocate.
Yeah.
I guess that could be something you could look at.
Yeah, hitting the IO, hitting the Rubik as well at the same time, it's still 5 hits, right? 2 targets, 5 hits on
Yep.
Tricks of Trade. It can be good, especially if you're casting it on Void Spirit who's jumping in already.
Yeah. There's a lot of things to take into account, but most importantly, ladies and gents, we are watching and witnessing best of ones. So if you win this one, you're already 50% through the way of keeping yourself in the division. And to keep you also notified, because we have split prize pools and one team also getting relegated today, we need to play the full 3 series round robin. So 2 games is not going to be enough. We will have to go to the third to find out, even if we have a 2-0 score for one of the teams. So a lot of Dota coming up today. Storm Spirit
Sadness.
getting his BKB off as he got jumped by Skyward and Odyssey. And able to run out. He has to spend his entire mana pool in doing so. So Oversight forcing out a reasonably good cooldown there with very, very low effort.
It's kind of sad that if I saw it correctly, right? The smoke screen will silence you still, so it won't really, the BKB won't help. Like, I'm still not on the best terms with the new BKB. Like, a lot of things work, a lot of things don't. But yeah, I think that's the case. They will get Rosh on Oversight.
Cut, trying to get there in time, but they are going to be a bit too slow for it.
Maybe they'll try to
They
fight.
still do it. Scourge McDuck, if you got like a 5-man reflection, full vision, Italian Gangster is going to do it anyway. Fans free, and he throws a rock at Pugna. He's going to get smacked on the back of his head. And they also find the Venomancer, so they do successfully get a kill. Sadly, it's only 1.
It's only 1, and they
looking
used
for more.
meta. They used meta as well. I think this is a... Maybe they can take down the tier 2 on top lane. If they take down the tier 2 without being punished for it, because meta is already 50% off, then this is kind of fine. If if they get punished, obviously it's bad, but overall it's not a win the way I see it. They lost Aegis, they weren't there on time, and they only killed 1 target. A big offlaner, of course, a core, but still doesn't feel that great. I'm surprised Oversight isn't trying to kind of defend it a little bit at least.
Yeah, not much effort coming into this defense for the tier 2 tower. I guess they're just valuing everything else around the map, getting bottom pushed in, having the mid lane pushed in, have their hero respawn and look for a 5v5 fight.
Well, Ricky
Sadman is actually pretty deep in the lane, and Ricky hunting for someone in the backline. He sees a Rubik. He's gonna go for it if he just gets to him, and he will. He's much faster than the Rubik is. Finally has vision over him, and there we go. Tricks of the Trade forward, and a couple right clicks will do.
Yeah. He also has the shard, by the way, now. The shard and the Aghanims.
All right.
Yeah.
So. And that one was bought. Yeah, that was a bought shard.
So he will be, I guess with the Aghanims, you are hitting a lot of targets at the same time, and it's AoE -6 armor, so it works that way.
Yeah, and IO cannot tether relocates him unless you're already tethered, that is.
Exactly, like that's probably the biggest deal there's no lift to save targets, and there's no force staff, and there's no IO. Most importantly, IO, obviously, but yeah, all of these things are.
But pretty good thinking in the draft on Oversight, thinking that, yeah, like you build an IO draft, you got a specialist who knows Riki works here, guys. I'll pick this hero, I'll play it as a core, and I would just wait to see it in actual action. Actual action, it sounds so dumb.
No, it sounds great. I like it. Amazing.
But what is Oversight doing right now? Skyward on the side, Italiano Gangstar.
I'll enable you anytime, don't worry.
I know you will. You're a bro. Let's see what they can do here. Scourge McDuck hiding in the tree line. Metamorph is available. Rock Throw is also available for the Primal Beast. Does he just catch Skyward off guard with that stun? Atuf has been targeted by Storm Spirit multiple times now. Going through that Nether Ward is going to be a bit tricky.
They just have meta again, and feels like Oversight isn't really feeling the fight, so they move back. They have Aegis on Riki for 1 minute and 40 seconds more. I'd argue maybe that fight was it was good to use the Aegis. They're not the best, and if they continue playing split as they are, they might get picked off because there's another smoke coming from the cut, and they're just getting bigger and bigger. Like every time I click on this TB, he has another item.
They're trying to catch Riki off guard and just sit him in the lane. We're hoping for him to show up in either top or bottom, but at the same time, Riki being smart here, not actually farming that top wave, not going into mid. So this is a good read. They're like, guys, don't go mid. We do not know where they are. And Void also just quickly taps in with an Astral Step and instantly jumps away. And now they've got info. But where is the Riki in the end? The dust doesn't, but there's no dust. There's a gem on the Storm. And he will get the Vortex out. There's a Rock Throw connecting onto the Pugna. Life Drain has been broken. And that Aegis might just get popped very soon. Pugna low on HP, gonna get hit by this TB. Scourge McDuck finding a kill there, and maybe onto this Aegis as well. The Riki's still trying to fight for his life, but not gonna happen. And now big fight actually breaks loose. Scourge McDuck down at half HP, still has a Sunder available, gonna get silenced. There's the Hurricane fight, the shard, but there's a smoke screen, and Riki, is that all he has to give? Is that everything Skyward has? And he's happening right now. It's just a complete slideshow, but they will take down Skyward's Riki. He will drop. There's a run of Atos also into the Primal Beast to prevent him from chasing for multiple or even further kills here. But Oversight can't get a fight together.
Yeah, they can't get a fight together because they're not fighting together. Riki is the only one in the fight. Everyone else is too afraid to commit, and I'm not sure why. Like, you're a team. You need to be going in, doing stuff together. Like your Vandal, Void Spirit, Mirana, and Pugna are on 100% HP at the end of that fight. Meanwhile, Riki gave 2 of his lives. I mean, it is scary. There are big enemies on the other side, but
big enemies and big problems too.
You should still approach them, I feel like. Help out the Riki. Then again, yeah, the item build on Riki doesn't feel that impactful at the moment.
The cut right in front of the Tormentor. I'm gonna go for it. Take it away from the Oversight, as they are in a leading position. And Jube, now we have the spell lifesteal spell amp bonus on the overcharge. It will be useful with the Storm Spirit. He's gonna dish out more damage and also more survivability for Sadman. But Oversight, they're on the hunt right now. Skyward in the front. He's going to get the jump on top of the Terrorblade, but he also gets Lotus at the same time. Are jumping back and forth. Wake me up. Gonna get the dodge out. Onslaught onto the Riki. He's gonna get caught with the Rod of Atos. Storm coming over the very long zap. Here's Salmon with the BKB. Popped as well at the same time. They're gonna move away from the smoke screen, but this Riki still continues to get pummeled. He does get the jump out on a tooth, but another jump from Sadman, but the heals, they're gonna be sufficient. He's still living, trying to fight for his life. Storm's out of mana. Wake me up is there. There's the zap to the face, and it was just full sense of security for Oversight. Italiano Gangstar walks right on top of Odyssey, and they're still battling against the Pugna on the other fight, on the other half of that fight. And Atuf and Odyssey, both the drop, the cut.
Yeah.
No, I don't feel like they're having too much difficulties with these team fights. They're just too strong.
Absolutely no problem for the cut, and they still have meta. They fought that fight without Metamorphosis. Rubik doing a lot as well in the team fight, finishing off the Ricky, stealing off the life drain, using the life drain on Storm to keep him up. Then Storm goes in. Meanwhile, Primal Beast and the Meta Boy just chilling, hitting anyone they want to. Italiano Gangster just feels like a boss once again every time he plays this Primal Beast.
Yep. Oh, this Marana tried to leap away twice, but only to get hit by a rock throw. At the second time, he gets Vortex right back in. You know, you throw that leash, get over here.
Yeah. By the way, I do believe that you saw Poison Nova used by Primal Beast, and that's because he lotused he lotused the Noxious Plague off of him. Ricky's in. Once again alone, though.
And Ricky's out. That's the story of him. The cut just running them over one by one. That's the Venno down. Buyback coming out from the Ricky, but just doesn't have anything left to give.
Like, I still remember the patch in which Ricky was broken. And in that patch, TB was also really strong. I mean, when wasn't TB strong, right? TB was strong, and Ricky versus TB were played quite a bit. And even back then, like, you get the Aghanims, you get it earlier on, but you had so much more damage. The build was like a Battle Fury Daedalus, and you're just one-shotting, pretty much. You're one-shotting the TB. I just don't see the same impact with the Diffusal. It's like, you go win, you use your tricks of trade offensively, but you don't, like, you don't kill anyone off, and then you just feel like you're out of position. You don't have a BKB to get away.
Yeah, remember when I talked about the Pugna item build? You know, like, you get this and get this and get this, and guys, I'm useless.
Yeah.
It does start to feel a bit like that. Like, this is not your scary carry versus the Terrorblade.
I mean, would you be more scared of a Ricky with Aghanims and a Shard and a Diffusal, or a TB with MKB, Skadi, Pike, BKB Manta? He's 13k above him. He is doubling his net worth. And that's how it shouldn't be like that, per se, but you should expect TB to have way more. The Ricky doesn't farm very well.
The thing that is happening on the side is that Tilted Boys are currently watching this series. They will be playing up against the winner of the cut and the oversight. And that series can already decide a lot. If the cut ends up winning this one and potentially winning the next one, we already know who's going to be taking the highest seed out of the three teams, and then it has to be Oversight and Tilted Boys playing for elimination. But if Tilted Boys pull off an upset, well, that's a different storyline for later today. But the cut, at least in a commanding position. The second Roshan is going to be off in 20 seconds. And that one feels like Oversight. They're going to have to force their way to it. The cut could just start it before they do. You're protecting the top half of the map, and the circle is being drawn. Wake me up. Signaling that it is nighttime for 4 minutes, and Roshan is probably going to be at the top half of the map during that time. As he is. Roche is home. But there might be a fight. Skyward and Odyssey in the front. Downhill Gangstar just outside of vision. They didn't actually see each other's there.
It's
just on the edge of vision.
Pop that Mirana ult and run away. You know where they are, more or less, and this is your chance for, if you're Oversight, this is your chance to go and contest the pit. Like, perhaps fight around Roshan. You're not strong enough. I think you're, like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Like, you don't have an extra item on anyone. Maybe, yeah, Ricky still doesn't have the Manta. So, they decided not to. I just meant the positioning of the fight would be good for them, but they just don't feel really comfortable doing it.
So we have another Aegis and a Cheese, both for the Storm Spirit. You'll have that Cheese for the second life, and that is going to spell issues for Ricky. All this damage being built up only to see him heal up once again. You're going to need to land a very good timing on the Spirit Vessel. Make sure that Vessel heal is, that Cheese heal is not going to be as impactful. And I mean, the stats are great on Dagon 1, right? You get Spell, Lifesteal, as a percentage, so you just want to keep it as a level 1. I guess you just literally just keep it as a level 1, but
Yeah, early on, definitely. Maybe this is a chance in a game in which you can get it. If you have a really good time, maybe you can get more levels earlier on to just blow up the TV, because early on he really suffers from burst. But
yeah.
right.
Stats are really good for just level 1, but you don't want to really max it out unless you're absolutely demolishing your opponents and feeling super confident about it. There we see the life drain on the Nether Ward at work. Let's do a little bit of work here, but Setman gonna get the jump out, and here comes the Void Spirit. No, actually, it's Italiano Gangstar on top of the Void Spirit. He will be able to jump out, but Skyward all by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's another problem, I guess. The only other hero that can go in with him is the Void Spirit. Oh, Void Spirit is going in, okay. 4v5.
Oh, he's the only one who can, so they're trying to force at least those little things that they can. An arrow to cancel out the Pulverize, but I believe this movie is coming to an end. Atoof is trying his best to do some damage with that Nether Ward. They are forcing the cut away from the high ground position, but there's the Sunder. They still have an Aegis. There's no cheese remaining, though, so that has probably been used up. Primal Beast still has that Lotus Orb, bounces back. That Dagon hits as well into the Void Spirit, and Odyssey getting some heals from Atoof, and we'll get to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, nice little ulti from Venomancer as well. Good old Aghanims helping out.
Lift save from Rubik as well. They got the Primal Beast to safety. The cut end up losing nobody, and that's 2 lanes of Rax. Well, sorry, not 2 lanes of Rax.
No, it's 2, but close. Yeah, close. They will return and claim the second side as well, as Ricky is still dead. For
We'll
another
be back.
for another 20 seconds. Like, he's got the Disperser now, by the way, so he basically just switched his build from Manta into a Disperser just to get something, I suppose, because at this point, every time he joins the fight, he pretty much dies. Still, half the net worth of the Terrorblade. You usually don't want to be half the net worth of the enemy carry, so...
So you just get a bit of extra damage as an upgrade. Just 5 more agi and 45 damage, right? Is that the only thing you get from Disperser?
I mean, you get the active as well, I guess. Right? Is
Oh,
the
it's a little bit different, the active, yeah. It's like it's a dispel for your ally. Let's see what they can do here. Ward already taking some hits here, trying to clean it out of the way. There's the jump in into a smoke screen of all things, rooted up. Let's get controlled. A lot of damage coming through. 1 more minute with the Aegis. Oh, he gets arrowed. Is that the call? No, they still can't jump in.
I think they can never jump in anymore.
You get a 3 to 4 second arrow and you still can't go in. That just feels very, very sad.
Yeah.
Oh, but they are doing. They're slowly dropping them low. Odyssey goes for the jump, and Aegis will finally be popped, but that comes at the cost of the lane of Rax, and you need to win this fight. Otherwise, Oversight, they will not be able to bounce back into this game. This is the fight to win, and they just cannot go down to the low ground to follow the cut. Oversight still struggling to find an opening here.
Scourge McDuck just randomly popping his Venomancer's ulti again. And
Okay,
they do
found the IO.
Okay, they do lose the IO, yeah.
Maybe this is it. They got the rod as well onto the Primal Beast. The jumping coming out from Skyward onto Skyward by Sadman. Finds that Ricky, and he's gone for 70 seconds. Fry with no Gale available. Odyssey in the back line, poking the Storm. Rubik's going to be there as well with Wake Me Up, and Italiano Gangstar.
They're just never killing
Chad.
him. Yeah.
This Primal Beast is just chilling.
Like, he has a heart of Tarask. He literally does not care. Like,
He does not care.
how do you take him
GG.
down? GG, yeah. I mean,
What a unit. What a unit of a Primal Beast, this guy.
yeah, a Primal Beast, definitely on point. Terrorblade as well. Found his farm. Also was pretty damn active early on, so technically also a full unit and played really well. I don't know, overall, I enjoyed the game. I think Oversight, they had some plan, but for that plan to work, I think they needed to have a much better early game. You're playing this Ricky. they did take that first stages. I think they needed maybe to do more with the first stages. Their plan perhaps was to shut down the Terrorblade. You were talking about it. I think that's I won't say bad because I'm a diplomat. I'll say that's a very hard plan to execute. It's not very simple to find him in the jungle, and you probably will be punished. Then the item build as well. The Aghanims just looks not as good, but maybe it looks not as good because you're playing from behind. Ricky doesn't necessarily enjoy that, so just a rough game for Oversight. But then again, it's not the last one today.
Exactly. They will still have a second chance later on today in the loser series for, well, them being the losers and going up against the Tilted Boys. But that is a series to make an impact. Potentially even look for a victory there. Make sure that they don't get eliminated, because Oversight, based on what we saw in the last few days, is like, it feels like, yep, this team is super competitive. And they said, according to their words, they felt like they were the more ready team out of the three. And of course, when we said we underestimated them a little bit, when we said against all odds, well, this was a lot of these were a lot of odds to deal with against the Cut in this this first best of one that we witnessed today. They don't really pack too much of a they didn't pack a punch against the Cut. Let's put it that way. You know, the stake was too strong.
Yeah, it was.
Talking about stake, Italiano Gangstar in this team, impact, just huge impact.
I'm just thinking about stakes now. Damn you. Damn you, Panda.
Would love a good steak, but I love a good the Cut as well. I'll take that if nothing else is available. I mean, the team just kind of looks unified again. Even if they had a stand and pause for B-God, I don't think, B-God still feels like the best pause 4 they could come up with. Wake Me Up, I feel like he had an all right performance. He's playing a Rubik, playing more of the guy who's chilling out in the back line, helping his team out, making sure he doesn't die. He steals a couple abilities here and there. Not like massive big plays here and there, but, the necessary job that was required of him,
Yeah, I can't remember if... I can't remember if I saw B-God on the camera, so I guess he's not here. And Wake Me Up is actually a real stand-in, like you just said. Yeah, just a easy game 1, I would say, for the Cut. Nothing special from them. TB farming up, nothing new. No new strats. Like this draft, I believe you could have played in the old patch and it still would have worked. Meanwhile, Oversight, they just tried to figure things out, figure something new out. It didn't really work out for them. Perhaps they can think about all these new strats that they have been cooking and pick a different one for the next best of one that they're playing.
And of course, the MVP, we're going to hand it out to Italiano Gangstar. I've been highlighting it a lot today. He is the reason why this team is looking so good right now. This game was perfect. It was made out for him to succeed. Just the right itemization option, the pipe, especially early on, super annoying to deal with. All the magical damage that they basically worked with early on just got mitigated so hard, so fast. And of course, the Vanguard that he had early on, which he was able to then disassemble to both the pipe and the heart. Or even the Lotus Orb. So this Primal Beast had everything in this game. The front line never gave up, and that's the type of Vanguard you want to have in a battle, like you said.
Yeah, a lot of impact from him. Going in first, just playing the Primal Beast the way the hero is. Like, the Primal Beast felt like he's in his natural habitat, Always up front, always grabbing a target, just feeling like a real beast. It's like you see the hero and you imagine how it should be played without knowing the hero. This is pretty much it.
Well, that is peak performance. Can they do it again? Because if the Cut get another victory, then we do not need to play a second round of tiebreakers, most likely. But Tilted Boys are going to be the fresh boys out of the block to challenge them. However, we're going to be taking a sub 10-minute break or something like that until we head over to the next game of this round robin series. So we'll be back with more Dota in just a bit.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is the first game in the bag, and now it's time to head over to the second one of this best of one round robin, and of course the cut. This is where things could either break or things could still continue going on. It's going to be the cut versus Tilted Boys, a team that has been on a downhill slide, and that's not a positive thing in this case, when the cut has been looking a tad bit better, at least in that one game that they got to play. We talked about the cut just being super competitive in best of threes, always getting a map out of those series. Well, twice they did them, but 4 times they did. However, best of ones are a completely different storyline, Lizard. And we can talk about that in a second, but I want to remind you all about the esportsbet.io watch to earn platform that is still going on. So go head over to esportsbet.io or click the banner right below you to head over there and look up some information about earning 3,000 tokens per hour, the equivalent of 3 USD. What you can do with them, log out on that website and find out for yourself, esportsbet.io. Of course, team comparison is something we wanted to talk about here, Lizard. So what's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Steak. I'm still thinking about that steak, T-Panda.
Oh, good old Steak. Well, let's see if Steak also translates into the draft, as Tilted Boys versus The Cut is live right now. We're going to be seeing a tad bit different bands coming out as well. Tilted Boys, they really watched that last game. No Primal Beast for Italian or Gangstar, but at the same time, no Io, no Enchantress. Obviously, Tilted Boys maybe has a bit of an advantage in terms of you just played these heroes in a BO1. We're going to get rid of potentially your entire draft, come up with something new.
Yeah, like I hope these teams have more in store for us, and I do think they should have, because it's a new patch. There's a lot of ideas just roaming around the interwebs. A lot of teams in Dream League, in the Major right now, are playing, so you can see things and copy them, right? Overall, I don't think that they should lack different ideas to play with, and Techies is probably something that everyone should be playing right now. The hero just looks very pretty damn strong.
Mm-hmm.
And you can combo it.
Strong.
Yeah, you can.
That.
I mean, he is strong. He's just been buffed out of his mind because he's universal. The damage is good in the lane, plus the damage from the mines is solid. You get level 6, you're already a beast. A lot of lanes work with him on the offlane that have any sort of a kill potential. Basically, that's all you want. You want kill potential. And most of the time, you want something that frontlines on the offlane. So your Alchemists and stuff like that, like Sand King, Alchemist, these kind of heroes, front and stun, feel really good with him.
They also steal that Techies away from, which used to be B-God. He would play that hero, but now that he's not playing, and indeed Wake Me Up being the stand-in position 4 for the team, I believe Tilted Boys did actually play this before Notorious. Let me just double check this. No, he did not play this hero before, so it was probably another team that I remember playing this Techies. Probably Sanctified comes to mind. Maybe he's the one who did play it before. And nevertheless, got a Skywrath being brought up for the cut and a Clockwork. Yeah, this looks like traditional the cut to me.
Yeah, pretty solid opening. Like, they've played Skywrath before, just dominated with him. The hero has been changed a little bit.
Oh, that's a kitty cat.
Oh, look at... Go away, Skywrath. I want to talk about the cat. Yeah, the beard and the cat. That man is on a hunt right now, I'm telling you.
That man is successful in life, I can tell you.
He knows the camera is on. He is not only about the Dota here. Like, in Twitch chat, I can already imagine what's gonna happen in like 5 minutes. And Tilted Boys, they do get the Techies and the Alchemists, so it's blast off into Acid Spray, into stun. Like, you can't think that the Alchemist is the same old easy kill anymore. Also, there are some nice things about this Alchemist. He can be on the safe lane.
Look at that win rate.
He can also be on the off lane, yeah. Just 100% win rate.
Yeah, every single game.
Yeah. I feel like he's really strong with the techies, so you can flex him on the offlane, but he's also just a very strong carry. So if you want to, you can pick something else with techies and put the Alch on the safe lane.
Yeah, and also we saw Isla today on C-Dub. He played it from the offlane. And that was also a successful victory for them. The hero just seems to sit
10
into
seconds remaining.
you know, I wouldn't say multiple positions, but multiple styles of
5
Dota in a way,
seconds
because you're also using Concoction and Acid Spray as, you know, initiation and damage, but you also have the carry option where you just have sustained damage on top of all that, and it just becomes a real force to be reckoned with.
Oh, the cat.
The cat is gone, so it's serious time for Frugos.
What do you think? How many times does the cat bite his beard? Probably all the time, right? Plays with it.
Probably licks the beard, thinking it's its own hair.
Weird kink, but okay.
No, that's what cats do. They see hair, they lick, they clean.
5 seconds
Ah, yeah,
remaining.
okay. I never had a cat, so I wouldn't know actually. But
Okay,
I
all
believe you. I believe you. I love cats. I just
When I was
a
a kid, the first cat that we had, because I had pretty short hair when I was like 7 years old. If I poke my hair in front of my cat, she would just grab her paw and just, you know, slam it on top of my head. So my hair did not get cleaned. I just got scratched a lot.
So the cat just kept on hitting you.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's fine. We all have our excuses why we're heralds.
5 seconds remaining.
It's all good.
Dire team
I don't see the link here, but yeah, sure.
I mean, you get hit in the head long enough, you stay herald.
Yeah, exactly. Unless
What do you
that's
mean?
what you meant exactly. Like, if
But
I'm
I understand
dumb.
that you didn't get it from the get-go because of the same reason.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I am that dumb that I don't realize. You know.
It's fine. I was just falling without any cat's help. So
There was actually, I don't remember who talked about this. Was this a video? There was actually a video that I saw. This is, you know, again, super big brain talk. But just so you say that you're dumb in something, to recognize that you're doing something wrong or that you want to improve is actually a high level of understanding how to get better, because you understand how you can get better. If you don't, you're literally just dumb, you know? So I'm not saying like mechanical skilled players or people who just don't know how to think and read the minimap and stuff like that can't translate into how do I get better in the game. But there are a lot of players out there who just can't fix their errors, you know? So if you're dumb, you're just dumb. But if you're bad at the game, but you know what the things are to get better, you're actually super smart. That's for all of you people who are stuck in Herald or
He's just
Crusader
calling all of the
or
Twitch chat
Guardian.
dumb, like-
You guys can do it. You guys can do it. If you figure out what the problem is you need to fix,
That
you're
one
actually
dude-
a super smart person.
not one dude. We have like 1,000 viewers right now. 900 of them stuck in 3K for
It's
the
not
last
the one
10.
guy I'm bullying here,
Like,
no.
last 3 years he's stuck in like 4K MMR, and he's like, yeah. Thank you, T-Panda. But
I'm not
I mean,
in a slump.
I guess I do agree. I mean, of course I agree. Recognizing your mistakes is probably the hardest thing in life overall, in anything that you do, and Dota included. Like,
Impeccable logic.
If everyone could do it, we just all improve, like exponentially,
easy.
constantly. Yeah, life would be easy. It's never easy. But yeah, I'm not recognizing my mistakes, T-Panda, so that says something. Underlord picked up for the cut. They have some Pit of Malice, they have some Mystic Flare, they have Cogs with the Mystic Flare. I do like this. I do like when you have multiple ways of setting up for Skyrat. But this Undying is already a problem, and Underlord is going to be playing versus him +1. They can already set up a really difficult lane for him. Right now, there's Monkey left in the pool, there's Ursa left in the pool. Like, you can easily rotate the Alchemist to the
10
offlane
seconds
and pick something that's stronger versus the Underlord, or you can even leave the Alchemist
5
in the
seconds remaining.
safe lane, and with the Undying, I think you're not gonna have a lot of fun. But the new Alchemist, he's scary. He still dishes out
He's
a lot
scary,
of damage. Yeah.
And then they also have a lot of damage already with that tech keys, and then the Undying also amplifies that. You have 2 strength heroes versus Decay, and you don't have a support hero to pick versus the Tombstone counter. So that is also something you need to pay attention to, is that there's going to be a lot of zombies in this game, unless the cut's going to find themselves a straight-up position 1 hero that can also hit the Tombstone while killing enemy heroes. So Feels like a pretty free Undying game to me.
Radiant team
And
back.
some Dead Prophet as well. Get a little bit more of that Spirit Siphon on the Underlord. Get
Unfair.
some. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, DP is 9 and 6 right now, so that's also a pretty high number.
Yeah, they do pick Queen of Pain into her, so it's like a laning matchup at least. That's pretty good. Alchemist into Queen of Pain as well. I'm not sure. Probably he won't be mid, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
Dire
Lizard.
team back.
What do you think Ferte is thinking right now?
He's thinking hard. Like
He's
that
thinking
camera.
super hard.
That camera right there. Yeah, that's an angle.
Radiant
And yeah,
team
it definitely isn't Big God. It's Wake Me Up. So they do have a stand-in in the last match. Frogo is still playing with the cat, I'm sure, because I can see the smile on his face.
Yeah,
He's enjoying himself.
Is the cat breaking through the
It
the
is.
blur?
It is. You see her as well. Yeah.
10
Oh, that's
seconds
awesome.
remaining.
Oh, I'm just happy. I see a cat. I'm happy. We had that one lovely stray cat that we also saw back on our trip to Division 1. Made friends with a very nice kitty cat there. Hopefully the cat's still there.
Yeah, a lot of dogs as well.
A lot of dogs, yeah.
So Tilted Boys, they ban out the PL and the TB. Two carries that are, I guess, PL probably the strongest one right now, right? One of the strongest one. It's like PL and Slark for me and Alchemist look the absolute best. And two of them have been banned out, one picked up by Tilted Boys, so securing their late game potential. Meanwhile, the Cut, they are banning out they banned out the Puck, and I guess they're banning out anything that's a big issue for the Queen. They're thinking DP is on the offlane now, and I think that's a solid read. If you pick the Queen of Pain, Tilted Boys most likely will just rotate that DP on the offlane with the techies and pick something else for your Queen.
Radiant team pick.
Dawnbreaker ban as well. Yeah. Mainly the puck ban makes sense even if the DP was looking to be off lane, but now you could just be like, yeah, let's just play the DP versus the Quap mid. I think they're still going to be happy with it, but if they did get a puck through, then they're like, we pick puck and DP goes off lane.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
that is very true. The Dawnbreaker ban to finish things out, and now the final phase
5
of
seconds
picks
remaining.
and the cuts. Having the last pick, the carry for Scourge McDuck,
Dire team
and Tilted Boys, they're going to bring out the Anti-Mage.
Okay, so it will be Alchemist on the offlane, most likely, and AM safe lane. So Alchemist techies, DP mid, AM safe lane. AM wasn't necessarily the hero I was thinking about when I was talking about combos with the Undying and versus Underlord. Like Pit of Malice is a bit of an issue. There is some catch on Tilted Boys, not a lot of it, but there is some. The silence from Skyrat is instant. It won't be that easy to reflect that. But overall, it does look like a pretty damn good AM game if you get your farm. You jump on Quap, you jump on Skyrat, there are juicy mana void targets. And like all of these heroes that are very mobile for me are strong right now. So Pounce, Slark, Anti-Mage with a blink, any carry that can just move the map very fast, join the fights and also farm constantly.
Yeah, and also in a game like this for Tilted Boys, a Manta carrier or a BKB carrier is so much value against the Cuts lineup. Against the Skywrath, against the Quap, and of course the Underlord who could build Rod of Athos just to lock down an extra target and get more Firestorm damage out. It's like a really, really good game for Mantis and BKBs on the side of Tilted Boys. But the Cut, they're going to go back to the Templar Assassin, which has had a lot of success lately. And Scourge McDuck especially, he can pack a real punch this game on this hero. But the Alk versus TA matchup, let's talk about that a little bit. Who do you think really... Oh, wait. Ezekiel is actually playing this.
Yeah, it will be Alchemist.
It's the offlane. It's the offlane.
Yeah, of course, of course.
For a moment, I was like support, but no. So what do you think about like this anti-mage versus the TA basically? Because we've seen how the Alk TA works out in a couple games, and TA can do a lot of damage, but Alk seems to still win it in the end. Now it's an anti-mage that's completely different.
Yeah, like very, very damn different. The Cut right now, they have this draft that needs to play the tempo, and I believe that they can do it. We'll see. Their lanes are set up for success, I would say. Like you're playing TA into Techies and Alchemist. Refraction, if you time it properly and you don't waste it, should negate the damage from Blast Off. so you have that for you. You are really strong into an AM as well if you are playing with the Sufficit, right? Like if you're doing really well early on, if you're taking the rush, if you're leading, Queen of Pain can also help out, just jump the map, create tempo. Her lane should also be really good. You're playing into a Dead Prophet, you shouldn't lose that. So overall, I really think that the Cut have got what it takes. Throughout the season, though, I really had the feeling that Tilted Boys are a better team and that they will execute better. However, I'm not so sure anymore. Like the last couple of series that they had were not great, but maybe now they change as they're facing elimination from Division 2.
Yeah, I guess what it really needed was a high-stakes game for Tilted Boys to pull themselves back together. But the opponent is already tough. The Cut coming out from a victory means that they are on the momentum rush. They're on the high of a victory. And Tilted Boys, they need to snap that streak to a halt. They need to get a win back. And Tilted Boys, they haven't exactly, like you said, they haven't been successful lately. The last time that they won a game even, we go all the way back to April 15th for a win. So that's almost 2 weeks of a loss streak. So that could just end now.
It could, yeah. Like best of one to switch things up, change things up. Ezekiel is playing like every single series they've played and all those losses. I feel like Ezekiel was never a problem. And he's playing a really high impact hero now on the Alchemist, so
30 seconds to
he can get a lot of farm. He can make a lot of good things happen for Tilted Boys, for the boys.
For the boys, indeed. The mental mood hasn't really been present for Tilted Boys, so hopefully they can at least corral themselves together for this. You know, it's just one game. It's not like a best of 3 filled with grudges and pain and suffering. But it's just one game. If they can keep there's an ice hockey term we talk about a lot, which is like, the game lasts 60 minutes. You want to have a full 60 minutes. And we talk about like good from the start, good in the mid part, good at finishing the game, everything at good. And you've got yourself a full 60. So Tilted Boys, it's just one game. If you can keep your package together from start to finish, it could just make the difference.
The Cut, they have some gang train on the top lane.
A lot of heroes.
Yeah, Yubei has battery assault here. They might be able to take down Techies. He's taking them for a ride, though.
It's going to take them a bit, but with the blood grenade, Scourge McDuck's going to get in range for a right click, but no, Jubei wants it. He wants that kill. He will take it.
Yeah, and because they started top, Italiano Gangster isn't really having a good time. He's being zoned out, already 8 strength lost. Like, starting a lane out of a weird position versus Undying can really hurt you. And Ferte is just controlling the creep wave perfectly, so...
Yeah.
Nicely done, they're punching that move a little bit.
And also Scourge McDuck just lost half of his HP pool by the time the Techies got back. But they are going to seem to deal even more damage than what they were receiving.
I'm not sure why they're continuing to do this. Like the tri-lane.
They tried to surprise them for sure. Like that was pretty close for a kill. They were spreading damage a bit on the Techies. So I guess right now you just need to disassemble it. And they are.
I would say that it's late. Like the first blood maybe, but staying that long, it hurts your offlaner way too much. Like the Underlord was zoned out completely.
Yeah, now only is he starting to catch up and farm. Anti-Mage is almost level 3 as Underlord hits level 2, so there's a big difference. And the same thing for the offlane. Tilted Boys are already getting their level 2s before the Cut are.
Yeah, like the Underlord is actually really lucky that Undying didn't start with an Orb of Venom, or this bottom lane would have been a real disaster, as there's no mana on Underlord. Anti-Mage is hitting him. He's doing the same now to the Skyrat. Can't stress enough how important it is to get to the lane on time as support and offlaner, or support as carry. Like if one is missing and you get blown up a little bit, you waste all your vision, it can completely change the dynamic of the lane. But they did get the first blood on top, so I guess it's kind of worth it.
Always looking for the biggest exchange that you can possibly get. Sometimes you are gonna be handed out an empty deck. From time to time, you only get a good pair of cards, but not the fantastic one that you were hoping for. Always a bit of luck involved. You make one play, but the opponent doesn't punish you for another thing happening. The game of Dota. Complex and intriguing. What game would you refer Dota to? Like, there's always somebody says it's chess, somebody says it's just maths.
Maths? Who compares it to maths? What the hell?
Dota is literally numbers.
I mean, everything is numbers if you want to go that far, but who compares Dota to maths?
Nerds.
Nerds. I mean, okay, after the last patch, definitely. There's a lot of adding and thinking about all the runes and the tormentors and
Plenty of min-maxing,
the real tormentor is remembering all the timings right now. Tombstone on the bottom lane.
Is this a potential kill for them? Decay coming out. Nope, it's actually going to happen at the top lane. Scourge McDuck falling under the tower. And Wake Me Up will also drop to doors. So Tilted Boys finding 2 early kills.
Yeah, I'm surprised they tried to fight on bottom through the tombstone. So like a couple of zombies spawned on the Skyrat and on Genderlord. Got wrecked because of that. But back to your question, like the game I would probably say Dota is most alike is chess, but bullet chess. Like the 1 minute chess. Yeah.
Oh, the turbo chess. Yeah. Bullet chess. True.
Because it's like you don't have as much time to think about all the moves, and the moves feel like it doesn't feel like it's turn-based anymore. You know, it just gets all the moves are more or less pre-made.
Yeah, real-time chess.
I mean, bullet chess is pretty much real-time chess.
Yeah, exactly.
Higher level.
I guess that's what we're looking at. Mid lane, though, Volodka's getting absolutely crushed with this DP. Sandman's at 28 and 7 versus 18 on this Death Prophet. Massive difference. And a kill happening at top. Ezekiel almost dropping here. Stun loaded up, no refraction. But 10 stick charges, but Fergus will drop nevertheless. And Volodka getting chased up as well. Can they get the techies kill? Yes, they can. Can they get the DP kill? No.
No, but they can maybe kill Wake Me Up with a tower. One more hit would have maybe even done it, and DP actually managing to stay alive was pretty big there. But like you said, DP isn't having a good time, but she's not supposed to. This lane is really difficult for her. That's why they quapped anyway.
You got quapped.
Yeah, but not dying and staying in the lane and getting level 6 is also pretty big.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. There's a 500 net worth difference between the two, though, so at least you're getting experience just falling behind in farm.
You just get Exorcism, you start popping it on the towers. This might be
well, if he drops right now, this is going to be super painful. They get the blast off onto Jube. He will drop, but the Sonic Wave kills Volodka. That's a Death Prophet down. Meanwhile, Scourge McDuck looking for Psyblade spills on the Alchemist, but would have needed multiple more hits to get that to work. He's got an urn.
Does need to get away now. Yeah, Scourge McDuck getting away. Like
one good thing with this TA is refraction versus sticky bombs. Like you can do
blast off.
360 damage, and then you do 0, and blast off as well. Like the massive nukes can just be soaked.
Yep, it's It do be like that. Basically, heroes that are strong versus techies are TA, Juggernaut, Lifestealer, if you can pop your spells fast enough, which usually you should be able to. So right now, AM is on top of the net worth charts. I mean, he's CSing pretty damn well, but he's closely followed by the TA and Quap. So not everything working out for Tilted Boys. And I would say that, like, it's good that AM is having a good lane.
Alka's not.
But yeah, let's see. Frogos.
They're getting a lot of work done here on the side of the cut. This top lane slowly starting to balance out on the side of the cut. Despite losing that TA once, Scourge McDuck is now a real force to be reckoned with.
Usually you'd rather have these playmakers have a good lane and Antimate suffering, and then he comes back than vice versa. Because who's gonna create space for him once Queen of Pain and TA are online? He's not gonna do it on his own. He's buying a Battle Fury. He's not going for some Vanguard Radiance or something like that that allows him to fight. So he needs a strong Alchemist, he needs a strong DP, and he doesn't have that at the moment.
Dire are
Currently, it is the Anti-Mage and the TA who are leading net worth out of all the cores. Death Prophet following last. Only a couple hundred gold above the supports on both teams. Casual Mana Void dropped on the Underlord in bottom. Not going to do a lot of work there. At least he has no mana. Now Farugo's going to get dropped. Yeah, it doesn't take too long. Script McDuck even waits for the as the disarm from the taser comes out that he can use his Melt Strike.
Yeah, just TA having a good game. Dragonlance first item as well. Just a casual Dragonlance into Dezo.
It seems like the build now that you just skip Blink completely, go for the stats and the damage, and being more of a frontline brawler instead of a backline sniper. Jube gonna die to the Exorcism. Volotka gets a pretty easy kill for him.
Feeling a little bit, feeling a little bit too strong, but there's the ulti.
Ooh, 50 HP. Yep, that Arcane Bolt's gonna finish him off.
Nicely done by them. Sadman, he knew that the Ancient Seal was necessary. He couldn't really get the kill on his own, so Skyrat pops in, says hello, finishes off the DP.
Couldn't get any Spirit Siphons on either to get some regeneration while running away. Nothing. And Sky is actually getting mana boots very early on, so Wake Me Up's going to be happy to get that extra mana battery for more damage. Jube, however, rotating towards top. They can't really kill this Alchemist. They're going to try it anyway.
Well, he doesn't have ulti yet, so...
Actually, yeah, his ulti's still on cooldown. I thought the Vanguard's going to be enough. Well, it looks like it is. He does actually live, and Jube goes down. Sideblade spills from Scourge McDuck, and the Melt Strike, not enough. He's regenerating through all of this, and there's no refraction. The mine gets blown as well, and now finally has the refraction up. Ezekiel trying to run away, not going to be successful. He will still go down to Scourge McDuck.
Yeah, he doesn't go for the techies, which is also smart. As there's tier 1 there, someone can TP in, even an anti-mage or a DP. Just get back in and blow her up. Nicely done. Like, they do kill the Alchemist in the end. So it wasn't perfect. Clockwork died first. But still, Scourge McDuck is getting a lot of things done. Yeah. Like, and you really want all the network pumped into this TA, because she is the one that makes a lot of she's the one that makes the difference, and she's the one also taking the stacks on the cut. Juicy stack taken by him. Ancient's next.
No pressure on Verte with this anti-mage, because you got a lot to carry this game, especially with that TA.
Two supports of Radiant twinning down bottom. Both of them, they want to take the Underlord down, but he is a big boy. Let's see.
They are trying their best, but even your best sometimes is not going to be enough. They're going to do a decent amount of damage here with the Mana Void. The mines are exploding, and Gangstar still gets to break one of the mines, and they lose Verte. Oh no. Not what they wanted out of this trade. And Jube comes in to cancel out the TP from Techie. Scourge McDuck shows up, and they are cleaning house. Might have lost Italiano Gangstar, but he's already played his part in this fight. Undying, taking heavy hits. Mystic Flare coming out as well. They will finish him off. Yep. Double kill for Sadman as this guy also participates in this fight. And now the cut, they're 2k ahead of Tilted Boys.
Yeah, Roche is right there, but they shouldn't go for this. There's no way. There's no Deso yet. Yeah, they won't. Did you realize as well, did you see it? Like, these three heroes with the levels that they've got, going on Underlord, it was just never gonna happen. Like, he's way too big already. Yep. Yeah, you do kill him, sure, but enough time is bought for all of his teammates to respond to it.
It was the Undying that did the most damage out of all those heroes. He did 1,200 damage during that fight. Well, the Anti-Mage, the majority of his damage was just the Mana Void on a 0 mana Underlord.
They're smoking up.
They're portaling up with a smoke. Very interesting. They probably think it's just an Underlord, but now there's going to be an entire gank train showing up. Hello, door.
Alchemist
They
went the other way,
slam
though.
Door shut, and now they go back in the other way direction. Yeah,
Oh,
they
the
do.
push.
Maybe they can get them as well. Verte going to bounce back that dagger as Ezekiel is going to be hunted by Scourge McDuck. They've got some arcane bolts coming in, and the Mystic Flare with the hook shot. Beautiful usage of spells to take him down. Jubei will pay with his life, but Belotka, he's in the middle. Monovoid coming out from Verte as well, but it's not enough to kill anyone. They will lose 3 heroes this time, it's just Jubei. 4,000. It was 2k last fight. Now it's just doubled.
Yeah, they're just very low on HP, but no one is actually dying.
Yeah, but pretty cool moves.
Cool move from Alchemist. As they were going in, he takes the same gate back top to escape them, and then he tries to get away, but he gets cogged in. Like the cogs were also probably the main reason why they didn't lose that fight, because they lost a lot in the Acid Spray and Unstable Concussion, but Techie's tried blast offing and he got pushed out with the cogs. Like as he was flying in, cogs just pushed him away. That would have been like I really think that would have been a difference maker. A lot of damage negated, like 400 full damage plus a stun. Like that's a lot.
That's like almost half the HP pool of some heroes in this game, so...
Yeah, and they were really low anyway, like...
They were. That Mana Void could have potentially just got a double kill for Verte. That's the only contribution he actually had there, was just drop his ult and hope that he gets someone. And if they were that low, he could have even blinked in to continue the fight through.
I mean, it's still more than most anti-mages I get. Like, just going in and popping the Mana Void, I feel like that's also decent. Like, you don't need to save it for anything. Most AMs use it farming anyway.
Yeah, it's better than what you usually witness in your everyday pub.
I love how Italiano Gangster just moved up to him, stole his big creep and moved away. That's one way to tilt a player.
No fear. Now he has a Crimson Guard. They are showing up on top, though. He's got the roots out. Sandman trying to blow him up with the Sonic Wave. It's a very good attempt, but not enough. Just needed that one bit of extra, and it could have been the Ancient Seal, or even a couple ticks from Mystic Flare could have done the trick. But they are TPing in to defend this tower, and also Velotka and the door Undying heading towards top. The cut, they're going to be undermanned momentarily, so if Tilted Boys can get a fight going their way, they could find some kills, but they are spreading now on the side of the cut. Well, bottom is being pushed in.
Yeah, what are they waiting for? Let's see. They have the Dazzle. The next big thing for TA is probably that Blink.
They've tried this Underlord a multitude of times. Are they going to do it again? Might just be the Skywrath Mage that they could probably go for, but it's going to be a lot of work onto the Skywrath Mage, and they finally get Italiano Gangstar, and they might just get Jubei as a prize on top. Tilted Boys already got 2. Can they make it 3? Verte was about to die in the mid lane to Sadman, who did drop an ulti on top of him, so Jubei gets killed, AM survives, and a tower will drop, and now they get a bit of, a bit of positivity going the way of Tilted Boys.
Yeah, for sure. It's also the levels.
They needed that.
Underlord was unkillable beast in the laning stage, but not any longer. Like, they have level 8 techies, like a lot of levels on all of them. You will die if they go on you at this point. So, probably should be a bit more careful about the positioning. But he was just defending the tower. It's understandable. Queen of Pain still pushing in mid. TA is rotating.
Achieve here. Yeah, they're actually getting the blast off too, but here comes Scourge McDuck. Disarmed by the taser. Won't be able to get some big hits in. The mines don't really do much work here, but Belotka's going to be regenerating a lot with that Spirit Siphon. It's not going to be enough. Overwhelming damage.
That's a tower taken.
That's a portal also down. The whole team is here.
Yeah, TA actually has, what, 3k? Okay, 3k gold.
I think they're going Roche now. They take tier 1 to Roche.
Sure, it's an option. Like, they are missing some resources, but they still go for it. They still could go for it. They should probably kill off the tier 1 on top lane first.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like T1 into Roche.
Yep. If you're Radiant, could you contest that? Well, you could, if you're fast enough. If you smoke up and go top, you probably could fight it. You don't have Exorcism, but just the Acid Spray and Techies jumping, in one position could be really difficult to deal with. But then again, by the time you're there, there's a Deso TA.
So they do. Into the Roche pit they go. They did get information about the TA and the Underlord both in the top lane. So they're suspecting they most likely are doing Roshan right now, leaving that bottom lane open.
I think you're just
also
cautious. You're just giving it up, right?
And this is the most important Roche as well when you think about it, because if the Cut wins the next fight with that Aegis, they're officially online. They're really strong right now, but that will push back Tilted Boys they will push them far behind.
Yeah, the way I see it, like I agree. Maybe I would say that second Roche is a bit more important. Because at this one, like you're already in front. You can see the Tilted Boys, they don't even want to fight, right? They don't want to fight because they have this Anti-Mage and Alchemist lineup. They just want to farm at this point. They need a Vessel on Alchemist. They need another item at least on AM, this Manta. With the Manta, if you can just survive by the time Aegis expires, if you can just keep your high ground, you're fine with it. You creep skip. I don't think high ground, maybe that's, pushing it.
Oh, they got the catch on the techies, yep, and Sandman loading up his ult. Doesn't need to use it yet. Jubei also very low on this Clockwork, gets killed by a Decay.
It's really good.
For one.
Yeah, it's really good for Tilted Boys that they're trading. Every time this happens, Clock dies, he doesn't get away. For them, that's massive because it prevents the Cut from making any big objectives, taking any big objectives after, or continuing to just run you down.
Sadly, they were all defending mid, so the Cut was just a little bit faster, pushing towards bottom, getting that tier 2 out of the way.
Yep, tier 2 is down.
You always need to be like ready to be able to defend. So if you're not there, the TA will take it. And she's doing the same thing right now. She's poking that tier 2 tower in mid, but they're not ready to answer yet. So that's free damage.
Yeah, like they will not probably even def unless they see a big opportunity in which Anti-Mage baited 1 or 2 heroes on another side of the map and then he TPs in and you're fighting 5 versus 3. If that doesn't happen, you probably shouldn't be fighting if you're Tilted Boys. They might hunt down AM. If he blinks here, that's gonna be a big mistake. Okay, he doesn't. Nice.
He's also 2 levels behind this Templar Assassin, so a lot of catching up to do. One good team fight, one good Monovoid can just change things completely. Sadly, they are getting out-leveled. Except for the Clockwork. Maybe Jubei's the special one here.
This map is so big, this AM actually needs to blink for quite some time until he gets to the next creep. And Skyrat is already there waiting for him, so...
Does get to blink out, but the pit is there. They found it. Great connection. Still blinking forward, but Sandman with a haste rune is going to follow this Anti-Mage to the bitter end.
Yeah,
blink into another blink. Yeah, he's actually soaking up a lot of damage. The 45% magic resistance works for him.
Farms a little bit, why not?
Into a camp. Where do you go next? What's the next one? He blinks into the base. Oh, he's inside the base, but they're already there. Yeah. Oh really? My god, what a chase.
Yeah, really, really nicely done by them. And
they pushed top at the same time.
Yeah. Why was it nicely done? Why did they manage to do this? Like, look, exactly this was my point. Like, if he manages to escape, they take this top fight. They take it 2 versus 5, right? Because he took them on a wild goose chase and they couldn't get anything. Hawk, however, he finds the DP.
Yeah, he's found the enemy. There's the BKB turnaround. Jubei, this might just be his 7th death. And, you got the kill. It's going to keep you out. However, the Undying doesn't look to be as lucky. Ezekiel also has to get out. And the Techies doesn't want to give his life away either. So Door gets slammed on his way out.
I would say that's probably not that's probably the worst way to fight at the moment. You waste the BKB and the Exorcism. It just opens up the map even more for Dire. Like, you get the kill on Undying, but it just isn't worth it. What they need to do is they need to get the gem and get rid of all the traps. I feel like that would help them a lot because Anti-Mage is being caught and hunted down because they see him. Like, they understand what his farming pattern is. So it's easy for them. Yeah. Why did they go top? Because they had a trap on the Ancients and they also had the Watcher. So they pretty much spotted him.
Remember, completely out of topic, but remember when you were talking about that one fun video about the two guys yelling at each other's over the lake?
Was that me?
I think it was you because you might have been going on about it. Do I remember you wrong, or was it John? Was it John who was talking about it?
What did they yell? Maybe I did. Maybe I just
Well,
don't
I
remember.
mean,
That
yeah,
sounds
I
like
think-
something I would remember, though, to be honest.
I think this is a PG-13 stream, so I don't think we can overuse our curse words here. So,
So they were
I-
just like,
it-
yeah, I can't remember that. Yeah.
yeah, but there's an Ezekiel on the server, so he's one of the guys yelling.
I mean,
He's named after him.
he was a mad boy, just like Ezekiel is, I suppose, right now. He's smoked up. He wants to get something done, but all he finds is a
He wants
couple
to
of
farm
creeps.
with the smoke.
Yeah. He's like, don't smoke
next
me. I
level.
want to farm. Leave me alone, boys.
Next level bait is like we're gonna smoke up and I'm gonna show myself in lane farming, you know. But they didn't get any super big play. However, there's a Fiend's Gate all the way to the anti-mage. Ferte, no more Manta available, and he's down.
Yeah, they're finding him. Just constantly finding him.
Ferte has not got a game.
Undying. I mean, Techies is buying an Aghanim. So honestly, like, scrap your point booster or Ogre Axe and just buy a gem. Get rid of all the wards, all the traps. That hurts
What
them quite
if-
a bit.
What if you place a minefield on top of a Fiend's Gate?
But that's some next level stuff, man. What if you place it and then they just don't go through the Fiend's Gate?
Yeah, they just they don't know. They don't know.
Ezekiel?
Yeah, he's fine. There's no TP cancel yet. There was 2 seconds for Pit of Malice.
And same for Atos. So unfortunately, fortunately for him, he gets away. Obviously,
You know, someone's misfortune is another one's fortune.
yeah.
11K lead for the cut, 24 minutes in. It's been steadily increasing. Good stonks.
Do you have like a weird Finnish saying that you could use?
We have a lot of weird finish things.
Okay, translate one for me. Actually, wait, Ferte. Will they go on him? It's only clock, I guess.
Which I'll come up with a saying in a moment as Ezekiel gets jumped on. Tombstone's placed down. He's going to be very tanky as he's got his ulti and he's got a mechanism and the pipe. They're forcing the cut away. They're a bit short-handed here. Not enough firepower at the moment. So they're just going to disengage. But they forced out the exorcism, so you could call it a win. Now they're setting up to catch the dying, maybe? No.
Well,
Pinging him.
they're trying to catch anyone at this point, I suppose, right? Because they can. BKB, Blink Dagger on TA. He's completely ready to fight Alchemist.
Alchemist just gone. Deleted. That's a Crystallis crit.
Yeah, straight for the
Solid
tier
work.
2. Like, after it's done, you can decide now. Do you wait for Rosh? Do you push high ground? I think waiting for Rosh, farming a bit more is probably better. And by the way, I'm not a big fan of the Sagnums on Techies. Have you seen it? Undying? It's gone.
Oh no, I've only seen it once in action. It was a bit underwhelming.
I mean,
Didn't do too much that game. If
Yeah.
you compare it to like Sand King Aghanims,
yeah.
one is A tier and the other one's like C tier.
Yeah, maybe I just saw it used wrong, because most of the techies that had it in my games were losing. Maybe if you're winning and you have this mad boy on the carry who's carrying everyone and everyone is afraid and he needs to run away from him, and then you pop the ulti and then you have to get away. Maybe some combos, like I think we discussed this with Mars or
Yeah.
Dark Willow, but overall it just feels underwhelming.
We talked about sayings. Since I never remember them at the moment I need to remember something, I did finally manage to compile one. We have the saying called ei kahta ilman kolmatta, which means not two without a third. So if something has happened already twice, it's going to happen a third time.
That's a nice saying, yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Something like fool me twice, fool me once, right?
Yeah.
Like, similar meaning. I mean, it's not that weird. It's good. It's a nice one.
I have a weird saying. Might just have to Google something.
weird Finnish sayings. Like I don't know.
Weird
I
Finnish
just imagined you guys up there to have weird. Like overall, you guys are a bit weird. You know, everyone looks at Finland and they're like, "What the hell are you guys doing up there?" You know, with your social distancing that has lasted forever. Of 10 meters. You do have good Dota players though, that's something.
Yeah. Maybe one that might sound weird, the days in the sledge.
The day is in the, there you go. Day is in the sledge, okay.
Yeah, and it means that you can say, well, the day's work is done, basically. But why is it in the sledge? I don't know. Door is... there's no door in a sledge, but...
Undying is in the sledge, I guess.
Yeah, his wake me up's work is done. He finds a kill.
Yeah. Sadman, Wisdom Rune, level 17, Cheese, Aegis on, Scourge McDuck, and also a Daedalus. These guys are getting closer and closer to take that W, but, you know, you're playing an anti-mage game. You should never give up. He's getting very close to the Skadi, and the Skadi should be the timing for them, like once you get it. Sadman does see the anti-mage, but...
Yeah. Before some Finnish viewers going to get triggered about it, I did mean sled, not sledge. Ferte is going to get a Fiend's Gate on top of him. Italian, oh, he misses out the Pit of Malice. But they are covering ground, trying to find him. That's a good TP spot. You've got so much more areas to just hide in the tree line to teleport away, so your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, it's just unknown areas, that's the thing. Like, we just don't know the map very well yet. So, you don't know where to expect it as well. There are more areas, and obviously most of them unknown for the moment. They are pinging him out, and he just leaves. Did he just leave a neutral item? He did, right? Did he pick it up? I'm not sure. Okay, he did pick it up. Never mind.
One team has 5 and the other has 3, so yeah.
AM on the cliff, chilling. Right on top of a ward as well.
Just vibing.
Okay, he does manage to get away.
They are, I mean, the net worth difference hasn't really built up since that 11K marker for like 3-4 minutes now. So I feel like Tilted Boys, they're slowing down this this incoming onslaught, so to say. They're eventually gonna have to face up against the cut. But they haven't had to do so yet when they were still in a losing position.
Yeah,
so can they turn that advantage into theirs? Well, we'll see. Jubei has found the enemy, but he's got backup coming in. Ezekiel has to move himself away. Pops the pipe as well. Jubei very low on HP. And they also catch the Techies. He's going to get hexed up by an approaching Underlord. It looked like Sadman used it for a second as he cancelled his animation, but it is the Underlord with the hex. Italian with Gangstar coming in with the items.
I think it's a good item this game as well. Just helps
really
you.
Good item.
Yeah, it helps you a bit more with the catch. This is the fight that Tilted Boys will not be able to run away from. You got your Skadi. This is pretty much the time to shine, to show pretty much what you've got. AM still trying
Show me
to...
what you got.
Yeah, he's still trying to dodge it and farm up the BKB though. If he does that, I don't think the cut goes back. They go from one side to the other. Let's see. They're deciding.
Imagine how much stronger TA could be if he could Psyblade spill a building.
I mean,
Hit a hero behind the building.
You wouldn't be able to defend ever.
Yeah, the hero would be constantly picked and banned. Well, Scourge McDuck is still feeling very comfortable in this high ground push.
Got pretty low.
Time to call it a day. You know, days in the sled.
Days in the sled, yeah. I guess they waited for the Tombstone to be back on, and the moment Tombstone was used, they moved away. Disciplined, they lost nothing. They have a DD now on TA as well. And with the DD, perhaps you can go back top. Tombstone should expire very soon. She's still pretty low. They're not healing her up, so that first Aegis life will be lost fast.
And there's the minefield. It is now active. So, unless we get to see like this big minefield hype, I don't think we are, but there's a chance.
I mean, honestly, I would love to be wrong, and I would love to see how it works, because, you know, you live and you learn. I haven't seen it work so far. Valotka. BKBT, can he TP?
Yeah.
Some crits? Oh, the hook.
don't even need it.
Yeah. If he got away and that hook didn't connect, he'd be very sad.
Oh, yeah.
But a big kill. He does have a buyback though. The problem is now he used BKB. So even with the buyback, he won't have a BKB. And already they're in a rough spot when it comes to defending. AM is so close, like he's so close to the BKB. He's going in instead, Skyrat.
Yeah, he's going to look for the initiation and a big ulti dropped as well. They're very low in HP and they will take down the first hero. And the Underlord's going to be the next one, but he is super, super tanky. He's going to just give his life away. You know, my life for the team. Or not even that. Okay.
BKB TP's out. Yeah, the moment
Waves the middle finger and leaves.
the moment Skyrat died, TA TP'd away as well, because his Aegis got reclaimed. He does have Aghanims now, but not enough slots in the inventory for Dragonlance. He's buying the Blessing.
How does Tilted Boys get a better team fight? You know, I think that was already pretty good, but they just don't have lockdown.
They have
Techies
Basher
needs to
now.
find someone.
Yep.
Alchemist needs to stun someone, and then yeah, the Basher it helps, but
Yeah,
they're gonna need so much more control.
Yeah, they didn't have it in that last engagement, actually. Like, AM went in without the Basher, he still had an Augur Axe and was buying a BKB. Now it's a bit different. Sorry, not an Augur Axe, Mithril Hammer. So you just go, this time maybe it's enough. We'll see. Like Skadi and Basher, you jump on TA, maybe if you're lucky enough, you can control her.
Verte. Just outside of vision. Okay, they see him blink out.
They still think that he went right, but he didn't.
Yeah, they dropped the scan earlier, so they were thinking that, yeah, he's probably not in that location anymore.
Frogos, Atos, caught. It's a dead Techies.
It's easy.
Oh, easy. Once Roche, 1 minute is the minimum timer. I believe if you're the cut, you're 19k ahead, but every second that passes, you are losing that advantage. One bit at a time. Like Anti-Mage getting very close to the BKB, and this man is completely ready to fight. I'm not saying that they're in a great position on Radiant. Of course, they're 20k behind, right? But
yeah, but you could say that they're in their best shape right now. Like, this is a good timing for them.
yeah, they lost only one side from all of the things that have happened.
And
only...
that's also the mid lane, which is
Yeah.
completely fine, right?
Yep.
At least that's how I see it. The mid lane is the, you know, the best case scenario for a defending team to lose. Even with the distances from the side lanes and all the extra added map, it's still easier to defend the base.
I think it... I'm not sure just how much it matters when you're pushing high ground. Like before the high ground, it's...
Look at bottom.
Yep, he's out. Like
out.
when you're pushing high ground, it doesn't matter that much. Is he
Good
though?
read from Italiano Gangstar, but oh damn, he misses the Pit of Malice. It's just a guessing game again. Oh, so close. But
Nice try,
really
nice
good
try. Yeah.
really good try with that Fiend's Gate.
Yeah. Very nicely done by him. He's actually buying a harpoon next. So he wants to right-click a little bit and also get that active. To bring people back into the Pit of Malice. Interesting item choice, by the way. I wasn't expecting it. Maybe an AC, something like that, but
Yeah.
harpoon instead.
Harpoon Underlord, yeah.
Pretty cool, cool idea.
I guess they really just want to maximize on catching the anti-mage, so makes sense.
I don't know, but I have this eerie feeling that the cut, slowly but steadily, they're losing control. Maybe it completely changes in the next fight and they just wipe Tilted Boys. They're still 20k ahead, but let's see. They are attempting this high ground push.
The minefield factor. Yeah, they're taking the Tormentor at the same time as the push is happening already. And Techies will be given the Aghanim shard, so he's got the reactive taser and an ally. But now they got to find themselves a good opener. The Ranger Axe will go down.
There's the
The
glyph.
glyph is also used, so the cut they have an opening, and Roshan is on their eyes.
That's so good. Like they move so fast as well. Really nicely done by the cut. I love this because they force them back. Look at that line. Good luck. Good luck getting there on time. I just love the fact they forced them down bottom. The moment Glyph was popped, they just go top. It's like solid.
This is some good Dota.
Yep.
Even if the game is kind of lacking events and we know that the cut is in the lead, they're still making some really good plays that are, they're worthy of highlight. Like, those are the things that in Division 2, if a team is able to get these fast reaction moves around the map, it usually means that they're more ready than their opponents are. It is Division 2. It's filled with mistakes, but Italiano Gangstar, he goes in, he brings the team with him. Huge Sonic Wave connecting onto 5. Undying's going to be very low in the back line, but Italiano Gangstar, they can't kill Ferte. He is almost down, though. He won't be able to rejoin this fight for the time being. Techie's about to drop as well, and Sandman continues to hammer away. Virgo's down, Ezekiel dead, Jube also falling, and out to Volotka they go as well. Teleport cancelled. He ain't going anywhere, but the exorcism, it's doing damage, but it's not doing enough damage. Alchemist coming in with the buyback, Ferte even salving himself up, so he's able to get back into that team fight, but no. 16,000 damage dealt by the cut in a very quick time span, of which 8.5k dealt by the Quap. Man, 5-man Sonic Wave, you don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, it was so good. Not only did it hit everyone and damage them, it was also pushing them away from Underlord, so he survives. He was dropping really low. They were controlling him. He couldn't pop the BKB on time. Does get it in the end, but look, that fight, Anti-Mage, he just couldn't fight at all. He was very low from the get-go. Maybe in this next fight, if he finds the right angle, if he isn't blown up instantly, I'm just trying to find the silver linings, really, for Tilted Boys.
I mean, me too, right now. Like, even if it felt like the cut might be losing control of the map a little bit, they're surgically and slowly winning this game.
Yeah,
that's
for
another
sure.
lane of Rex opened.
For sure. They're definitely in the driver's seat.
Continue to do so. Level 24 Anti-Mage. He's caught up and even gone past the Templar in experience. What can he do with all this advantage? He almost died last fight. Scourge McDuck was completely fine and still has an Aegis. Silver Edge coming up for the Queen of Pain. Another one for the Underlord.
Yeah, Swift Blink for the TA. I mean, this is all luxury now, right? Like, you've got the items. You've got what's needed. You're just, like, if you don't Scourge McDuck, he's in the minefield, and it's doing absolutely nothing to him. But it did take down all the refraction charges, so that's something. But now he has the level 25 plus 7 refraction charges. Yeah, you need that minefield
Massive
again.
items to be building. Techie's going to get caught. Mystic Flare on top as well, but the Tombstone save. He's inside the Tombstone, healing up at least for the, well, staying safe for the time being. BKB forced down from Ferte. Wake Me Up about to drop. Hook shot coming out from Jube, pushing them away with the Cogs that will find the kill for themselves. With the bad look at this TA go. Alchemist to fall. Fergal to drop as well. They will find Jube on the side, but Fergal's coming in with the buyback as well with his Techies, but Scourge McDuck still throwing in hits. The Hex is going to be connecting onto Ferte. All they need is his Anti-Mage kill. It's going to be silenced up for a little longer. They're the trap being top off as well, but he blinks out, but no! He gets hammered down on the spot, and the cut, they're gonna run them down, and they will look for more, and pretty much the thing is they will be looking to take this game and this entire round robin series being the victors. GG coming out from Tilted Boys, the cuts. They will avoid that threat of elimination, and we will see them in Division 2 for the next tour with that win. It's 2-0 for them today.
Okay, very nicely done by the cut. Like, unexpected from me, at least. I thought that this one is gonna go the other way, and on the beginning, at least. Like, they just dominated from minute 10. I expected a longer night. I'm surprised this best of one round robin didn't go forever. But
well, we have one more game, but at least it's not infinite tiebreakers. So they're able to snap that one down. But I agree. I feel like this was a bit too easy for the cut, but taking into account Tilted Boys and the late performances, that 2-week losing streak, it continues.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, they lost themselves. They couldn't find footing. They couldn't find the right strats. Who knows if we had an interview with them, what they would answer, if they were even screaming, if they were preparing. But yeah, we don't have an interview usually with losers. We get the winning team because it can be sometimes sad, right? Like, talking about losing your spot in Division 1. It's never fun.
Yeah, but before we talk about the cuts, some more things about Tilted Boys. Like, what really went wrong for them here? Like, why weren't they able to get this this anti-mage to have any impact this game? How did this game become so difficult for them? They played against the laning stage tri-lane after giving away first blood for the cut, and things were looking okay, but mid lane was getting like stomped at that point. Well, they were expecting it, but why did things go so badly for Tilted Boys?
I think they answered the lanes really damn well. Like the TA negates the power of techies, and then the co-op negates DP completely, so you're winning 2 lanes for sure. Then Anti-Mage had a decent lane, but they threw it a little bit when they attempted that first kill on the Underlord. They got turned on, the Underlord dies, but so does AM, so they lose the advantage in the one lane that was going well for them. So overall, the cut, I was thinking, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to execute the tempo lineup that they had perfectly, but they did. I think one mistake as well was the Aghanims on techies. This item just, I don't know.
We didn't get to see it.
But that's the problem as well. It got nerfed. Like you have to cast it for 2 seconds. Like it has a 2-second channeling time. We saw it once. Every other time when he started casting it, he gets hexed or interrupted by something. Yeah. And it isn't even about the eggs. It's just the fact that they needed the gem. You need to get rid of these traps that are just hunting the anti-mage all over the map.
Yeah, and this last fight as well, he was going from silence to hex to silence. These traps just kept on popping, and he's just standing still, hating life, not getting to do anything this game. And then again, that is basically Tilted Boys just dropping that game. The cuts, a lot of positives for them. Coming out back-to-back victories, they will take 5th place in the division, also meaning that they will get themselves a more sizable prize pool for themselves. But obviously, with that last official series they had, they were really looking to play this 3-way tiebreaker for 3rd place, for 4th place. But now they're just going to have to suffice with 5th place in Division 2. An MVP, should we hand it over to the Templar Assassin? Are we going to give it to Quap, who dominated the mid lane? Italiano Gangstar again with a stellar performance. Jubei, I think Jubei was doing really a lot this game, despite, his job is hook shot and go in, and maybe you die, maybe you don't, but you've done your job.
I feel like carries are getting enough. We should give it to the Quap. He was on point from the mid lane.
Clean game.
Very clean. Like you could say the same for TA. Won the safe lane, then rotated around, did a lot of pressuring with the Dragonlance and Dezo, but Sadman, he's the one that made it all possible. Like in the mid lane, he won the lane quite convincingly, as he should, versus the DP. But then he converted that into a very clean game. And it's not easy with Quap. Like, this is a hero with which you make one mistake and your whole game is done. Well, he didn't make that one mistake. He died 0 times.
Yeah, and that was a very efficient victory for the cut. So obviously, because we have a victor out of this tiebreaker, we got to have an interview with you guys, and it's of course going to be the mid laner from the cut. And first of all, congratulations. I just want to ask one quick thing. You changed your nickname. Is it Sodman or Sadman?
Sodman.
Sodman. So I've been saying it the wrong way the whole time. I apologize for that. But
most people pronounce it Sadman, but yeah.
Yeah, this is not a sad man we're looking at right now. Pretty happy sad man coming out from that win. You got to witness quite a lot of things during this tour. You had very competitive series. You had 1-2s. You got a couple wins under the belt as well. You didn't get to win that last series, which could have pushed you to all the way to 3rd or 4th place. How did it feel coming into this day, playing against Oversight, playing against Tilted Boys for a potential we might get kicked out of the division? How did it feel at the start of the day?
Probably kind of stressful, to be honest. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was watching the major, messaging my carry player, like, these carries are good and stuff. I remember someone mentioning that all the range carries are bad besides, like, TA and Marta, I think. So that's kind of what we went for. Yeah, pretty stressful overall. I'm just glad we didn't get relegated.
And you also got to just clean out the day with quick 2 victories, not having to play another round of tiebreakers if this one was potentially you guys having a loss and everybody goes 1-1, you have to go again. What were the key successes with this team? What do you feel like, what were the good things that this team was able to achieve this tour?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Playing on the team's been pretty stressful. At some point, we stopped scrimming because we would just lose every scrim. And yeah, I think for the last like 3 weeks or so, we didn't scrim at all. But when we were scrimming, we were losing anyway. So it was actually my idea. I just told my team, we're going to scrim and get mad at each other. Let's just like show up and play the games. So.
All right, all right. You guys also had some roster changes here and there. Italian and Gangstar wasn't playing the last time. Now he was, and you also had a stand-in as your post 4. Has that also been a part of the rocky road that you guys have had, that you've been trying out different players in the roster too?
Okay, so partly. I think the biggest part of this is just that Italiano Gangster lives with his parents, and he can't speak loudly past like 9 p.m. So good thing the game's ended, because if they went longer, he wouldn't have a microphone. So when he got subbed, that was like a big reason why we did it.
Okay.
But I mean, it didn't work anyway. I have no idea how to play offlane. So.
All right. Lizard.
Sounds like you guys have a lot of problems, man, but I'm happy that you remained in the division. By the way, like, not really a question, but losing in scrims, at least for me, was never a bad thing. Like, when you lose every scrim, I guess, for multiple weeks, days.
Oh yeah, it's every scrim. Yeah. It's every scrim. It's not even just losses. Some of them are like games over at like 10 minutes. Like, we literally cannot do anything but call GG because they're just so far ahead. And I think we sort of, I don't know, in the last not even the last like days, but like just like today, I think we did a good job drafting like comfort heroes and stuff. I think before we would draft like meta stuff too much. I don't think it really works in Div 2. I think you're just supposed to pick what you're good at and hope you're good enough to win with it. Like this game, we pick co-op. I don't think it's a great hero. I lose like, I don't know, every other pub with it. But we picked it and it worked out. So.
Good. I guess the matchups were good for you, right? Like the TA into techies, the co-op into DP as well. So it worked out this time around. Congrats! Congrats.
I think if it were the old techies, it would have been rough, because the old techies had like a long silence. But this one, I don't think co-op cares about him at all.
Yeah.
I had one more little fluff question to close things out. I remember last year in DPC, I remember I was casting a game when you had a very suspicious pause going on. Where did all the fun all chat happen from time to time? You had somebody knocking on your door. Do you remember that case?
I don't think so. Maybe it was my parents, but I mean, I can't imagine anyone else would be knocking on my door.
I know what it was because I know what I know what it was because I remember you got a penalty for it. But I'll remind you after.
We got a lot of penalties this time. We got a lot of penalties. I think during our third last series, SMD went up because someone knocked on his door. Maybe it's SMD we're talking about. Someone knocked on his door and he got up for a second, and we just got a level 2 draft penalty for that. So yeah,
it happens. But anyway. Congratulations with your win here. We have a schedule that we need to catch up with the last series as well. So take care of yourselves. And of course, see you next tour in Division 2.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
Congrats.
And that was, of course, Sadman, the mid laner for the cut. As they come out 2-0 with a victory. But we have one more game coming up. It is the Oversight versus Tilted Boys. And that's the last. One of these teams is gonna say goodbye to Division 2, and if they want to play in Tour 3, it's through the qualifiers again, the opens into the closeds, and then maybe you get to play in Tour 3 for Division 2. So it is gonna be a tight battle between the two, and of course, what do you think is going to happen there, Lizard? One of these two teams, you know, Tilted Boys, they've had some rough times. Oversight, it looks like they're the favorites now.
I think it's going to be very close. Maybe Oversight's slightly favorited, but I won't favor them a lot. did learn today is that T-Panda, you have a lot of made-up stories, man. Like you're telling me, Lizard, remember when you said this? Then it's like, sad man, remember when someone knocked on your door? And I'm like, bro, I feel you. I have no idea what he's talking about, but
unfortunately, I can't disclose it on stream, unfortunately.
My memory isn't any better. So
but I remember because I was casting that particular game, and I remember. Anyway, ladies and gents, we're going to take a tiny break. It's going to be a couple minutes until we kick off the final game of the day. It's going to be the Oversight versus Tilted Boys here at the North American Division 2.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Ladies and gents, it is time. We've been traveling through this Division 2 for a couple of weeks now, and now it comes down to the final game of this division. After this, it's bye-bye for Tour 2, head over to the Major, and then we will see you again for Tour number 3. Before that, of course, Tilted Boys versus the Oversight to clean out who stays in Division 2 for the final tour and who has to start their open qualifier run if they will be trying to do that, because, you know, some teams just kind of give up. Maybe some players go find new teams to play in. It's a long ride, Lizard.
Yeah, it is. I hope most of these teams stay together, but man, like, just listening to the interviews from most of the teams, like, I always hear something like, yeah, we're stressful. Yeah, this isn't working. Yeah, we're not streaming anymore. Yeah, no one feels good in the team. Like, Division 2 is a rough spot to be in, and usually teams don't last very long. So I'm hoping we'll see similar faces, maybe reshuffled, but similar faces in the next season. However, we still, like you said, we still have one more series to play out before all of that happens, before we make sure that some team is completely out, even though we might still see the same players, but under a different formation later on.
Also, for the last time during this division and also this tour, esportsbet.io, watch to earn platform. Now's your time to utilize and try it out. If you haven't, create an account, log into esportsbet.io, and start earning yourself some tokens. And those tokens you can use for something cool. So now is your final chance to actually utilize that campaign offer. Go ahead and try it out. As this last game, we're slowly diving into the final draft, the final game, the final moments, however you want to paint it. One of these two teams has to come up much stronger than the other, because the Oversight, we saw some interesting ideas coming into game number 1, or the first game of this round robin, and then Tilted Boys, I don't really think we saw anything too frisky from them. You know, a couple interesting hero picks, but not too much of a grand idea.
Yeah, nothing really outstanding from them. I feel like they did have some decent ideas. Like the Alchemist techies for me was good. I would actually say that Tilted Boys in that last game, it was one of those clear outdrafts in which everything that you're picking is kind of naturally falling into their hands. It's being countered, plus not necessarily countered on purpose, but more because it's just full comfort zone of the enemy team. It's something that Sadman was talking about. So quite an unfortunate series game that is best of 1 for Tilted Boys, but maybe they can strike back in the second one. They banned out the bounty, but they lost the Nyx to the Oversight, and Oversight probably very happy. Like, they played this Nyx Assassin on the mid lane, and I believe that was the best performance from Odyssey that I have seen in the whole season.
Yeah, and it was when it really mattered the most as well, because winning that series, they got a chance to play these tiebreakers. So if you really want to make that win count, you better win this one as well. You know, you can't just go out with one without the other. And you know, we kind of talked about that good finish phrase there. You can't have two without the third. So maybe now is the time to make or break. Tilted Boy's going to have to come up with something special here with this first phase to answer either the Nyx Assassin or think ahead. How do we win this mid matchup? Because most likely Nyx is going to be going there. If he goes off lane, we can't go for this boss 5 support that just gets, you know, destroyed by Nyx Assassin over and over again throughout the game. So we find neutral ground with this Hoodwink.
Yeah, like, you also have to think about all these heroes that you can't pick any longer, right? Mana heroes that get wrecked by his Vendetta, heroes that lose half of their mana pool, and also Mind Flare is pretty damn strong versus heroes with a lot of hints. So you have to think about probably not picking these kind of boys, picking heroes that clump up together and push, just play with the map together. Where, like, these kind of this kind of style of heroes was always good versus Nyx Assassins, Bounty Hunters. Well, that's something you can think about. Also, a hero that I love to pick into all these sneaky boys, sneaky Nyx Assassins, is a Spirit Breaker. He's really not in the meta. He's not picked, if there even is a meta at the moment.
That's an interesting idea.
But I mean, it's not my idea. It's been like, that's something that 2010 people have been picking. Just charge them up, carry the dust, and every time they show on one of your sentries, you can kill them off, because usually the pick-off happens first only with Nyx, and then there's a follow-up. But Legion is in the pool, so they grab it. A lot of burst damage in the duel from Hoodwink already. I like the pickup. I think the Legion is probably one of the best offlaners at the moment.
He definitely is a very solid idea, and also Tilted Boys. I'm not sure if they were the team to do it. Oh, it was C-Dub. They played the mid LC. Mark was the one who had some success with the hero before, and also I think he also won them a series today. I'm not sure if it was a game 2 or game 3. We'll look that up right now. It was game 3 where they played the LC, and in game 1. They didn't get it in game 2 where LC won on the side of another NA team. So today, LC is 100% win rate.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised. Like LC just being really strong. Overside, they pick up a Mirana. So Nyx and Mirana, just
5 seconds.
it doesn't have to be a support Nyx. Like this could be your mid Nyx, and now you have Mirana to just rotate in, hit that arrow on the stun. So the combination of heroes is pretty good already. Like you can be very even sneakier now with 2 invis. You know, like what's worse than 1 Vendetta, and on top of that, Moonlight Shadow. So the map control will be a bit difficult for Tilted Boys.
They're also going to lose all of the hard carries that they've lately been playing. Slark, TB, PL, all out of the pool. While Tilted Boys is kind of like, yeah, let's get rid of the I wouldn't say cheesiest, but something that resembles close to cheese. Get rid of these annoying, pesky heroes that can be a bit difficult to deal with. And they also ban out the Mars. Yeah, the Marcy that Skyward played. I was about to make the surprised Pikachu sound, but no. And we are seeing Tilted Boys maybe bring out the big guns for this last game. You know, the one that they need to win. They're bringing out something meta-like. Like, I'm saying the meta is literally not there. So that's probably the way to go.
Mr. Freeze, yeah, they got the ancient version.
Mr. Freeze, love that.
Yeah, Mr. Freeze, Refrigerator, whatever you want to call him. He's had a lot of names.
Yeah, we call him Gallis, which is kind of like ice pick.
There you go.
He
is an ice pick. I can definitely see that. They pick up a Techies and a Magnus. Okay, so I have seen one Magnus game in this new patch in the competitive scene. I don't think it did that well. I feel like it didn't. I mean, I can't remember it doing well, so it probably didn't do well. You have some nice things, like you have Techies and Magnus, right? Some skewer into mines, if only that was still a thing.
Well, they have lockdown for Techie as Aghanims if they really want to build Minefield this game, but probably not.
The problem is you don't need lockdown. Lockdown is counterproductive for the Aghanims of Techies.
You want to get them in for him to channel for 2 seconds, so I guess that's... And then they have to start running away because...
No, you can channel at any time, right? And you just put the sign there, so you don't... you just put the sign and you hope that they come in.
Yeah.
And you can make them come in. I guess one thing that you can do with this combo is you can skewer them through the minefield, and that's gonna damage them. So
that could be the strat, you know. Nyx finds 1-2 targets to stun. Mirana locates another target. Magnus will get an RP on at least 2 targets and then push them into the minefield.
Yeah. So they get the Naga. Like Naga historically was good into Techies. I don't think she's as strong any longer because you don't have to hunt down mines constantly with illusions. And you're also picking Naga into a Magnus. So any carry that they pick will have Empower most of the time. Even Magnus can hit you in these fights. So and there's another thing. Nyx Assassin loves playing into Naga. You can hunt her down through the woods. You can set up on Riptide as well with Carapace. Like easy kills, pickoffs can happen on her as long as you're finding her as she's AFK farming. So I'm not a big fan of the pickup, but maybe they have something in plan. Something that I'm not seeing at the moment. Oh, they ban out the TA, so they're maybe even thinking Naga mid versus Nyx, because Techies and Mirana are supports, right? So you know Nyx is mid.
Yeah, I'm still thinking Legion's going mid or AA is going mid, and they just pick a support in the end. But
AA mid. Why do you think that?
5 seconds remaining.
It's something that I've seen in previous patches, and it can be very efficient. But I don't know. I just feel like a wild idea. Just if you want to do something
just
crazy,
admit it.
just
You're from Finland. You like the cold. You want to see the cold being a true core. That's what it is, right?
I mean, it works as a mid. Not gonna lie, it actually works. It does a lot of damage, but the scaling ends too early. That's the thing you built with. The way you built it was Shadowblade, and just gank people with that big right click that you have.
Yeah, you need the Aghanim's for it, right? Like,
And you need the Aghanim's, yeah.
I mean, I know I played it a lot, but it was changed as well. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same thing at all anymore. With the skills have been modified, but
Yeah, they've been modified
maybe
a lot.
yeah. But with the new BKB, maybe it works, right? Like you can still hit through it. So not sure.
5 seconds.
But I think
oh,
LC is going to be going mid.
yeah. Oversight, however, they look at this. Like, who's the carry?
Magnus.
Magnus? Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I
Magnus
feel-
carry, you need the cleave damage.
Yeah, Mangus carry.
Mangus.
Choose your hero.
And they just get a tiny. I think it's a solid pickup. This should be mid, yeah. Like, you get a
All right.
tiny, you can blow up the Nyx Assassin at any time. Stun toss, like toss avalanche combo feels good. You have avalanche toss together with Ancient Apparition as well. You get to blow up people in the duel. I feel it's good. I'm not sure about the Magnus carry versus Naga. I suppose it should be solid, but at the same time, I feel like Ferte gets, I don't know, Manta, Heart, and the Norkid, and you can be killing the Magnus. You have Ancient Apparition to follow up as well. Have to say, I like Tilted Boy's draft maybe a bit better, but Brewmaster is switching things up as he's going to be dispelling the illusions. So that's another problem that they have to deal with.
So out of the two drafts, who do you prefer? Magnus, Nyx Assassin, Brew Cores versus the Tiny, the Naga, the LC. If you're let's say if you're playing the draft, which one
Yeah.
would you like to play more? You want to have fun with the Oversight? You want to play more stable with Tilted Boys?
I think I'd rather have more fun with Oversight, but Tilted Boys, I feel it's going to be Ezekiel that carries them. It doesn't have to be Naga or Tiny. I feel the LC game should be really good. And he has AA, he has Hoodwink, he has Tiny to work with. He should be getting a lot of dual damage. We might be in for a long one, but he is the man to look out for. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of want to jump on the side of Oversight and feel like how fast does the Magnus get online? I've also been hearing a lot of scary stories about how strong Brewmaster is in this current patch. And I think Avo was actually the one who was constantly going like, yeah, you got to be watching out for Brewmaster. And he was like top 2 win rate winners this patch compared to the last patch. So excited to see how Oversight is going to be pulling this one off. But Tilted Boys, a long losing streak needs to be snapped here right now, or you are going out of the division.
I'm literally going to go and read up on all the things that have changed. If the observer could kindly go over over Ultimate of Cry of the Brewmaster, just so we see it. It's kind of big. Brewmaster Ultimate? No? I'm not going to get it.
That's a no.
That's a no from Elsin. He's like, screw you, Lizard. I'm not showing you. You should have read it.
Can't
do
even yell
your
for JJ.
homework.
He's like, Elson!
Do your homework,
Brewmaster.
Lizard. I'm going to follow Hoodwink instead.
No, we're just going to follow Hoodwink. Oh,
Yeah, look at
he's-
that, Blightstone. Like if you go on Brewmaster and you just look at all the changes, they're massive. Like Earth Brawling spell immunity replaced with debuff immunity, 50% magic resistance. Earth Brawling damage decreased a little bit, but the stun has been decreased as well. Okay, there's a lot of decreases here. I'm not sure, like maybe there is something that's buffing him up, but all I'm seeing is decreases. Maybe the passive, you get the void stance.
And him also being a universal hero could have something to do with it too.
Oh,
I think
he's
maybe
universal now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
also a
yeah,
big impactor for him. That the right-click damage he amps up with, he's got pretty good stats gain. Like 3.7 strength, 2.0 agi. You know, like agi not that high, but obviously the strength gain is pretty massive in terms of how much actually you're getting damage per level. So maybe you could you're not necessarily the full-on, like you see Brewmaster, oh, we're going to see a lot of control this game, right? So might actually pack a punch.
They have some stream on. Probably watching BSJ right now, feed.
Don't want to be taking notes from, you know, competitive streams. Competitive integrity must be held.
Has been killed.
What do you see the urn come up for the Brewmaster? It seems to be becoming more and more common that the offlaner is the one to build the urn now instead of your support.
I think it's also Brewmaster specific, Venomancer specific. The games that we have been watching are it's an item that's really good on these heroes. Like you want it on Brew because of the Cinder Brew, and on Veno you just want the vessel as it amps up the healing degeneration even harder. And overall it's just solid. I feel like once again Urn is back. We got it. You die, you get the charge, so that's also nice.
Yeah. Good plan for dying. Door is going to be in trouble in the top lane. Slowed up and hammered. And they will close the door, maybe. Nope, the door stays open.
The greed. The greed. They went in, but they didn't get him. Should have maybe committed with the tooth, but then you get killed off by the Naga.
Yeah, or maybe another sticky bomb could have done it, but no.
Yeah. Bottom lane feels like a really difficult lane if you're Tilted Boys, actually. Like, even though Legion is strong at the moment and is a hero to worry about, in most of your games, you're playing into a Magnus Mirana lane. Ever since Magnus came back into the meta, like a long time ago, the heroes such as Mirana were really popular with him. Why? Because you just use Empower on them.
Oh, Cry's about to die in the top lane. The Mine trying to slow him down, but it's not going to be enough. Door gets it. And that's going to be first blood for Tilted Boys, taking down the Brewmaster for the first time.
Okay, this is literally the last lane that I expected Radiant to be losing, but they might get a kill on Door at least.
Okay, gets a response kill, sure.
I don't know, I'm just looking, I see Panda and I see Techies and I'm thinking, yeah, this lane is really damn strong.
You see me?
Yeah, I see you, of course.
Multiple Pandas here on the server.
Yep.
The big difference between us is this Panda on the server is he's strong, he's buff, he's pretty scary, and the other Panda is just, you know, unique and dumb.
But you both like, you know, to have a drink, so it's
we have something in common. Thank you, Lizard. Yeah, we do have something in common.
There you go. Me too, so we're all in the same boat.
We all like a drink. Yeah, that sounds wrong. Yeah, I don't know how to save myself from that.
It's fine. It's water, it's hydration, that's what we're talking about.
Swallow that pain. Ferte and Door have been, I wouldn't say they've been, like, super impressive lately. Like, maybe at the start of the division, Ferte was like, oh man, this carry player looks pretty good. But it was also Volotka making these huge rotations, snowballing these games. And they have like these, you got your safe lane and your mid lane kind of just snowballing. And then Ezekiel has a pretty easy job to just kind of connect with his cores and play around the map. But now it's been Ezekiel showing off, Volotka having difficulties in mid, and Ferte, well, again, like he is in big trouble, but at least they get to turn around. Maybe he does end up dropping, avoids the bomb. Atoof doesn't get the sticky bomb to connect on him. And Atoof is at 1 HP. Door, Cry, which one do you take? You're going to take Door,
now. Maybe
but
both.
can you get another? Maybe both as well. Sticky bomb. Oh, it's going to connect. Ferte going down. Yes, sir.
And
Tilted Boys are in trouble with this top lane now.
Who said Techies can't suicide? Who said they took that away from him? Runs under the tower for good old glory. Man, I loved old Techies. I'm one of those legends. I just loved old Techies.
Man, literally like old Techies with instant suicide squad.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Run in,
good stuff.
Run in and just seppuku.
Do you remember the good days of old school Goltiny? He's actually in big trouble in mid, and he's going to go down. Atoof making another rotation. This new Techies showing off, but the old Techies with the Arcana, when it came out the first time, every time you use Suicide Squad, you would crash the server and the game wouldn't count.
I actually can't even remember that, but
my good friend was going on about that the whole time. If you're in a losing game, you just use your E and you can crash the server.
and you just never use it if not. Like, that sounds like pay to lose, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. It worked in like some specific interaction, but that's a beautiful catch. Atuf is making so much work. You're a fan of this guy. Atuf has a lot of fans in chat. Can we get all the okay? This is not biased or anything, but all the Atuf fans, can we hear you out there in chat? You guys have been fiending over this guy, and now he's playing the game of his life.
Well, I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll woof for Atuf. So
do it.
Yeah, they need to woof for Atuf. Anyways, he's doing very well. I like his hero as well. Tech is level 5, minute 6. So is Panda. Top lane, it started off poorly for them. Panda died, but I was surprised that happened. And
now he's mid. Look at this, another rotation. A Dead Zone is also here. The arrow's gonna connect, and he's just making so much work happen. Oversight is just running over Tilted Boys at this moment. Top lane's going well, mid lane's going well, and bottom doesn't need to be anything special for them right now. Again, it's down to Ezekiel. I've seen this so many games in a row now.
Yeah, I feel like they're a kind of a team that right now you can see they're having a lot of fun playing. Like they're figuring out these new strategies, you know, like you can see love for the game. They're rotating in mid with both supports. They're like experimenting with some Magnus carries. It's like I feel that they're in a really good headspace. So I would be sad to lose them from Division 2. You know what, like, speaking of Oversight as well, every time we had an interview with them, they were kind of, it was a positive interview. It was never, yeah, we're losing every scrim, we don't want to play with each other. It was always like optimism, we're learning, we're improving. We just want to get as good as possible. I like that a lot.
And that is reflecting into what we're seeing right now, like that joy.
For now, yeah.
We can beat any opponent, we can do it in our way. We're not following anybody else's footprints, basically. We're just playing our Dota. And it's translating into a 3K lead, triple core lead on the side of Oversight compared to Tilted Boys. And Techies is also close to catching up with Tiny.
Yeah, for now, it's looking really good. One thing that Tilted Boys might have to do is give a lane to this Ancient Apparition. I think he activates their drafts quite a bit. And if you can get him to level 6, that could be massive for you. So maybe they should focus on that. Bottom lane LC.
They're almost getting Ezekiel here. Oh, the skewer into the right click. It's almost enough. Vision for Mind Flare? No.
Right. The range is good, but no vision.
Oh, and there's a Hoodwink who just walks in. All right. With a DD, Rune is just probably going to find a kill. Okay, the Bushwhack. Let's keep him away. Level 1 Spike Carapace having such a long cooldown, you can't even use the initial Bushwhack damage that you see flying in to keep the hero on the spot, and the stun duration is pretty.
That's probably the biggest. Like, don't get me wrong, Nyx Assassin has been buffed. Like, that's why he's played so much. At the same time, Carapace is like buffing up Mind Flare so much is a nerf to the hero, because you're no longer getting Spiked Carapace, if that makes sense. Like, you need that if you're playing a support particularly. Like, you need the Spiked Carapace maxed out early on.
Yeah, and they also nerfed like 0.4 seconds out of the max rank, so it's only 1.6 seconds instead of that ridiculously long stun from a basic ability.
There's a Techies bot lane now, and he does have ulti, so I'll see if she gets RP'd. Well, there's no RP, but maybe a stun. Techies miss.
Okay.
It's fine, Atuf. We still love you. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know, there hasn't been enough action in the last 2 minutes for him, so he's got cold feet now.
There's cold feet right there on the mid lane.
Literal cold feet, and that's a kill that Tilted Boys really needed. This Tiny was having a rough start to the game.
Bottom lane RP.
Maybe that RP can connect to a potential kill. Ezekiel on the run. Arrow will connect. Right click still flying in. Trying to make a run for it with the face boots. He has another blood grenade to use. But that shockwave not going to connect. And Bushwhack onto 3. Balotka's also making his way towards the bottom lane. Tumbler Toy to the high ground, but they're already too far away.
Okay, there's one thing that you need to do if you're playing Magnus and Techies. You need to communicate. Like, they use the RP. Techies goes in, sets up mines, and Magnus skewers the LC away from the mines. a little bit of anti-synergy between the two of them. LC should die. Like she's quite tanky, phase boots and the chainmail and raindrop. Like, it's a lot of armor, a lot of effective HP. At the same time, if she's hit by all 3 mines, I think she dies.
Talking about the techies player that I mentioned to you about before, we used to have a lot of fun. You know, this sounds pretty toxic in a way, but we played a Magnus techies lineup that was with the old techies, where we would skewer into mines. And Wagamama was not having a fun time with his Underlord when it just freshly come out of the patch. He was trying to play it mid, and we were just pushing him into mines. However, a Tooth and Odyssey getting to fight back a bit, but a Tooth will have to drop. Ferte almost dead, Door almost dead. Volotka finding a kill, and another one for the Tiny.
Basically, what I'm hearing here is that you guys are better than Wagamama. He's being
No, we
called
were just
out.
bullying him that game.
Yeah, he's just being called out right now.
No, he's so much better than
Vaga,
I
if
am.
you're out there somewhere, Panda just called you out. A duel is necessary.
Well, we won that game, so we were good, better than him in one game.
Dire's structures
There you go.
are fortified.
He's a bro. Next assassin going for the Dagon. Buff up that extra spell not lifesteal. Is it lifesteal again?
Yes.
Yes,
Spell.
it is spell lifesteal.
Yeah,
I was
spell
thinking
lifesteal.
spell amp or spell lifesteal. I was like, yeah, I'm
Lifesteal,
probably wrong here.
Cry is actually going for Radiance next. I like that a lot. Like he's getting the Radiance into the LC and into the
Radiance
Naga.
brew.
I mean, it's an item build. Like it has been built before on Brew. Maybe it's an overkill, realistically, because you still have the spell to work against the illusions. Maybe the Radiance is not that necessary, but at the same time, you don't have a true carry. So getting that Radiance makes sense in that way. You can go Radiance into AC or something like that. Your Magnus is going for a Harpoon, so
Yeah, he
I'm
just
not-
finished that Ghost Saber.
yeah.
Gus is in big trouble. Nowhere to go. Ferte also has to back away. And Tilted Boys, they're losing their map a little bit. They find the next assassin, out of all things, runs out of the sentry distance, but there's another sentry, and on the edge there's the stair coming out as well. They need this kill. They will get it. Oh, the double sentries literally on the edge of that to get that ensnare into the kill.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tilted Boys that A is the one that gets the kill. And but the biggest issue that Tilted Boys are having, like you're talking about how they're losing map control, well, their supports, like the Ancient version is still not 6. If he was 6 at this point, you could smoke up the Tiny even without a Blink Dagger and make any sort of a play. You could even with LC, you could smoke up. She has
But
a Blink
now
Dagger.
it's the LC and the Hoodwink who have to do the heavy lifting. Sharpshooter and duel.
I guess it's good enough. Let's see. They're gonna go
Yeah,
next.
Blink. They got it. Loading up the big damage, and the toss comes out. Dual damage is secured for Ezekiel, and Cry going for the chase. He wants this.
Can he
Very
go?
deep
There
as
is
well
techies
for it.
coming. Yeah.
Maybe
Let's
they
see.
can get this kill. Well, they definitely can now with the manpower brought in. Skyward's also here.
Okay. So wait, you get the Void instant. Oh, yeah, that's what it says in the changelog. Okay, you get the Void Spirit instantly. Feels pretty damn good. Maybe they need to change the icon now. It only has 3 spirits there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good point.
Dire's middle tower.
New icon needed. You know what was pretty fun at the start of the 7.3.3 patch? Wraith Pact was still available in the item shop.
Really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah,
Even though it was like removed in the patch notes.
It was removed in the game, yeah, but if you went to learn and items, you could still find a Wraith Pack and it says removed from the game.
Okay, so you couldn't buy it at least.
No,
yeah.
of course you couldn't buy it. Like, obviously, that would have been dumb if you
Oh
could.
my god. Everyone just goes around the hoodwink, but no one guesses the right
Space?
spot. Yeah. She TP's back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little harpoon.
Oh yeah, the harpoon is ready. I haven't actually didn't see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they want to do with it. I guess you harpoon into Shockwave into Skewer. or you harpoon into RP as well. It's an
Yeah.
option.
Next level, since the Horn Toss is now 4,200 gold. Makes sense. Yeah, Harpoon is now the new Horn Toss.
We bathe.
Yeah, who needs Horn Toss? Collapse. Strongest offlaner once again.
Dire are scanning.
Lot of there's a scan also popped into mid, but it's literally on top of Cry. There's a bit of activity in bottom. Ezekiel is also behind the T1 tower. They are wrapping around from the triangle. And he goes in for the blink for the duel, but Magnus is already on the move. The tower will get denied, and they are making their move. They find the Tiny. Tiny already taking heavy damage, and the Might Flare will finish him off. And here comes the Naga. The Ice Blast is going to be flying in as well to take down Dead Zone. Also find Ezekiel. Ezekiel's Legion Commander, but the song comes out. He's got no
Run.
TP, so he's going to have
team.
to run. So that ends up being a 1-for-1, but it's favorable for Oversight as they take down the Tiny.
Yeah, like all the fights at the moment.
Oh,
should
Naga, no, you already got out once. Don't go back in. You literally just saw them there. That is not the play you want to make.
Yeah, he had no vision there too. Not sure, maybe he was expecting something different. Maybe he was expecting them to run like, I don't know why, but to their jungle.
Yeah, I guess like the moment you lose your towers, like either they continue pushing or they just swap around the map. But I think it's
always
very
like that.
natural that
Yeah.
you just ward the triangle, take it over while you're there.
Yeah,
You just want to fight.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that's the most expected move. Maybe he wanted to pop illusions and send something to scout for him, but he was a bit late.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
maybe
Tiny
in
with a
like
blink.
one out of the 100 games, you hope that you are going to play your opponents. But toss an Ice Blast. Door, goodbye. He doesn't get. He doesn't have the time to hit the mines. Ferte has to also move in to help out his buddy, and Odyssey instantly recognizes, hey, hit the Naga, hit the Naga. Tooth, he's very low on HP with this Techies. And Techies is very low, almost about to drop. Ferte still keeping up the chase. And the toss will finish him off, so they will be successful in the end.
Yeah, they didn't find the right Naga with the Nyx Assassin. That was the main reason why they couldn't really go on Ferte. Maybe they were thinking about turning. Still, though, they lose the Techies for an Ancient Apparition. Not the biggest deal. I still feel that if you're tilted, boys, you're happier with any trade in which Naga continues living.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny's got a lot of kills since the start of the laning stage.
Yeah, you're like later on. I'm not sure. Like I'm waiting to see how much Magnus and Panda will be able to do. I'm all in for semi-cores, by the way, in this patch. I'm all in for all the brawlers. I think that they are strong. That it is a brawler type of a patch at the moment.
Radiant's bottom
They
Oh, that's
got
a good
Nyx.
kill.
Yeah.
Not sure if they got the dual victory out of that, but kill is a kill onto a Nyx Assassin. More than happy to take. Magnus about to finish his Sanjin Yasha and then start working towards Daedalus, while Cry 3,000 gold towards Radiance, but he's about to get ganked. Got everything they need to finish him off. That's a pretty fast sharpshooter used by Frogos, and it's not going to be enough to kill the Brewmaster.
So fat. My god. There's an urn as well on Tiny, but can they actually catch him? He needs to be careful not to die. Okay, he pops his ulti. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's fine.
He's just going to get controlled and killed.
Maybe
Would
this is...
that sharpshooter loaded into max, would that have actually killed him?
I'm not sure. Like, he's still extremely tanky because of the pipe. Also, Drunken Brawler helps. Probably it would. I'm not sure why it...
I think it would have been really close again. Like, just again, another one of those calculation plays where, like, yeah, he's probably dead. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, he has a pipe. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time to run.
I was thinking maybe they could go into the pit, but they just don't have any minus armor on them. Also, the heroes aren't that great at taking Rosh. You just use your ulti on Panda, so probably not the best idea. By the way, Magnus just going full right click. No blinks, nothing like that. Skyward doesn't care. Like, 2 bracers, harpoon into SNY, straight into Daedalus afterwards.
I love how I just said that a minute ago.
I mean, he doesn't care, right? It's good to repeat some things.
It is true. It is true. And also, Tooth, he's also following the techies of last game. He's going for the Aghanims.
I'm not sure what they see in the Sags. Like, I need to see it work to change my mind.
So last game, they were lacking lockdown to make it actually work. You know, like, because 2 seconds is a long time. I think that's the main reason why the minefield can be so good, is if you have like an AoE stun or something that allows them to be held in place so you can start channeling and pop it on top of them. They had literally, I think, like 1 stun. Now they have multiple tools plus the skewer, so maybe they can make some plays happen with just the Magnus and the techies. That's something I still believe in since the draft. They're setting up for Ferte.
He's dead.
And he is in... Yeah, he's definitely dead. That's a lot of damage. That's a level 10 techies and a level 20 Nyx Assassin blowing up a carry Naga.
And she's not really tanky at the moment. He went Manta straight into Orchid, so he can fight, but he needs his teammates around him. If he gets found, he gets picked off, and this is what we discussed earlier. Naga likes to just farm a lot, and Nyx Assassin loves that. If he can find you and there's a follow-up, you're most likely dead. Sure, like a very quiet game, 24 kills, 21 minutes in. Like, considering the heroes, like the LC, the AA, I expected maybe more.
Well, look a bit. Okay. Ezekiel can't actually get the jump on the Brewmaster.
Oh, he went for Axe, by the way. He didn't buy... It still isn't buying Radiance. He's just debating all of us.
Okay.
They smoke up. LC?
Us in anticipation. Smokes popped.
Smokes popped, but did they have any vision? They did. They did have vision. He just didn't want to jump. He was too afraid.
Yeah. And it's really cool to have that Aghanims because when you look at it, Naga illusions disappear with Dispel Magic, and you have Wind Walk for this massive scouting tool.
And it's 20-second cooldown, right? Like, you can just pop it.
Yeah, you have one Invis Storm, you have an Invis Moonlight Shadow, you have an Invis Nyx Assassin. What else? Shadow Blade? Yeah, of course, Silver Edge Magnus. What am I talking? 4 Invis things in one team.
Tornado on the Tiny. Let's see the spell into arrow. Missed.
Ooh.
Very close. Blink Dagger just messed it up.
Yeah, Blink too strong. That's a poor Aghanims.
Look at Ferte, by the way. He already bought himself a gem, or someone bought it for, Door bought him for him.
That's a good play there. Yeah, that gem actually revealing their locations and a quick song to get to safety.
Saves him. Yeah. He just doesn't want to get picked off anymore as he's farming.
Yeah, he's done.
It's good. Like, I think that's something that they lacked in the last game as well. Like, they played without it against the TA. Just a lot of damage, a lot of vision, constantly. Sharpshooter.
And Ice Blast. Oh, they can't really get the Ice Blast on time, and it just flies all over the place as Door got stunned up. A lot guys also in big trouble here as he's being controlled. The Brewmaster gets to live. And popping his ult. Ezekiel. Yeah, that's another one.
Triple. That was on Odyssey, by the way, and him getting a triple kill is very deserving because he blocked the A from using his ulti on point. Like, he stunned him and A couldn't... He did send Frost Blast out, he just couldn't... Ice Blast, sorry.
Yeah,
he just couldn't stop
release.
it. Yeah, couldn't release on time. Also, some mistakes there. They used Tornado at the same time. Cyclone, I mean, at the same time that the RP was used on LC. But it didn't really matter in the end. It happens, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But if you have one mistake, they're still making 5 things correct.
Exactly, and
which is the big difference maker.
Yeah. Frogos, bottom lane. Another, like, I feel you should hit him. He has a chance now to blink out, right? Yeah.
Alright, looking for the TP away. Yep, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know why they use Cyclone. If you just hit him there, there's just so many heroes around.
Just hit him.
Just hit him, lol.
So that's not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, because they lost the kill on who else? Tiny as well. So
yeah, the Tiny kill.
Yeah. They're still very comfortably in the lead here. Actually, Magnus switched up from Daedalus into Silver Edge, which is also very nice. I feel like it's a good pickup. They're gonna steal the Tormentor though.
Yeah. Bit of zip zap all around. Mirana for the Ags. Woo! I still feel like Mirana Shard is so underwhelming.
Can be put on autocast to choose the distance and facing direction of the jump.
It's just a projectile doing 170 damage. 2.5 second, 30% slow. Ricky Shard was so much better. The sleeping dart was like 5 times better than that. That also applied a slow, which was even a stronger slow. Mirana just fires an extra arrow. Not even like a sacred arrow, but just a projectile.
So the projectile doesn't trigger Starstorm if you have Aghanims, or it does. It does, right?
That's the Aghanim scepter, yes.
I know, but
yeah.
if you have a shard and you have Axe, then both of them will trigger Starstorm, right?
No, I mean it's just a projectile, literally just an arrow, like arrow.
Just
not
a
sacred
just a
arrow.
right click.
Yeah, just a right click. Yeah, that does 170 damage and slows your opponent.
Well, that kind of sucks. No wonder I never bought it. Last time I bought the shard on Mirana was when you were getting
I
crit.
see TI5 vibes here.
Yeah, it's not gonna do anything.
Where's the Echo Slam?
I don't know, Ancient Apparition is always such a fun hero to watch with all the Ice Blasts, you know? And when you're playing him, like, even if you hit every single Ice Blast, it doesn't feel like best hero to play. Ezekiel, what the hell?
He died to a minefield.
Okay. How does he die to a minefield alone?
He probably tried to teleport to the twin. I don't know. Do we have a replay of that? Do we have a replay of that production? Did anybody catch eyes on that? I feel like that.
Maybe next time, yeah. We'll see it again.
They might be compiling it right now, hopefully. Well, while we wait for it, if we're waiting for it. This is just going to be Oversight taking control of more areas of the map. The tier 2 is going to be falling. And Tilted Boys, again, they have to play from behind yet again.
Yeah, they're not finding... They found the space, they found the farm for the Naga. Like, you have this Orchid, you have the Heart of Tarask, but at this point, Magnus just feels like a much bigger issue. He's hitting way too hard, you can't even fight him, even though you didn't even fight him yet. I feel that he's... together with all the teammates, strong enough to take down your illusions. Most importantly, the Dispel, right? It's too big.
Volotka once again got caught by a Cyclone, but again he blinks away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This time he actually tried to do some damage with the Dispel and the right click, but nope.
Yeah, still gets away.
Well, unfortunately, we'd have to go to watch the actual demo or the replay of the game to find out what happened with the LC, but I somehow feel like he was trying to get through the Twin Gate, and the moment he arrived on the other side, he enters a minefield.
And that's why they're picking techies. Just go to the Twin Gate and pop a
Yeah, just hold the
yeah.
Twin Gate, you know, like just play around that.
Where did he use it? He just used it. It's on cooldown. He used it somewhere 40 seconds ago. Must be some... around the outpost. Okay, so he's creating basically a minefield around the outpost and the Twin Gates. This is a no-go zone if you're Tilted Boys.
Atuf just said to his team, yeah, see ya. See you in a bit.
Volotka can be caught actually on top lane. But once again, Nyx Assassin was TPing in. Maybe techies shouldn't have refilled his positions. As Odyssey is coming. He's close. He has Vendetta in 1 second. Pops it. On the hunt.
See who he's going to run into. Oversight very actively farming the map as well. 8,000 gold lead, still an Aegis for another 2 minutes to Skyward.
I guess they're just going... He's not going on a hunt. He was connecting with his teammates. This looks like a bottom push.
Oh, Ezekiel, he's going to walk into a minefield in just a moment. I think he sees the minefield sign. I think you need, like, props that you can place around the map so you can hide it underneath, you know, like put a Not like
Banner.
like a banner. A
Dire's
tree that is an actual tree and not like an Iron Branch tree. Just hide it under it.
Dire's structures are
Magnus is taking your tier 3.
Radiant's
Speaking
top
of
tower
trees.
is under attack.
It's dying.
Deer trees.
Radiant structures are
Forced out the glyph. That's a smart one. And also at the same time, Ferte has to sing her way to safety.
And you see this line that they just drew, the pink line. They know because of Magnus and Techies TPing on tier 2, they should instantly get out of the base and start warding and dewarding their triangle, take map control. It's a good move. It's something that they tried doing with Anti-Mage. By the way, Ezekiel just gone.
Yep. Odyssey
Impale.
has a successful hunt.
Yeah, Impale, Dagon, Mind Flare. He has a shard, like Vendetta. What does it do? The target spell
It does
damage
too
taken
much.
is increases. Yeah, 17%. Then you have Kaya as well. Just way too much magic damage amped on Nyx Assassin.
And in general, you just hit a lot with this hero now.
Yeah.
It's like super surprising damage, right? Because you don't expect Nyx Assassin
Oh,
to do
Cry's
that
going in.
much, but Ferte, no song. You got to keep that in mind. The gem might drop. Ice Blast does get activated. We will get the stun onto the Magnus with that shard, but the Nyx Assassin, sorry, the Naga is still in trouble. Not much to go. Even there's another gem on the. There's a second gem on the ground that they can't take. Volodka's chilling there. Gets thrown into the air. And now they're looking for the turnaround.
happening?
The
They're
duel
losing
comes
this.
out. The Nyx Assassin is down. And Ferte's still trying to survive. He's still kiting the whole damn team. Oversight. Then they even win this fight anymore. The Magnus does hit hard, but there's too many people hitting him right now. That's 4 heroes down. Oh my
never-
god, Tilted Boys couldn't have gotten a better fight. How did it go down that way?
I don't think I've ever seen an Ancient Apparition have as much impact as in this game. It's the shard on AA. Like, it clipped most of them. And the Ice Blast basically applied Cold Feet for 60% of duration, which was enough for Naga to get away. Like, they couldn't follow. Also, the RP wasn't used. They were a little bit greedy. I don't blame them. Everyone is on top of that Naga. She doesn't have sleep. I don't think I'd use RP there as well. But yeah, Door saying thanks. No problem, man. I see you. I see what your position 5 has done. Like,
And
have
that
to
was
praise it.
that was an 8,000 gold swing, by the way.
Yeah, that one win that
Net
they
worth is
needed.
tied. Just one team fight win, and you just lost 8,000 gold in that. And that's not even like we pushed down your tier 3 tower. We just got your lane of racks. That was 4 kills plus a Mirana getting caught in mid. Even
So-
Ezekiel's laughing at it.
Yeah, they get frozen there. Well, the Magnus gets frozen. Meanwhile, Tiny is just destroying your backlines. You already cleaned up the Techies and the Mirana, so they couldn't really do a lot. Because of that fight, by the way, you just said 8k swing. Suddenly, Naga Siren has an Eagle Song and a Bloodthorn on top of the Heart of Tarask. Now, if you're Magnus, you might even have to get an MKB soon. So the game suddenly becomes much, much harder. That's something that you have to do when you're playing these 3 semi-cores the way they're doing. You need to be active. You need to be winning fights constantly.
And that's a huge blow to Oversight. Tilted Boys, they were almost done and dusted, ready to get packing and look towards the open qualifier run. But Oversight, they just, I could say they kind of dropped the ball there. Tilted Boys got a very messy fight that favored them a lot. They're really having issues dealing with this Naga now. Like, how do you fight this anymore?
We'll see. They're waiting for the... Well, they're not waiting. They just bought the Radiance on Brew. So you have that. The damage mitigation will be there. Maybe you can get a couple of extra items on him. Maybe some Shivas or AC as well will be helpful. You can mitigate the damage that she's doing, at least with the illusions, and you can dispel them. So, but Naga is not the only problem. Like, eventually, this LC as well becomes big. You have Tiny with an Axe and a Crit and an Echo Saber. He's going to be the biggest problem. I think you actually need to deal with the Tiny.
Bit of a waiting game. Roshan is up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So it doesn't really help either of the teams. And we'll get closer to their next big item timings. Magnus almost has a BKB. They're all TPing back home as they finish their push in bottom. Unfortunately, nobody's around the area. Well, at least they're not chasing for an actual kill, but they're going to smoke up and now going to go on the hunt. Double catapult waves are pushing, though, which did spawn. Gotta deal with those.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Naga Illusion's also hitting the tier 3 tower, clearing out those waves, so those Cardis are gonna do some work.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if they can catch anything. The positioning is pretty damn good on...
Mag's already hunting in the front.
Yeah.
Smoke coming out.
They have to be sure not to clump up, right? Like, you're still playing versus Magnus. If he gets a good RP.
And the minefield. A tooth.
This could be good for them. They're waiting for Rosh. It will respawn in 1 minute. I think the best play that you can do is set up mines around the twin gates, around Rosh, and wait for the fight. But
Time to play tower defense.
Yeah.
They catch the storm. Won't be able to.
RP.
There's the RP. Pushes them pretty deep, but not far enough. Ice Blast coming out as well. Huge turnaround from Tilted Boys as they take down the next assassin. Maybe even more. They lost the Techies. They lost the Magnus. Triple kill for Falotka. And inside the minefield, they also throw him into the air. Verte singing, trying to catch somebody in this fight. Maybe even the Brewmaster, who's trying to make a run for it. There's an Earth Spirit running down on the low ground and pushed all the way to safety. They won't be able to get there. But Roshan up in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, it's not up right now when you need it.
yeah, even though when it's up, it will be... Wait.
Oh, they found the Verana too.
Yeah.
So that's another one for Frugos.
Has a Force and Greaves in 3 seconds. Maybe he can just... Yeah, he's getting out. He's getting away. Well, Naga did TP bottom. He's taking the Tormentor instead. If they remained around the pit, I believe they had enough time to go for it, because Magnus is still very far away. Your team has enough damage. Aghanim Shard for LC. Okay.
8-second buff for extra armor. Helpful against the Magnus, especially if you duel them.
I'm not really sure how they win these fights anymore. Nyx Assassin didn't do anything. He just got caught while he was running into the fight. They need to find some way of getting more targets in that RP. And easier said than done. And Nyx Assassin also needs to stay alive a little bit. And this is, the first thing that comes to your mind is a BKB, right? He's buying it now, but it already might be a bit late. I'm surprised they aren't rushing this Roshan. They should be hitting it already.
I mean, they should, right?
Yeah, they're just waiting maybe for Naga. And then they all hit it together, you know, like a band of brothers. You don't want to hit Rosh alone. You want to do it with friends.
Share the fun. And the fun is the key word that Tilted Boys has been missing. I think right now they're feeling pretty relaxed.
Yeah, in a comfortable
Considering
position.
the amount of stress that they've had in the last week.
Definitely. Hex on Hoodwink as well is very helpful in these next fights. Ancient Apparition getting
Radiant's top tower
an A on disc next, so not to die instantly. Basically what he wants to accomplish with this is, even if he gets RP'd, he doesn't die. Even if Nyx goes on him, he doesn't die. He can still use his ulti at least. That's all he has to do, realistically. Just clip them with his ulti and job's done. Work.
Job's done.
Work.
Naga almost got an Abyssal up. AA also going for A on this. Very smart idea. Just make sure you get Ice Blast off and you're already doing
I just said that 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's what we love to do.
Yeah, that's... I love this. I know you were testing me, of course.
It's so funny because I remember when I did the first time.
Yeah. Every time we chuckle, that's
Every
the
time.
reason.
Yeah, we're so great at listening to each other as we always are. We're here to entertain you people. It's T-Pan and Lizard for the final cast of this division. And for this tour, just gonna be watching the major from the next days onward. You can say hi if you're at Berlin.
And spamming pubs, of course, right?
And spamming pubs.
Yeah.
Still waiting for my more stable internet connection, so I can also start grinding. It's been a bit rough.
Yeah, I feel you. Playing with low ping, pretty damn bad. But at least you have an excuse now, you know, you should actually use it. Play with low ping, and every time you lose, just blame it on that. Easy.
Low ping? How can you blame low ping?
With high ping, I mean.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I would love to play with low ping.
Yep.
What is that thing? No more, no other big cool new item. Like there's no real Revenant's Brooch builder this game. Is there any other item they could actually build? Yeah, who's no room for a Pavise. Not even for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I don't see anything huge. Like they're getting some BKBs at this point. They're just maxed out. There's AC obviously for LC that's possible. Skyward gets some illusions. Like if you're this next assassin, you can get the BKB, you can get tags as well. That's really helpful against illusions, right? Like you can just burrow in, spam impale.
Oh, there's the harpoon. There we go. The real collapse. Skyward. Ice Blast is coming in, though. It's going to be stunning a lot of targets. It's not going to actually stun anybody. The song comes out, and they even pop the BKB duel on Magnus, and Ezekiel will end up dropping down.
Okay,
They don't get a duel
Tiny.
victory, but they get a kill, but he's going to be respawning back on the Tiny, and Volotka down, and Tilted Boys lose 2 heroes on the high ground.
So that really is the combo. Really, really nicely done, by the way, by Skyward. He made the harpoon work, and also that is the combo. Like minefield sign into the skewer. That's the only way it works. Yeah. You dish out a ton of damage. It seems like they didn't lose the side, the mid side that is, and they're on the offense now. They didn't have ulti from Panda, and it might be a bit scary to just go high ground now. But let's see. Tiny is dead. LC is dead as well.
I mean, skewer distance is 1500, and every mine for 300 damage is triggered by 200 distance. So that's 7 mines. 7 times 300. Well, that's 2100 damage.
Yeah, and if
Very
you get
balanced.
more, if you get more heroes, even better.
Yep, and then you can multiply with the multiple heroes. Yep. Take down Frugos pretty easily there. DD runs out on the Magnus. And now Tilted Boys once again. We're back to where we started, basically. Tilted Boys can't hold this defense until they have all their heroes back up.
Yeah, I felt like this was going to be a long one. I just didn't expect it in this manner.
It's been very different than what we expected.
Yeah. Still, though, they're going back in. There's a smoke from Ninja Gear on Magnus, so he can catch a target. AA is the only one showing.
Ooh.
Let's see, Skyward. He wants to go there. He got blocked by creeps a little bit.
He couldn't blink because of the vortex on the ground.
And now he doesn't have that smoke anymore.
And there's the glyph.
Yeah, they back out. Block of cheese.
Block of cheese. Is it done?
Yeah, it's done.
Have they done it?
Where is it? It's dropped somewhere.
Where is the
Tiny
block of
has
cheese? Tiny has the block of cheese, right? Oh, honestly, I feel like he should be the one using it. Only having a discussion right now. There we go. 500 barrier, and that is permanent, by the way. Every time you're out of combat, it regenerates for 100 HP per second, all the way back up to 500.
Of cheese. Can you use multiple on the same hero?
That I do not know. I don't think they stack.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be pretty damn sick. You think about like a 100-minute game, you've got like 1500 barrier.
A savory shield. Like how exactly does it work? You eat the cheese and you get the big shield around you. Is it some gorgonzola cheese, so you stink everyone up and they want to move away, or
what's the strongest cheese? Okay, I'm googling this right now.
Some blue cheese, probably. Not sure.
French cheese from Burgundy, Époisse de Bourgogne. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that completely wrong, but Ezekiel is almost down. Tiny also getting controlled at the back by a tooth. Gonna hit by this sharpshooter. BKB to turn around, but the arrow doesn't connect, and tossing the Magnus while he was skewering in, and he's gonna go down skyward, already obliterated. Mirana gonna go down as well. Odyssey on the side, trying to get out. So is a Tooth at the song. They're gonna catch this Brewmaster. That's the one that they want. That's the one that they will maybe get. Now it's down to one of these two. Where's the Brew? He's far and teeping hole. Success for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, they jumped in, but BKB was already used on Tiny, so he was able to just 3-volley that fight on multiple heroes. Just perfect for Volotka. Yeah.
Magnus was just like, I'm going to skewer in. And he's like, nope. He tosses him in the air before he gets RP off because it was still mid-cast or like mid-animation, so you can't pop your RP during, and he just ends up dying. Tiny did 3,800 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yep, and that's pretty much Magnus's entire HP pool. And the game continues.
Yeah, anyone's game, really. It all depends on how they execute, but I still do think that it's much easier for Tilted Boys to play this game until high ground comes. Once you have to push high ground, you have to be careful of the Harpoon shenanigans, but there's none of those for 20 seconds, so maybe you can even take a side. Let's see, the glyph is forced at least, yeah. Still 10 seconds. Let's see, they move back. Okay. Didn't want to risk it.
They have dealt some structural damage, so slowly towards victory. Minefield sign also placed down on the ground. They don't want to let Skyward make his, magic tricks. They've already died on the high ground once. Oh, there's a shield rune on top of the barrier Volotka already has.
Shield on shield, how much will he have?
On shield. Ezekiel's going to take it, all right. Yeah, so he gets a better duel.
Ezekiel definitely not having the best game, right? Like he's usually on the offlane. Whenever I see him in the last couple of days, he was the top of the net worth of his whole team. This time around, yeah, kind of struggling. Didn't get a lot of duel victories as well.
For Tilted Boys, and I'm not even being ironic about this, that's actually a good thing for them. If Ezekiel's the one of the top, it's usually meant that, yep, they're just going to lose this game, right? They don't have cores. Now it's the different story.
Yeah, for sure. He a bit more of a sacrificial offlaner this time around. It's funny just how hard stuck in the base Oversight is. They're trying to sneak out a little bit with the Magnus for the Wisdom Rune. He manages to do that only because of the Ninja Gear. They're just very afraid. Meanwhile, Tilted Boys, they're not really playing in a way that should make them feel afraid. They're just splitting the map, farming everywhere.
Well, at least we're getting a somewhat exciting last game of this tour, considering this is literally the last game that's going to be played out. It's not a direct stomp.
Yeah, we need it to be a 70-minute one. We need a lot of level 30s. And speaking of those levels, by the way, we have
we have
techies.
Yep. We have a techies caught even. And that's a dual win.
Yeah. We have a level 25 on Magnus, plus 10% in power damage and cleave. Panda still doesn't have one. Nyx doesn't. No one on that team has it. On the other side, Naga has one. Faster mirror image.
Again, if they can get a minefield down again at this twin gate, or even in front of the Roche pit, how can you ever contest it with Tilted Boys? Skyward. Oh, they don't have a TP cancel for it. Oh, that hurts. And AA is about to TP on a mine. Okay, that's just one. It's fine. Could have been multiple more mines. Could have just gone blown up. Roche is home. Oversight back to base, back to holding high ground, and the enemy now has control of the map.
No, I'm surprised Naga is TPing bottom. I think you just go take Roche now. But they're actually using the twin gate instead.
And more mines.
Are they gonna wait? Are they gonna wait here? It's because Roche is going down.
Roche is about to take a walk.
Yeah. I see. Good old Roche now. It's healthy, right? Taking a walk.
Yep.
Every day.
Goes. Also takes him a second longer to now teleport too, because everybody else got nerfed by it. So did the AI. So Roshan also has to take an extra second to walk past the gate.
Techies.
And here comes Oversight. Techie's in the front, gonna force out the Hex.
Skyward?
Oh, Skyward almost got his RP off, but almost is not good enough.
Yeah, he does have buyback. I mean, are you gonna use it or are you giving... He just gets tipped. Okay, I'm surprised he's not using it. They do have the outpost here, but I guess he doesn't want to risk it.
Felt so alone skewering in. The rest of his team just got left behind. I mean,
He went
honestly, you just got a BKB skewer at this point.
Yeah, he went very deep and he got bushwhacked in the tree.
Bushwhacked into duel, and that's a sad way to go.
You're playing versus Hex, versus bushwhack, like we just mentioned, versus duel. You probably need to be KB, but then again, you can still get duel, so...
That's a lot of stuff being picked up. A fresh Aghanim's Blessing as well for Hoodwink. It feels like everybody else already has an Aghanim's in the team, so he's the only one missing it out. So, he's got the decoy. Decoy that starts channeling a sharpshooter for 60% of the damage at the nearest hero. Mind you, that is actually a lot of damage considering level 3 is 1250. So you're doing about 600, 700-ish damage.
Bro,
Magic reductions. Oh, the brew. The Ice Blast combination isn't quite there, but the duel's still gonna connect. There's no Mac for 10 seconds. Gotta be careful here. Tilted boys, they're very close to getting a lane of racks.
Yeah, this is still not easy. Like, you're playing into Nyx with tags. You're playing into Magnus and Minefield Sign. Like, Tilted boys, yeah, they're right for being this defensive and this careful. They don't have to just go ham. They can just wait for another duel. Catch a target off with a toss. Perhaps get the pick off like that and then go in. Like, how long is the Minefield Sign? So it lasts, okay, 4 minutes. So you have more than enough time.
Yeah.
If you're techies, you don't have to think about.
And if you're lucky, you can get 2.
Yeah.
During the same team fight, that's a lot of damage if you can do it. But right now, they're just not getting to play this combo.
I'm not sure, like, overall you can get 2, but not at the same time. I believe.
Not at the same time.
Yeah.
You use one, it pops, and then you throw in another.
Yeah, exactly.
And they found an illusion of Naga. That's not the one they wanted. Ice Blast. Close. Close to connecting there. They're finishing off. There's the Harpoon. Pushing him back. RP onto the Naga. Instant jump from Tilted Boys. Good reaction coming out from them as well. The BKBs. Massy BKBs being used at the same time. Magnus will fall. He will buy back. He needs to buy back as well. Balotka inside the minefield. A lot of damage, but is it going to be enough for... Oh, the Bruling cancels his TP. The one thing that has magic immunity in that will be able to do so. An Ancient Apparition down. Age is gone. Velotka, he's going to get hit by an E-Blade. Pushed away from the melee racks. He won't even get to finish the objective.
I love how he tried to go for the Rexes at least, you know? Like, it's the right play. Still to at least try and go get it. I feel...
Now look at both of them. They're both so low.
Yeah, I feel maybe they shouldn't have backed out so easily. Like, you can still perhaps play that fight, help out your teammate. Like, even though Magnus bought back, he doesn't have RP anymore. He's not as scary. But they just bailed. They song and bailed way too quickly. Top lane, Hoodwink.
All right, that's another pick off for Oversight.
Yeah, they get the Hoodwink, they get the jump back as well. It's actually Door's gem. Yeah, they have, what, 3 gems on Oversight? That's a lot of gems. That's a lot of vision.
Oh, and a Naga found. Odyssey can't quite get him, though. More Naga illusions to blow him up, and that's a gem down.
Magnus coming in. He's thinking about it. He moves back. Like, there was no follow-up. He was alone. He does deal a lot of damage, but probably not enough. Plus,
you don't want to put things to chance anymore.
He doesn't have a buyback, so he dies, game is over.
bit not on the same page there with the next assassin wanted to jump the Naga. You see an opening, you go for it, you do a lot of damage, and then what? You needed that Magnus to be around, and then Magnus needed the rest of his team to be around him. So there were the distances were too long to cover. Naga's sitting on 11,000 gold, by the way. I feel like there's anything left that she can even buy anymore at this game. She's maxed out.
Yeah, got the shard, 6 slotted. You can get Swift Blink at this point. Put travels in your backpack.
The last tier of neutrals, really. It's the only extra buff. And yeah, of course, the Swift Blink.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
The block of cheese. You have to wait for another block of cheese. That's it.
That's the last upgrade you can get. Alotka gonna get pushed in. RP is there. Tiny dropping low. Ice Blast coming out as well. And they're trying to fight the Mag. Mag to drop. Mag down. Die back. No carry for you. And Tilted Boys one step closer to victory. They were the back end this game, but now it looks like they might be able to turn this whole thing around. And they will make them pay for it. 110 seconds without the big carry. Odyssey turning into the burrow flying in the air, the burrow getting completely filled with dirt. And as Ezekiel tries to run away, the Brewlings are still causing an issue, but the LC moment of courage not going to be enough. Cheese still in the backpack. Door going to get killed as well. Tilted Boys losing a couple members with this push.
They can't be going back, right? There's no way they're going back.
Verte, yeah, Verte's still max HP, so you might as well utilize this Naga for the full-on push. Catching the Mirana, pushing her closer towards the Naga, but not enough. And continuing with this Tiny. Big hits towards that melee Rax. It's the one that they need for Mega Creeps. And oh, they lost the Tiny. Valotka just blown up, but the Mirana to drop as well. Can they still hold? Can they still hope to hold? A Tooth. What would you do as an Atuf techies? Mega Creeps. 5 versus 4. 50 seconds for Mag.
Still has a minefield sign. Maybe you should put it around the Ancient. Not sure. Like, the towers are falling. He's maybe afraid of
for
just...
a miracle right now. Odyssey finds a pick off for himself, but they're going to get dueled right away. The next assassin control for the LC, but it's going to be a duel between Mano and Mano, and he can't actually help him out with any extra damage, but they finally take the next assassin down, and that will be pretty much the end of the story. A Tooth running around with a BKB, gonna get caught by the bushwhack into the sharpshooter. Verte's half HP, but they are losing heroes. They're losing damage, and there's the Aghanim's heal as well that will help out their teammates. Techie's gone. Tilted Boys have done it. Oversight. Only like 6 seconds left for the Magnus to come back up, but he doesn't have a base remaining. He doesn't have a team remaining. One final fight. They're recognizing the threat of the Magnus, and Tilted Boys, they're moving away. They're resending for the time being. Skyward tries to catch the harpoon, not gonna connect onto the target, onto the hoodwink. And no catch today, but the Naga still chilling around there for the time being, silencing out the Brewmaster. They're going back in, considering the fight. Ezekiel, his Ninja Gear does get popped off of Cry. And the Ancient is down to half HP. Double Catapult still doing work, but Tilted Boys still on the low ground. Oversight, they got a moment to breathe.
Yeah,
that might be a really quick breather.
Let's see. Maybe they duel after Panda ulti. I believe that's what they're waiting for at the moment.
Silencing out the storm.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. They got the LC, and LC has duel available, but he's going to get stunned, and he just might get killed. Oh, the Abyssal. Oh, it's not enough. So close, but not enough.
That's a buyback. That's a dieback, I mean.
And Magnus's courier actually died. It had the money to buy Aghanims. He did not get the point booster off of the shop, and the Blade of Alacrity died on the courier, so he's not going to get that. Okay, you get a horn toss on top of the harpoon. You know, next level collapse.
I mean, you can still run there, buy Alexi, and go and buy it yourself, but you might get picked off, you might die, and then you just sell the other one.
Yeah, you sell the blade. 500 gold lost, but what can you do? Roche up in a minute.
Yeah, like they'll wait for the LC. They don't want to fight without her. You can go for Roche maybe, like you said, if you're Tilted Boys, but most likely what you want now is tier 5 items. They're up in 1 minute, in 1 second, that is.
Remember the last time Tilted Boys played a 74-minute game?
Mm-hmm.
They did not win.
Yeah, they bought
Can they
another.
break the curse?
Let's see. I expected a long game, and I get one. He bought another Moonshard, by the way. It's given to Tiny. They don't have buybacks. Like, no buyback on... Look, this is anyone's game right now. If Naga gets killed, she has no buyback. Same goes for Tiny. No buyback. 4 minutes. So, everything's said and done. It's the last fight with 20k disadvantage if you're Radiant. But you're getting tier 5 items. You never know what's in the box of chocolates, so...
You're
never
not
know.
as cunning as you think.
Also, the Magnus is about to get his buyback back.
Yeah, in what, 30 seconds?
And talk about
That's huge. That's huge. Like, they actually have an opportunity to win this game. It's insane.
It does. They just need tier 5 neutrals on the side of Oversight. They've only got one. It's the Giant's Ring for the Magnus. On the other side, Horse Boots, Pirate Hat,
Dezo too.
Stygian Deso, Seer Stone. What's the last one gonna be?
Yeah, I'm
It is
really...
for the Hoodwink.
I'm
Spell Prism.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Radiant is this afraid to leave the base. They should just go and farm the tier 3s, because... Sorry, tier 5s, because... you're actually in a better position right now, slightly, even though you're playing versus Megas. That's how I feel. Because you have a buyback on your core. They have no buybacks.
Brew just bought out Aghanim's Blessing and the Lincolns.
Yeah, and they get... Now it's different. Now you have Aghanims, now you have Cheese on Tilted Boys. Like, now again, the advantage is lost for Oversight. They had it for a slight moment.
Just like the grains of sand in an hourglass. Mirror shield for Odyssey, okay. Double duel.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
They have 2 Giant Rings. Big Panda, Big Magnus. They should all get Giant Rings.
Yeah, I think if they want to stretch fights longer, it could be an idea.
Just get all Giant Rings and block the map. They can't approach you. You block the ramps. Big boys.
How is Brew actually taking that much damage? What the hell? He just lost 2,000 HP to standing still, basically. Ice Blast comes in, stuns the Magnus. Ezekiel looking for the duel, but nobody's a duel right now. And that's a BKB burnt. Seer Stone used up. Another Seer Stone for some extra vision. Going for the low ground. Oh, he can't
Magnus?
get the RP. Oh, Magnus!
He's got buyback,
Cutting it out of
remember?
the Skyward. Oh, that was so close to comfort. And he keeps on going in. He got hexed and the duel. No! Oh, what? That was super cocky, but it didn't pay off for Skyward.
Yeah,
I love the attempt, but that was so risky.
I'm not sure what the plan was. He was really low. He knew that. He knew that he was gonna die 99%, so he thought that his teammates would follow up, and then he buybacks and they make a play. Was it the right play? Obviously not from looking at it from here, but maybe if they followed up, it could have worked.
7 minute penalty basically for that. Now you're 7.5 minutes to getting another buyback on the Magnus. And voice line spam.
Oh, right now, if you're Tilted Boys, you have a clear victory window. You just wait. If you want to be that disciplined, you just wait until you have buybacks, and they are coming up very soon for all of them.
They're literally coming up right now. So the timing is optimal. So you've gone past phase 1. Phase 2 is get that glyph. Remaster. Ice Blast is coming. They will find themselves a Hoodwink, so Hoodwink will go down. Oversight still able to find a kill. Oh, the reel-in from Verte. He's trying to pull the Brewmaster closer to the low ground. Really trying to play around with that reel-in with the ensnare. Here we go again. Oh, it doesn't work out. Magnus gonna get dueled up. This might just be it. This just might be it. Magnus down. Magnus down. Magnus down. And Tilted Boys, can they just finally close the envelope? Atuf down. Tickies has the buyback. Naga dropping low. Arrow going in 3 directions. Gonna pop up some Aeon discs. He's gonna get caught by the bushwhack as well. Sharpshooter to the face. And Tickies is coming back slowly but surely. But they're trying their best here. They're trying their absolute best. And Tilted Boys, they need to calm down for a little bit. But the creeps are hitting the Ancient. Ancient down to 2000 HP. The creeps are finishing the game right now. Starstorm from Murata will get the aggro. We'll get them away. And now they're still looking for the Nyx Assassin. Gonna get controlled again. Duel in 6 seconds. And there goes your Nyx Assassin. He has to buy back again. It's so close to ending. It's so close to ending the Ancient. So close to dropping. Tiny gonna get absolutely evaporated. Then Ancient down to 1000 HP. They're getting pushed away. Ezekiel gonna go down. Naga also. The glyph is forced down finally. And the buyback coming in for the LC as well. They know they have a win condition here. Volotka is gonna get controlled. Arrow coming into the back as well. Tiny's gonna go down. He will die back in this fight. Ferte, he's still in there. He's still in there with 3500 HP in the middle of everybody from Oversight except for the Magnus, but he's gonna still drop by the looks of it. Bushwhack on 4. Beautiful play. The Ancient's still at 900 HP. Ferte, he will go down. Atuf will take it, but he's coming back for round number 2. 600 HP remaining on the Ancient, and LC's just gonna try and end the game. Tilted Boys, they've done it.
Amazing team fight in the end. Amazing defense from Oversight. They really put their heart out there on the field, just trying to defend the Ancient until the bitter end. Man, that was so many spells, such a madness happening. In the end, like 4-man bushwhack or something, buying back on everyone on one side and the other. Tiny dying without having enough gold for buyback made me even worried for a second. You know, they were really holding their ground. Magnus was almost up. This is, yeah, what a way to end the season. Like, what a way to end Division 2. This probably was the best team fight of the whole Division 2.
It also, like, there was so many small, minute details happening on both of these ends where they're like, we can get this Magnus, punish him for his over-aggression, but then the rest of the 4, how do we actually break through these? The Nyx Assassin, the Aghanims causing a lot of issues for them. Just so many things to pay attention to on the side of Tilted Boys as well. Like Volotka looking for those initiations on the Tiny. Fertes just chilling around in those fights. Casual reel-ins from time to time. Ezekiel looking for the duels. And how many people do you get with the Ice Blast? And of course, AA also ended the game with a bloody Divine Rapier as well. I don't know who bought it, but he definitely had it in his inventory at the end of that game. But oh, that was... You know, Tilted Boys, they finally snapped that losing streak. It's over, and what a place to do it as well. They stay in the division. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they ended the losing streak at the moment which mattered the most, right? For them at least. And such a funny scenario, a team that we expected to maybe even get promoted to Division 1 ended up playing that last tiebreaker series to even stay in Division 2.
Yeah,
I didn't expect this from them. I don't know what happened, what broke in the middle of the season, but at least they managed to stay. So it's good for them, because I know that these guys can do much better than what they've shown in the last 2 weeks.
And perseverance, I think it also pays off in the end. They already had that one long 74-minute game, which they weren't able to win with the PL carry. It looked pretty good against the Cut, but this one, is it again just going to be another Tilted Boys disappointment? Because they were like, okay, they're now leading the game. Okay, they're no longer leading the game.
Yeah.
And oh, they're leading this game again. Like, oh, is this just volume 2 of the same that we've seen before? But this time it leads into a victory. But Oversight, they had some really good games. They've had some really good performances. Early game domination, mid game domination, only to lose it here and just get eliminated from Division 2. Their story ends here.
Yeah, no. For me, they're a team that has a lot of good ideas. I think that they're definitely playing with their heart out there. It's enjoyable. I don't think that they're extremely tiltable or anything like that. So it's always fun to see a team like that. They remind me of old Alliance, now Liquid, back in the day when they were just starting up. From the interviews and how they approach the game and everything like that. So I hope, for them, I hope that they continue playing. For me, I feel like if these players just improve when it comes to their MMR, like individual skill, Just these small little minute details in the laning stage, so that they have a better start, a better grasp on what they should be doing in that mid game. Like they'll easily cruise through Division 2 next time, but next time won't be next season because unfortunately for them, they're out.
Yeah, they can only hope to grind through the qualifiers and make their way back in, but that's a whole different story to work through. Tilted Boys, though, we will be getting to see another season of this team. What changes are they going to be doing? We do not know. That's more for the future. But winning this most important series in the course of this entire DPC for them, basically, it happens now. They come out with the win after a huge losing streak. Man, who's the MVP? Choose someone for me.
I'll choose Volotka, my Ukrainian boy.
Let's go with Volotka, yeah.
Yeah, like it's not me choosing him; it's the production. But I would have chosen him as well. Like the Tiny did quite a lot of work in this game. He was the driving force of his team. Just stun toss constantly, and a couple of team fights. Like you don't see it here because it was already consumed. But the Aghanims, it literally won them the game. Like in a couple of team fights, that was the main source of damage. When Naga was still kind of struggling to fight versus all these beefy boys and her illusions were being dispelled, she didn't really feel like a real core. Volotka not only was creating space, he was also carrying the game at that point. Eventually Naga did pick up and start carrying her own weight, but yeah, this man, he made it happen.
Oh, I mean, it still feels unreal the way that last game ended. But, you know, the games have to end in some fashion. And Volotka, obviously, he's had some rough laning stages of late. But he did get a snowballing phase going on this game, which was super crucial, that they were finding pickoff after pickoff for the Tiny. They were also interrupting this Magnus from getting to play the game. And just a lot of minute details going on everywhere. So, let's hear it from the team themselves. I think we have an interview ready for the last time here in Division 2. And I think we have Door on the line. Congratulations, you will stay in Division 2. But man, you have had a rocky road coming towards this one. And when we saw you guys play that 74-minute game with that PL where you're super close to winning and then you lose it, I was like, are we witnessing another game like that? How was it like to play this one?
I'm gonna be honest, at the start of the game, I was like really depressed because like we lost our lane and then we kind of I didn't know what to do. But at one point we won a Roche fight with like our Tiny got a triple kill. It was really crazy. And then we just tried not to throw from that point.
How did you kind of build the mood in the team? How did you keep the morale up when you realized that we can actually win this game? Because the enemy draft was, you know, it works to some extent, and you figured it out pretty well. As like it's really just the Magnus and the Nyx Assassin being issues. How did you keep the morale up?
I think for the most part, we thought that we would scale better late. And so we were just kind of telling ourselves that over and over because while we were losing, it was just like cope that we won late. And then we won a single fight, and that kind of just like brought everyone alive. You know, sometimes just like one thing happens and everyone just starts screaming.
Yeah, we were also screaming here in the commentary as well with that last fight that you guys took over in the high ground push. There was also one intriguing thing I wanted to ask you about, the block of cheese. Was there a debate going on who's going to take it?
I think Frogo said it was always going to be the Tiny, but there was a bit where we were like talking about it could be someone else, but no, it was just going to be the Tiny. When we left it in base, it was just because Tiny forgot to take it. And we could have made another, but yeah.
All right.
Congrats on staying in Division 2, man. Like, you gave us whole heart attack in this last game. I just want to ask, what happened to you guys? Like, overall, not in this game, but throughout the season? Because with the first couple of series, you looked really damn strong, and then everything went downhill. You went from my expectation of a team that goes to Division 1 into a team that's maybe even getting like just out of Division 2 completely.
After the Alpha series, there was like I think Notorious had like a thing with his hand where he didn't want to play for a bit, so he didn't scrim, and then it kind of just kept happening where we like wouldn't scrim for like a really long time, and then yeah, we just like didn't scrim for a really long time, and then we played versus the cut and we lost, and they were kind of like bad losses, and you know, just kind of messes things up when you don't scrim or like fall out of rhythm. Also, we got kind of solved, like people figured out our heroes.
Yeah, it's rough always. Like we're hearing a lot of problems when it comes to scrims with Division 2 teams. Some hate playing them, some don't play them at all. You know, it's rough out there. Like if you do scrim, do you scrim like mostly versus Division 2 teams, or do you scrim maybe versus like Div 1 as well, like PuckChamp and stuff? I don't know.
It's really funny. At the start, we were scrimming a Div 1 team, and then Div 1 ended, so we stopped scrimming that team. And then we didn't scrim any of the Div 2 teams from NA. We scrimmed like SA teams, because all the Div 2 teams like canceled on us. And like sometimes our scrims would just cancel too, which is why we weren't scrimming, because they would just get canceled.
Okay, I see things. Time is passing, but some things are never changing. Like cancellation of scrims, yeah, been there. Feels bad, man. Yeah, congrats once more from me for staying in Division 2. It was a rough road for you, and I hope that next season is easier.
I was also thinking, before I let you go, you guys came from the qualifiers to the division. You get to stay in. What are the possible goals that you've personally set for yourself as a player, Dor? Because you know, some of the names and the players in your team could be completely unknown to some of the viewers out there. So maybe a bit about yourself. What are you thinking about doing during these next few weeks until Division 2 starts again?
Right now, I'm kind of just trying to like grind my MMR, because when the patch dropped, I lost like 700 MMR. So it looks really bad for me. So I just want to be someone who like people think of as an actually good player, not just someone who's kind of like whatever, who's just there. And about the qualifier, I think it's good we give a chance for some more teams to come from the qualifier.
All right, get to hear that confidence coming out from you. And congrats once again. You guys deserve the spot to stay in Division 2. We'll be seeing you in Tour 3. So until then, hopefully you get to enjoy the patch and maybe your scrims go a little bit better.
All right, thank you, peace.
And there we heard it from Dor, the support player, coming out from the side of Tilted Boys, a team that started off strong, had a bit of a slump, and had to battle it out in a three-way round robin to keep their spot in the division. But they made it. That's the storyline that matters the most.
Yeah, he's pretty chill about it as well. You know, it is what it is. We didn't scrim a lot. We couldn't really find a way to practice new stuff, so we got figured out. Understandable. Sometimes it is like that. But also is really chill and happy about staying in Division 2. So that's also nice to see. You know, some players, if they were having such a strong beginning of the season and then being where they are, would be feeling a bit demoralized. It doesn't seem to be the case, at least.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Like, you want to still keep your PMA up, or at least find where the PMA is and start building on top of that. Get some MMR, get some gains, like Lizard would say. And some of those gains you can also benefit from on esportsbet.io with the Watch to Earn platform. If you still haven't taken advantage of it, now is the good time to do it. For example, maybe watching some of the games during the major, which is on, by the way. So in a couple hours, they're going to be rolling out those as well. So create an account, log in at esportsbet.io and start earning tokens and shards. So, or tokens. I'm always saying shards for some reason, but tokens is the stuff that you're going to be getting.
You're a
from
Dota player, you know, like
exactly. So take advantage of that deal. But Lizard, Division 2 is now over for tour number 2. We've seen a heck of a lot of different types of Dota teams, Dota players, Dota personalities, patches, casters, like all over the board. This has been a very enjoyable ride.
Yeah, my highlights, there's plenty full of them. Like all those 70-minute games, the craziness, the back and forths, the cool interviews that we had with people that simply don't give an F. like Joker with us, just trolling, you know, having fun.
And us trolling him a little
And
bit
us
too.
trolling him as well. And like most of the guys, most of the NA Div 2, they seem pretty, you know, like chill guys. No one is stuck up or anything like that. So every time the interview is happening, you feel like you're talking to, you know, just another pub spammer or something like that. So yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Enjoyed as well that we were in the new patch with all these teams, and I felt a little bit of that tingle again, you know, like I seeing them compete. Even you competed recently, like you played the CSGO tournament. Like, there's a fire, there's a little fire. I'm going to be playing Dota. Yeah.
But for all of you people out there, hopefully you have also felt that tingle. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here casting for you people, and through PGL, through esportsbet.io, we also thank you a lot for tuning in and watching and you know, supporting the stream. And all I can say is just a big thank you. We hope to see you people for the next tour. It's only going to be a couple of weeks after the major finishes. We will be rolling out tour number 3. And of course, North America will be a part of that. So from my behalf, from PGL, from Lizard, from all the other casters, Eosin, our broadcaster, our observer, and of course, our sponsors, we thank you. And until next time, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night and bye-bye.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.